It's a glittering premiere at the Chicago Theater for Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. A real dream has come true, for this benefit premiere launches a drive for a new hospital sponsored by the film star Danny Thomas, here arriving with his family. Years ago, Danny vowed he'd build a hospital if he ever became famous. $32,000 are subscribed, the first of $1 million Danny Thomas tells friends he'll raise for the St. Jude's Hospital of his dreams.
They said it couldn't be done. They said that it was a task which would break my heart. They said it was impossible. At this very moment, as I speak to you, in the city of Memphis, Tennessee, there is being constructed a hospital in the form of a star.
There it is, in concrete, glass, and steel, to offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status.
You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power, spiritually, physically, mentally, and financially, to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases. We're going to begin with leukemia, and by God's grace, after defeating it, go on to other diseases. That little tiny building has led the world in advancements in pediatric science and clinical care, and now it's going to rise up. You will bring it to the fore through an organization called ALSAC. If I were to die tomorrow, I now know why I was born.
While we're sitting here making this video, there's a family that's walking through the front doors on a Friday afternoon, and they're at St. Jude. When we came to St. Jude, I asked the doctor, "Can you treat my child?" And he said, "No. We're going to cure him."
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Welcome, everyone, to the 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Jesse, it's been 6 years. Can you believe it?
Yes, and I'm going to have a chat with Derek after this, because why is he trying to make us like cry to start off the show? That's so sad and happy at the same time with that intro. I haven't seen that intro before we started. So
it's so awesome.
I've
had to watch it 8 or 10 times, so I'm not crying at the beginning because it's incredible.
Yeah, but it could happen. I mean, could you? Yeah, we'll move on because Jesse crying is not for good ratings. Nobody wants to see that. I cry like a little baby. That ain't gonna be no good.
All right. we'll be raising funds for support St. Jude's life-saving mission, finding cures for childhood battling cancer and other life-threatening diseases, and we will need your help to raise our fundraising goal of $10,000. So we have some sponsors that we want to thank each hour. So we'll get through those. And again, thank you so much to everybody who gives tonight, who's given already. It's incredible. We'll kind of keep we have a cool new ticker. There's the new ticker that'll keep us on track. It shows, and it'll scroll. Hopefully it'll scroll as people give. Whoever gives this hour will go into a group of these prizes that we're giving away. And so if you want to, you can split up your gifts into 8 different hours. Many people do that. Tom is on there. They're all eligible because it's just random.org. So, but people like to do that. So if you'd like to do that, you can. If you want to give once, that's fine too. And you'll be in that hour's giveaway. But also, the point is we want to get to 10,000 to get our goal for St. Jude. So I do want to mention some people who have donated gifts to us. Well, not really to us. They're gifts to everyone giving on behalf of those that are going to give this evening. So firstly, I want to mention Cachely. Cachely, the foremost geocaching app. Cachely.com, CACHLY.com is the link. When each year I've asked
Nick.
Yeah, I'm struggling already.
It's gonna be a long night. Gary.
Are we done yet? Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Yeah, Nick and Cachely. So I asked Nick. He goes, I'll give away some of the Cachely app. So I was like, oh, okay. He goes, how about 20? I go, well, how about 16? Because we can do 2 an hour. He goes, all right, that works. So thank you so much, Nick.
He never hesitates. No,
he gives away coins and stuff every time. So that's wonderful. So he's one of them. Next is another who gives away every year now is Drives Cache Closet.
Mm-hmm.
Drives Cache Closet offering best prices on the geocaching products you want. You can go to drivescachecloset.com. This year, Dave wants to give away a free membership for a year to geocaching.com. So that's awesome. So there you go. We're going to give away a free membership. Don't worry if you're already a member, you already have free membership. It just will tack on to your year. So you get another year of free membership. So that's really cool. Next is Arted Crafted. So Sean has been doing this now for a couple of years and has been really helpful. And I'm really thankful for him doing that. But Arted Crafted is going to be giving away shirts every hour. But the one I want to point out this hour is the Coins for Kids. The Coins for Kids shirts. Typically, when you have a vendor who wants to give something away, not our vendors, but you've seen this before with other vendors where they're like, "Oh, I'll give a portion of the proceeds," which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Not Sean and not any of our other vendors. They're like, Sean is like, if you buy this shirt, 100% of the cost of so it's costing him every time somebody buys a shirt because he's basically taking all the proceeds from the shirt and he's giving that to St. Jude. So thank you, Sean, and thank you, Arted Crafted, for your donation. Cache Canada is going to give away a trackable. So Cache Canada is about getting out of the house and onto the open road, trails and pathways, and finding geocaches. So check out Cache Canada and check out their videos. I love their videos. Dave and Karen do such a great job. Big fan of the 1 Minute Wednesday. So check out Cache Canada. Also, Barb Scrabble Hounds has provided some great prizes each year. This hour, we're going to give away one of those swag bags. She's got a couple of those in another gift box. They're packed, by the way. They got a lot of cool stuff in them. They're not just the bags. So thank you, Barb, for that gift. Mm-hmm. And then Owen's giving away some 3D printed things that we're going to talk about here in the first hour. There's a picture of them, and I got them behind me, so we'll look through all of them here in a moment. But Owen, thank you, my friend, for providing those. He provided those now a couple of years at least, I think. Right, Owen? Has it been a couple of years you've done that?
Yep, a couple of years. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll talk about those here in a moment. And lastly, for this hour, Cache Advance. Cache Advance, their mission is to inspire and equip geocacher for fun and adventure. So Lisa has several things she wants to give away. This hour, she's going to go away one of the cache kins. There's Cache Advance. So they're going to give away some cache kins. Those are kind of cool. They're like the little trackables. They're really, really cool. So, all right. Let's get into the first hour. Owen's with us, and I'm pronouncing it correctly. I was not sure, so I had to ask Owen because my Southern would want to come out and say Owain, but
it's more fun when you butcher people's names, especially when they're on the show. It's so much more fun right to their face, right?
Yeah. So we got rid of the awkwardness and we figured it out before we started. So Owen, thank you for joining us tonight.
That's okay.
I'm going to start with this hour with this one, by the way. We're going to ramp up. This was Susan's idea. She's like, let's ramp up to a crescendo. So we're going to do another one here. I'll show it in a minute, but we're going to give that one away later. But I love these, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
This is an awesome cache container.
Yeah, for people listening, it's a 3D printed acorn. It's brown. That, and until you get up close, it looks like an acorn.
Yeah, it really does.
It looks like an acorn up close too, but you can't tell it's a 3D printed one until you get up close.
Yeah,
one of my latest designs, that one is. So that's and all my designs are for free online, so anyone can download that.
Nice. Where would they find something like that?
If you used websites Thingiverse or Fangs or Cults, it's all online there. So if you search my username OLB1992, all my designs on there.
So is the rule that if they print that 3D printed acorn, they have to have it at least 50 feet up in a tree, or you charge them money? I think that should be the rule.
Only 50.
Yeah, well, not all of us can climb super well, so we have to do what we can.
That's awesome. Yeah. So Owen, kind of give people a little background first, where you live, and then kind of tell people how you even got started on geocaching. So where you live, where are you from?
Live in Aylesbury, which is just northwest of London. It's about 5 miles away from the oldest geocache in England. So
cool.
There's quite a few events there. So yeah, it's only about 15-minute drive up, and get to see new people up there. So that's quite good, being so close to the epicenter of geocaching in England.
That's awesome.
So I kind of started geocaching through my little brother, or not so little brother anymore. Harry, or GC Harry Bow, as he's known on YouTube. He started when he was 12, 13, so 5-6 years ago now.
Right.
He started it due to a leaflet for the National Trust here in the UK. 101 things to do before you're 11 3/4. That's how he got into geocaching. And I was at a Morris dancing dance out, which is my main hobby. And he dragged me along to find a cache. That's how I started.
So we're not just going to skip over that. What did you say your main hobby is?
Morris dancing, which is a traditional English folk dancing.
Okay. So obviously I have to hear more about that.
So there are some sites in America, but it's bells and hankies and sticks. I'm trying to remember. Opening closing ceremony of 2012 Olympics, where you had always look on the bright side of life. You had more stances in the closing ceremony, and there's a few other shows and stuff that have Morris dancing on.
Oh wow, yeah.
So travel the country doing that, and I get to find geocaches around the country.
That's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, it's funny. We've been doing this for now, but I remember when, and Harry's grown up. I've seen pictures of him recently, in going to we call it soccer, football game, and it's kind of neat, I guess. In it's one of those things where you're like, oh look, there's Harry. Look how big he's gotten. So I remember when he was a little kid, and
he's taller than me now. It's scary.
he's gotten big. I remember I sent him and one of our first path tags back in the day. So I don't know if he remembers that, but anyway. So but yeah, it's great to see him, and he's a big fan of, what's the team he's a big fan of? He goes to the other games. Fan of
Brighton Hove Albion, so one of the Premier League. So we grew up in Hastings, which is just over from Brighton. So it's our biggest team in the area. So he supports them.
The Seagulls.
Yep. He's got a tattoo as well of them. So that's how obsessed he is with them.
That's cool. Oh, there you go. Cache Addict Mel mentions that they do that dancing at their Renaissance Festival. There you go. Perfect. That's awesome. Yeah, very cool. So you got started, like you said, with Harry. What are some things about geocaching? We'll get into the 3D printing thing, because I think that's fascinating.
Always fascinating.
We're both fascinated by it, yeah. But what are some things about the sport of geocaching that really intrigue you?
I think it's just little things I would never have seen if I hadn't done geocaching. So even in my local area, one of the first geocaches I found, I came across an old boundary post. So something had been lost for about 60 years down this old path. And it's just those small bits of history, but also large bits of history. The ruined castles, where you have so much information on the points of interest signs, but then you go find a cache page, and there'll be a lot more information on the cache page than any sign you can get. So I've done one of my virtual caches is a history tour around Hastings, and there's information there that locals won't even know. And I think that's one of the strongest things about geocaching, is there's so much history, and if you have an enthusiastic cache owner, they can give so much information on the cache page. I think that's my favorite parts.
And there's there's or ones that I've seen, and I don't know what you can speak to these, but I like the series that they've done at the churches, where you've got the
church micros. Yes.
Yeah. So speak a little bit about, cool, we got some more updates. There you go. 565. That's awesome.
So you've got some, wow, it's gone up quite a bit.
Good start.
So church micros, so that's I think they call it the largest series in the world. Or I'm not sure how they classify that, but so any church in the UK can have a church micro. It doesn't have to be a micro, or it can be any size it can be. But it's normally you go to a church micro, and there'll be a good paragraph or a half of just a history of that church.
Cool.
And I think, so you've got the church micro series, you've got the sidetracked series, which is railway stations, and they even do old railway stations, ones that are no longer railway stations or disused ones. Got a fine pair, which is telephone boxes and post boxes together. So if they're within 100 feet of each other, it's called a fine pair. So there'll be a cache nearby. So red telephone box and red post box within 100 feet, you can normally get a fine pair.
That might look like this.
Oh yeah.
So this would be a fine pair, right?
I believe so, but I think technicalities is that's a K2 telephone box, and I think a fine pair defines a K6, but I think that might be a bit too much detail.
Oh, okay. That's fascinating, though. Yeah, the post office. These are still in operation, right? You can still drop mail in these.
Yep.
Okay. These, for the most part, other than being the famous TARDIS, do most of them the big red English boxes? Do they? Not this one, but we'll talk about these in a minute. But the actual red English box, are they mostly like sort of abandoned, or what's the latest on the actual?
London still has them. Quite a lot of places still use them as telephone boxes. If they're upgraded, really a downgrade, there's more modern ones. But a lot of them have found new leases of life of libraries, so you can get a community library or defibrillators I put in.
Yes.
So there's a whole thing of BT were selling off telephone boxes for £1. So if someone in the community, like a charity or community group, wanted to buy a telephone box, they could for £1, and then they could do whatever they wanted with that. So put a defib in, or a library, or just art pieces, stuff like that.
Wow! Could geocachers buy those?
I think if you could have a community group, we probably could get away with buying one.
That would be awesome. A bunch of geocaches around town in the big red boxes. Every time you see one, it's a geocache.
Geocache.
I think a few have been put into because we have library caches, so library caches, and then they can put them in the mini library cache.
Right. Very cool. Yeah, Jesse and I found one here in Texas that is an actual big red English box. The guy had the glass removed and carefully packed, and he had the glass and the big red English box shipped all the way to a little town in North Texas.
Had a working telephone in it.
It had a working telephone. Like you could call anywhere in the US. I mean, it had like his connection to it was like Google Voice set up. But you would call a number and it would give you information. It was a multi-cache. One of the most popular. It's actually, Jesse, it's in the book now, by the way.
Oh, nice.
The big this, you can't buy this.
Yeah, I'm working on finding all those real quick. I tried this weekend, but I was busy.
So in the Texas one though, there's that box. Here we are. I'll show you a picture. There's Jesse.
Oh, hey.
There you are.
I did find that one.
You did find it. There you are. But it's it's number 4 in Texas. It's that popular. Yeah.
Well, it's not every day that you see a box shipped over from England and made into a geocache, right? A full size that you can go in, and a phone that you can operate, multi-cache like that. So, and the second stage was not very far away, so it's all in view of this guy's residence. So it's going to be able to stay up, and keeping a multi up and running all the stages of it is a feat in and of itself. But I don't even have any clue what it cost this guy to set that geocache up. Hundreds of dollars had to be. Hundreds.
Thousands, I think.
Yeah, probably thousands. I was
gotta be. Yeah, because he sent that over to himself, but it also inside there is kind of fun because he has the old British phone books are in there, so you can kind of read through the British phone books. So, yeah, I said TARDIS. I meant big red English box. TARDIS is the police boxes, right?
Yep.
Traditionally,
we still have some of them about, but they're very rare.
You lost some nerd status there, Gary. You lost a few points on your nerd status.
But it looks a lot like a big English box. It's blue, and it's the police box.
Yeah, but they're bigger on the inside.
Well, of course, that's Doctor Who thing. I love, and we'll get into some of the 3D printing, but I love this one, Owen. One thing that is really cool about this. Oh yeah, there you go. Go to Wisconsin. Exactly. That's one of the more famous ones as far as in the U.S. Police boxes. That's a TARDIS. That's which is a very. It's actually, I think, being moved. Is that the one that's being moved? One of them is needing.
Maybe. I think there's somebody going to be on later that can tell us, though.
Yeah, Josh could tell us.
One of our hours or 2 of our hours later, they can tell us.
Which sadly, the bigger English box is also moving. I think they're moving, maybe, so they're going to move the English box. But
yeah,
anyway.
mine moved as well. I had one that was about a foot tall, maybe. No, about 9 inches
cool.
tall. It was a puzzle box TARDIS at the end of a Where I Go. It moved. I don't know where it moved to. Somebody stole it, but it did move.
Oh, dang it!
It went missing pretty quick. I had a buddy print it. I think it took like 18 hours to print or something.
Yeah.
And I think less people per hour found it than before it disappeared. But in fairness, it was a really cool container. So I kind of get why people, I mean, it's wrong, but I get why it went missing so quick.
Yeah. This one, the other cool item about this, Owen, and I love about it is that the bottom has a dial, like a phone dial on the bottom of the TARDIS. So, or the TARDIS, so the big British box. So on the bottom of the box is the is a phone, the old phone thing. So
Also means it's easier
dial.
for people to open if they've got a pen. If they put a pen in the bottom, it makes it easier. So
that's true.
That's like the old school where you had to click it all the way around and it would come back.
Yeah.
My parents still have those.
Make us feel old. Way to go. Thanks, Owen.
Can we pass like a ruling right now that you can never use pill bottles again? You have to at least use a TARDIS or a 3D
or
printed
an
like
English box. Or,
yeah. 2020 is the last year you could have used those. 2021, it's the gray area. Next year, you're not allowed to use pill bottles anymore. It has to be 3D printed or something like that.
I agree. So you can't just put them out like that anymore. You need to buy. You can buy them from Owen or anyway,
print your own. Go to the library. You can print them at the library.
The truck mentions the 3D printed they are coming more popular. I love this one because we don't see this one as much as far as in the lore, and that's the post office box. But I love the post office boxes.
Yeah, that one is cool.
Aren't they cool?
Well, look at the detail on that. Those 3D printers are getting so much better, and obviously Owen knows better than we do, but they're getting so much better.
Yeah. E.R.
Elizabeth II vagina.
Oh, right.
That is a current post. That's the most common post box you get, but you've got Victorian post boxes still out on the streets being used.
Wow.
So
that's cool.
That ER is the royal cipher, and each monarch will have a different cipher. So you can tell how old the post box is by the cipher on it.
Right.
So Dan mentioned the 3D printing for geocaching on Facebook. It says Owen's a member of that.
Yep. Very cool.
That may be something we want to bring up before we get through the hour. I know we have so much to talk about. We'll run out of the hour really quickly. These are shorter than our normal shows, so we have to condense them a little bit.
We do.
Each hour is shorter. Obviously, not 8 hours is shorter, right? But do you want to mention that, Owen? Is that a good place for people that are getting into 3D printing to go there? And what do you share files there? Or what happens there?
Yeah, so quite a few people share files, and also it's a good place for if you're new to printing or you need some help with some stuff. There's quite a large community, and it's not a 3D printing community where they might go off and say, "Oh, we have this discussion every single week." It's a geocaching community who also does 3D printing, so it's more welcoming than some of the other public forums out there.
Are there starting to be more? And I know Thingiverse is really good. I've gotten on there several times. I don't have a 3D printer yet. My wife's in the other room. I don't know if she heard that or not, but I don't have one yet. But I know I've kind of monitored Thingiverse over time. And at first there was like one geocache container, and then there was a few more, and now it seems like there's more now. And those you don't charge for those on Thingiverse, right? Those are just, you can share them generally, or
you can share them. There's a licensing agreement normally on the Thingiverse, so you can download for free, but you can't normally sell them off.
Okay.
So with Thingiverse, most of them are free, and then you've got other websites like Thangs, THANGS, where they can charge, and Cults 3D, so CULTS 3D, and some people charge for things on that, but generally most geocaches are free. Yeah, people designing for the community.
Okay. We'll get into these in a minute, but on the on say your new one, the Acorn, kind of give people an idea of, do you print these? Oh, there goes the logbook. Sorry. Put that at the side here. For the top of it and the bottom of it, you print them separate? And how long do you think it would take or how long did it take to print
the acorn in total took about an hour and a half. So I think it was about 45 minutes each piece.
Okay.
And I did it in 2 separate prints, so I could change the color over easily.
Right, that's true.
So a few of my prints do change color halfway through. So that's a bit more work. So I have to go in and out. I think all the ones I've sent you are separate colors, but I've got this one where it changes color halfway up. So I had to stop, or got the printer to stop itself, change the color, and change it again. So that's an Irish telephone box that I was asked to make.
Now, do the Irish telephone boxes look similar to that? Actually, have the green stripe at the top?
Yeah, they have a green stripe. But, the windows are also green, but that was hard to do on my printer.
Yeah, but still,
so I just did that top bit.
Yeah, very cool. Now, we're not going to go too deep into the 3D printing, but I want to do some, which is the most popular version of the filament. Is that PLA or is it
a lot of people use PLA. I use PETG, so or PETG, which is the same material that they use for Coke bottles, just with added glycol to make it easy for 3D printing. But a lot of people say that PLA can warp in sunlight or isn't UV resistant, or so there's a real mixed bag of people say PLA is fine for harsh winters, and some people say it isn't. So I use PETG because it's slightly more resistant. I started using ABS when I first started 3D printing, but that isn't a nice material to use because it's the fumes and it's not nice to print inside at home.
Oh, right.
So yeah, PLA, PETG.
Right. So the filaments that you get though. Now I saw somebody were you? I think it was you. Were you testing, or someone was testing a filament that is out there that will change? It actually is like almost like a rainbow effect. It'll give you like a without changing spools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've got rainbow filament where it'll go through gradients, but I found that with a lot of the rainbow filaments, they don't change that quickly, so you have to print quite large prints for it actually to be changing.
To get it
so
switching.
There are some other things out there, like a palette, which is basically a little machine that cuts filament together to give you different colors.
Oh, very cool.
But they can be more expensive than a printer.
Right. Now so on these guys, obviously these are going to take 8 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah, about that.
About 12. Okay. Now you sent a Nano, which Jesse, you and I both love Nanos. This version, you could put it in the wilderness. I mean, it's not much of a challenge because this is a Nano.
Yeah.
Right?
Technically, yes.
Technically, maybe not a Nano. I don't know, but I love this one. Oh, and this one, by the way, this takes a while to open.
Yes. Yeah. That's one of my newer designs as well, so it's quite tricky.
It is.
I also found with the larger mazes, you have to have a lid on it, because I was getting people. So this one.
Oh my gosh! Yes, now there you go.
People were struggling to open it because swag was falling down and causing it to get blocked. So now I've starting to add lids to all my mazes.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I remember when you printed that one. It was like, oh look, it's going up. That's awesome. Thank you, everyone. We're up to 925 on our way to 10,000. So
nice.
Thank you to everybody who's given so far. Houston Dave, Max04, Tim, Glowworm 77, Kazoo, it's Peter, Little Black Dog, and Tricassius. So
now we got to keep in mind we want to get to that first 1,000, but we've got to get more than 1,000 per hour if we're gonna build what we actually want to get for St. Jude, right? So
it's true. Hopefully
that's scary.
We'll continue to ramp up, but
that's right.
Yeah. So I noticed we were talking. Tricache just bought one of these, so look out, people. You might find one of these, but yeah. So this one, Owen, this one does take a little while. I mean, it really does. And for people that are listening, it's got a maze to open the container, but it's got some dead ends, and so as you're turning it, you can hear it as I can turn it. But as you're turning it, you run into some you can run into some dead ends, and it takes a while, so it's fun. It's nice. It's a nice maze to get through, which I won't do right now because the pressure's on if I were to do that.
We'll put Gary on the spot, see if he can solve it right live on TV.
Live.
A nano maze should be easier to do.
This one's really cool too. It's a smaller one, but these are also a great size depending on, and we've all, it's almost for another show, but which it is, but you want the size of your container to meet, to meet the location. But this one also has a little maze, but it also has a little spot where you got to be careful to get it just right, to get to the right location. You got to spin it. But
pressure's on, Gary. Everybody's watching you do it.
Pressure's on. So here we go. So you want to skip that one. You go back to that one. Go back over, and then forward, but not that way, and then over, and then ta-da! I did it. But again, this is the fun size to do, and it presents a little bit of a fun extra, to have it like this. So, have you put any of these out that you've been doing also, Owen, or are you? I know you can sell some of these at events.
I've got a lot of mazes out, so I've got loads of different variants of the mazes out already, and a few other puzzles as well. So dovetail puzzles, so where you have to slap it or move it about. But they've been out for several years.
Right.
They've been okay. A lot of them go missing, so I'm not sure if people take them or it's along a canal and a nature reserve. I got permission at the nature reserve, but I think people see a bit of plastic and just pick it up and take it.
Maybe a 3D printed squirrel took it. I'm just saying it's possible.
It's possible. In theory.
It's one of the reasons why I 3D printed an acorn. I had a fake acorn that I put it out. The next day, someone said, "Oh, it's been eaten," and there's literally teeth marks in it. So I thought,
that's funny. I wonder if you could print them out of edible material. It wouldn't last very long in the wild, but it'd be interesting.
You can 3D print in chocolate and gummies.
Oh wow! Yeah,
I did not know that. Now I know two things I want for Christmas.
Right.
Now that's not a regular 3D printer, though, right? That's a special kind of 3D printer.
It's a special one, but you can get an add-on for one. So they seem to be adding more edible stuff out, or more add-ons and stuff. But
oh dear, I love gummy bears. I got a new hobby.
Yeah, exactly. But that'd be great for an event. To have something like that to give to people as little,
well, treats at an event or something, like little candies or whatever. That'd be great.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Like themed for that event. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Now it'd probably take you like 80 hours to print like 4 of them because it's food or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Labor of love, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so let's. I love these, and this one's is a lot of fun. I'm sitting here and play with it, but I can't. I got to do a show. So let's switch gears a little bit. You can. Okay.
Weird. It's not that long yet. Come on.
Daryl says that Jesse can hang Christmas ornaments.
I'm trying to grow it out for Christmas. You never know. I might have to be Santa Claus somewhere.
So again, let's switch gears. We don't have, again, we're shorter on time than our normal shows, but I wanted to talk a little bit about, because it's fun to hear from people that live in in other parts of the world. So, Owen, tell us a little bit about what you remember about the Christmas time as a kid, and what are some fond memories that you had?
So I grew up in a family of 7. So there's 5 kids in my family. So
Wow.
Christmas to us was really the real time we all came together. So when my
Right.
sisters went to university, it was always Christmas was the time they'd come back. We'd spend time as a family all together, eating too much food and stuff. So I always remember as a kid, we'd wake up Christmas morning, take our stockings down over our shoulders down the stairs, and all open up the presents together. That was always something I always liked together. All 7 of us opening presents together on Christmas morning. So for us, it was we'd always start with stockings in the morning. Parents would sometimes go to church,
Right.
and then our whole day would start from there really. So Christmas dinner, so roast turkey, roast potatoes, roast veg, sprouts, pigs and blankets, Christmas crackers, all about lunchtime.
Familiar with those? Yep. Tell people what a Christmas cracker is,
So
because I think
a
that's
Christmas
something
cracker. Imagine like a bald, sweet type shape. So you got paper on the outside, twists, and the cardboard tube in the center. And the cardboard tube has a rubbish joke, a paper hat, a firework, and what I'd class as low quality geocaching swag.
very low quality. Don't put these in geocaches because most of them are made of paper, right?
Well, you have
Like
actual
paper hats or no,
paper hats, but the actual toys you get like
little
jumping frogs or
right.
Little, plastic combs or a plastic tape measure that was too cheap to actually be functional. So everyone have a cracker, and you all try and pull the cracker, and you'd always try and retain the larger half of a cracker just for fun. And but yeah, every cracker's got a firework in it, so when you pull it, it makes a loud bang.
That's cool.
That's great. Now, would that be a good geocaching swag item? Just the whole Christmas cracker?
Probably not.
Paper mostly, right? You know, what's funny is that now that you mention it, that the like you said, the little item inside reminds us. I don't know if you guys have those over in England, but for us, and Jesse, you probably remember the days of eating Cracker Jacks. The little prize inside, which used to be somewhat decent. Now I think they're kind of lame, but those were kind of. Did y'all have Cracker Jacks over there at all, Owen? Or you're familiar with what Cracker Jacks are? Okay.
No, so it's probably a level down to what you used to get free in a cereal box.
Right.
Yes,
exactly.
That's exactly right. And Cracker Jacks are just a caramelized popcorn in a box, and it's used to have a prize in the bottom, and now it's more like a temporary tattoo or something like that. It's nothing big, but now we have Christmas crackers here. You can get them at the local stores here too, and a lot of people here do it. We've done it a few years in a row, the last several years, and we heard about it from somebody in Australia, but same concept, right? And you can get them of all different sizes. They have big ones and little ones, and
you spend a bit more money.
The prizes are pretty minuscule. I mean, there's nothing really fancy inside them, but
no, if you go, I think there might be like we have high-end stores here, like John Lewis or somewhere like that. They'll do crackers. You might get a nice pen or a nice notepad, but that's you're spending too much on a Christmas cracker if you're getting them.
That's
kind of fancy at that point.
Yep.
It's like somebody improving the jokes inside. They're not supposed to be good jokes. That's the point. They're supposed to be they're supposed to be bad, so that you can all go, that's a bad joke, and that's the fun of it. So, what are some other items that come to mind, or that you remember in the Christmas stocking? Because I think in the U.S. it is a very mixed bag of as far as what people will put in a stocking. So I wonder over in Great Britain what are some standard items. There you go. There's a Christmas stocking right there. But
mine are right behind me.
What are some things that you remember as a kid?
My family's, it could be different to any other UK family. So my other half has a completely different stocking to what I have. But my stocking was more, half it was necessities, so stuff you didn't really want to buy, toothpaste, shower gel, flannel, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then the other half would be like knickknacks. I wouldn't say anything over £5. So stocking fillers, the odd toy. Whenever we'd been Morris dancing somewhere, Father Christmas happened to have a badge or a magnet that had come from that dance out and stuff like that. So, but my other half, she would get more bigger presents, so maybe a hairdryer or stuff like that. So that,
oh wow!
So it's completely different how different families do it in the UK. So but my family is always massive sack, half in necessities, other half knickknacks, and maybe a selection box or two.
Oh, okay.
So a selection box, maybe a chocolate orange, some other sweets as well. A bag of gold coins.
Chocolate orange. Those
Dude,
are the best.
Chocolate orange, man.
Those are so good.
Yes.
What's that main brand that's the most popular brand, that chocolate orange?
It's Terry's chocolate orange.
Terry's.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they're so good. You have to like crack them to get them open, and oh man, they're so good.
The whole thing is don't tap it, whack it.
Yeah, that's great. I tell you what, too, I'm not even a big chocolate person, but that is so good. It's hard not to eat the whole thing in one sitting, and it's really rich too. So it's you can definitely make yourself sick. I don't want to admit it, but me and Christy may have opened one and shared one immediately, and it was gone. That may have happened.
Gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
I don't like orange. I don't like the taste of orange, so I think I might get my British citizenship revoked because I don't like chocolate oranges. But yeah,
that's sad.
My other half knows she's safe. If she gets chocolate orange, I won't touch it. So
she's in good shape then. Yeah, yeah. So, dude, that chocolate orange, man. So, that is something. There's something that it's such good. Yeah. So we get typically, or at least when I was a kid, we would get a piece of fruit at the very bottom, like an orange. Typically I'd get an orange at the bottom, or an apple. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's kind of like a fill in the blank. Let's put that at the bottom of the stocking kind of thing. So, but
we got oranges.
My nan would always do that. Yeah, orange and a walnut and a sixpence.
Okay.
So an old-fashioned coin. So even my parents still do that. They get, I think, sixpence in the bottom of the stocking. They haven't been around for about 50, 60 years.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So it's old money that it's traditionally you'd find in a stocking.
Right. Now, it's kind of like a collector's item now.
We would get candy canes would be the other thing that was always in our stockings. We always have candy canes in there. Because, then you, as a kid, you chew on them or suck on them or whatever until you get them really sharp, and then you stab your brother with it. We did every year and got in trouble for it every year.
Do.
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
That's awesome. But one of my favorite memories, and I still do it with the kids, is and I don't know what's the equivalent for England, probably with soccer, but we would get like baseball cards or football cards.
Mm-hmm.
And since we were all sort of collectors of the sports cards, I think that was like a really great thing.
I don't know if there is a UK version that's different than that, but you open baseball cards and have the gum in it back in the day.
Yes.
And that was great. The gum was terrible, but you didn't know it as a kid. You're super excited. And then sadly, if you save them and then go back nostalgic and open one, don't eat the gum. I'm just going to leave the story there, but do not eat that gum from when you were a kid.
Don't eat them.
It is no longer, even if it looks like gum, it is no longer edible.
Right. Cassius, who's, Chad lives in North Dakota. So, popcorn balls I don't know if that's something that is pretty standard item for England. I don't know if that's really standard in the U.S. We've heard of. I mean, you ever had a popcorn ball, Owen?
No, I don't think I've. They seem to have popcorn crisps over here now, which has seemed a bit crazy. So popcorn mashed into triangles as a potato chip type thing.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's only just started over here, which is I don't think many people are having them. But our popcorn very different flavors to yours over there.
Right. Interesting. All right.
Update. We're at 1,070 so far, so that's good. We need to get to $1,125. No, yeah, right.
150, 1150,
$12.50 per hour. We need to get $12.50 per hour if we're going to make it all the way for our goal for St. Jude. So we're so close to this hour though, so that's good. Maybe we'll get a couple more people here in a minute.
That's awesome. Well, we're starting to get kind of toward the end of the hour, so 12:50 is what Jasper helping us out with the.
Okay, good.
The good.
We don't need to do math or solve puzzles live on the air. That's not going to go well for us.
Right. So, kind of getting toward the end. So let's kind of let's go over a couple things. I wanted to show some pictures and talk a little bit about some of the things that Owen does. So, we're going to show random photos, and Owen's going to kind of explain. It's kind of like the Explain That Graham that's on the
Hot Ones.
The Hot Ones show. Yeah. So we're going to do an Explain That Graham. So Owen, we're going to show a picture and you kind of explain what we're looking at.
Yep. Okay. So this is a stocking I'd normally get for my parents. So I think this is what was sent up last year. So when in the UK we couldn't see anyone over Christmas.
Right.
My parents kind of knew it was going to happen, so they sent this up beforehand. So this is a scaled down stocking. So
how big are your stockings?
That
cool.
is higher than knee height. So that is quite a large stocking. It probably weighs 10, 15 kilograms.
That is a big stocking. That's not what I had pictured in my mind. Ours are like, well, they're literally this big.
It's been bag size.
That's
at
it.
Least, I don't know.
Oh wow, no.
I don't know about your family, Jesse. We don't. All the gifts in our stocking, they don't get wrapped. They just get.
Yeah, they're just shoved in there. They're not wrapped, and they're low dollar, and
right.
We have like one for each one of us, and then the dogs get like dog treats. So you give them the treat so that they don't jump into the presents that you're trying to open.
So imagine that about 7 people unwrapping that, and then there's be a mound of wrapping paper in the center.
Now, is that one stocking for everybody, or does everybody have their own stocking?
Everyone has their own stocking.
And they're that big?
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of presents.
That's a bunch,
my mum goes awesome. All out.
That's great.
Coming to your house. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, next photo.
So in Hastings, we have a thing on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, called Spronkers. So in the UK, we have a sport called conkers. So you each have a conker or horse chestnut on the end of a string, and you try and knock it off. So Spronkers was a Christmas take on that with uncooked sprouts. So everyone's got an uncooked sprout on a piece of string, and you try and knock it off. And Harry won the 3 of those. So that's Harry's plaque.
Dang, that's incredible.
Okay.
That's a whole other world right there.
I think it was a charity thing. So a quid or two, and it'd go towards charity. So your entry fee would go to charity and stuff.
Wow, man, that's awesome. Okay, I think we have one more. There you are.
So that's me in my Morris dancing kit on Boxing Day. So Boxing Day is a big thing in the UK. So everyone has a day off work. It's Christmas Day and Boxing Day. Everyone has off, really. Right. And Boxing Day, a lot of Morris sides around the country will dance on Boxing Day. So this is me just about to dance.
So Boxing Day is the 26th?
Yes. 26th.
Okay. All right.
So why do we not have any video of you actually doing this dance?
There probably is.
That's
somewhere.
There is. I think if you go way back on my YouTube channel, there's a second day of Cashmas vlog and it's me dancing.
Okay, very cool.
So,
Thanks,
if you
Owain.
search my name.
Yep, we're up to 1170. That's good. So I want to get some more more opinions on some of these items in the UK. So I want to bring Adam and Kathryn in. They're going to be on the next hour. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hi. Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
So have y'all been to England? Have y'all?
Yes, we have. Back in 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
So I know you've got to hear a little bit. I saw y'all in the green room, but what are some of your favorite Christmas items that you got from in the stocking? Not Christmas presents, but do you have any fond memories as kids about something that was in the stocking that you're like, this was incredible? Or
well, I always get a toothbrush, which
of course
isn't like, oh my gosh, yes, a toothbrush, but it's one of those things that you kind of hate to buy for yourself, or at least I do.
Right.
But, yeah, so I always my mom buys me toothbrushes.
Yeah, the stocking is usually the stuff that you need throughout the year and you don't want to buy for yourself, and usually things that don't really belong as a Christmas gift, but I mean,
right,
like socks and things like that.
Sometimes chocolate, candy,
chocolate can make its way in there. Yeah.
Gift cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gift
Sometimes
cards.
it can be like a little part of like a bigger gift, so kind of like a teaser kind of a thing.
Right. Electronic, yeah. So nowadays,
you might, like if you get a new PlayStation, it might be a game or a memory card, or they don't have that now.
But
but
that's stepping it up a little bit. A game, toothbrush, and a PlayStation game. Those are not even on the same level.
We had different Christmases, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds like
Catherine's right, because it was a mishmash. At least Owen, you're in the same boat that we are. But in fact, you're like, oh great. Socks, although sometimes that could be kind of cool too. But
hey, socks aren't a bad present. I like
socks. Are not a bad
I don't buy them
present.
for myself. So.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. All right. Well, we've kind of come to the end. It goes quick. At least I think it does. Even though I'm here for 8 of these. But Owen, thank you so much for the prizes. We're going to be giving away all these different 3D printed. I get to show all of them. How about the bison tube? There they all are. Owen gave us several prizes, so we're going to be giving those away. This one we didn't get a chance to talk to, but in Adam and Kathryn, this is all new news information for you guys. But typically, let's see if I got one around. But the geocaches that are hidden, I think I'd have a bison tube around. Anyway, small bison tubes. This is the giant version of the bison tube.
That is a giant bison tube.
It is a giant bison tube. So, but these are 3D
cool.
printed. Yeah, these are 3D printed, and this will be much easier to find in a tree than the typical bison tube that's hung in a tree. So anyway, again, Owen, thanks so much for the prizes, for the treats that I got this year. I got me one of those oranges, by the way, Jesse. Sorry, I didn't get sure.
Oh, you already have. We're going to get one. There's no doubt about it.
Right, the chocolate orange. But again, thanks so much, Owen. Thanks for being on the first hour. I know it's late there, but yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have. We want to, I'll get with you. We want to have you come back, and we'll do some more actual geocaching discussions. But again, this is Podcast to Hope is a great time to kind of mishmash. Like the next hour is mostly we're going to talk about other than geocaching, which is works perfectly for having Adam and Kathryn on for that hour. So anyway, again, thank you so much. We're going to get the hour reset and we'll get started in the next hour. But again, thanks for being on, and we'll talk to you soon. So thanks, Owen.
Thanks for having me.
Bye, Owen.
Yeah.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
So I got a note.
Cool.
Hi, how are y'all?
We're back again.
We're back again. Here we are, the next hour. I do want to mention something real quick. It's like I'm getting my producer is saying before the top of the hour, mention some of the stuff our donations go for. Oh yes, I definitely will. We will definitely do that. Thank you, Derek. We appreciate that. So again, thank you, Adam and Kathryn, for being on this hour.
Thank you for having us. We're honored to be here.
Absolutely. Yes. I have been a fan. Susan and I have been fans for a while now. We look forward every week to the videos. You guys are great. And I'll be honest, I don't say this, but you guys respond so fast to emails. I really appreciate that. I don't know if that's
actually not. It's bad.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be on my phone or checking things as much as I do. It's a problem. I guess it's a good problem. I like being responsive to people because I like that in return. So.
Yeah. So many things. We're going to show a couple of videos. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but hang with us, guys. We're going to do a little bit of some of the top of the hour resets for this for this podcast of hope. So I do want to mention, and that's a great item that Derek sent me to mention. So some of the things that the money that we raise goes to, and I guess now one of the cool things is we got this new system where when you give on the new Tiltify system, you will see some of the items, and I think that's really cool. So when I gave, and Adam and Kathryn thank you so much for giving as well, but they give you sort of a connection point, so you get an idea of some of the things. So I want to mention a couple of items that your gifts go to, which I think is important to kind of know a little bit about that. So,
and Gary, as you do that, let's get a total of how we landed with the first hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So, $11.75 for the first hour. So that's awesome.
Still got over 8,000 to raise.
Going up. There we go.
There you go. I like that's nice. I like that. It just went up live like that. So that's good.
Yeah. This is our new system that they provided to us.
It just went up again. Oh, this is exciting.
This is cool.
Yeah. Leave that up. Yep.
I've never seen a platform like this. This is awesome.
Yeah.
It's going up again. Now we're just going to get excited. Now people are just messing with us.
Yeah, you gotta keep us up the whole time. This is fun.
I like it. You know what? That's about what we needed from the first hour right there too. So that's good.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, everybody, for the donation. Yeah, this is the new system. They're wanting to. We actually got to meet this year with St. Jude and got some suggestions, and they suggest that we use this new system than the one we used to use. So I think that's really cool. But all right, I'll mention a couple things, and when we get started, we got a lot to cover this hour. Infant care supplies. You can supply for $50. It actually, infant care supplies can cover like up to 10 children with $50. Wagons can make traveling through the halls of St. Jude easier for parents and more fun for a young child. So those are cool. $70 will get you a wagon, or goes to that.
So before you go on, I got to tell the quick story about the wagon. So
yeah, go for it.
People are like, wagons, why do they need that? Well, in fact, and Christy, my wife, the CFO, she used to work at St. Jude, and she would tell me the stories too. And if you don't know, when you work there, you do know, but that wagon has the right of way. And actually all the children that are there have the right of way. Like if you get run over, you're in the wrong, because it's their place. It's not for the adults. It's their place. And it's supposed to be like super happy the whole time. And, there's none of this, like it's a hospital still. It's a research hospital, but it's also for kids, right? So if they're there, they're doing what they're doing. If you get hit by a wagon, you should have moved. So, because it's for the kids. It's not about, you got to get outside of yourself when you're there. And we'll talk more as the 8 hours go on, but the whole atmosphere of there is a happy, you're not sad. There's obviously you're dealing with disease, but it's a happy atmosphere the whole time. And it's cultivated that way on purpose. So that, the kids aren't brought down by what's going on. And everybody there is very aware of that too. If you ever get to Memphis, like maybe next July, If you get to get to Memphis and situations are right in the world where you can arrange a tour, I would absolutely recommend that to everybody. It'll absolutely change your life.
That's incredible. We've got a few more videos we'll show later on throughout the hours. We showed the video at the beginning, and there's some more that we're going to show. But so we're going to continue each hour to try to connect your giving with some things that happen at St. Jude. So Adam and Kathryn are vloggers, but also have full-time jobs, but yet sadly they have nowhere to live. Well, they kind of do. So tell people where you live. You live in a van down by the river, right?
We sure do.
Pretty much almost any river we want. Yeah, we live in a self-converted Sprinter van, a 2019 Sprinter van. And we travel mostly full-time all across North America, mostly the United States right now, and try to sprinkle in a little bit of international travel.
Someday,
one day.
Yeah, someday again. I
but
know.
our kind of like HQ, our headquarters is at her parents' house, and we're in Austin, Texas right now.
Yeah, so we're currently a van down in the driveway.
Yeah.
Right.
Luckily, they let us sleep inside.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, so I want to show a video, part of a video, and I'll stop it at points and kind of ask you guys. This is one of y'all's videos, but it gives people a little bit of, y'all's videos are incredible, but I'll get to that in a minute. So, all right, let me add this video, and we're going to show and discuss.
It's really
some of
cringy
that.
watching ourselves.
Yeah, actually,
our friends just made us watch ourselves at their house the other night. We've watched too much of ourselves this week. Yes.
Yeah, we've got a lot of vloggers, a lot of geocaching vloggers, and that's always the question: is do you go back and ever watch your old videos? And a lot of vloggers are like, no, I was there. I don't need to see it again.
Yeah.
Once it's up, nope.
I'm done with it.
Nope. Exactly. So I'm going to share it with audio. So let me get this right. Share screen.
That would make it more exciting for sure.
Yeah. Although they can do the dubbing.
You can dub over it and try to make your mouth think up what the sounds. That'd be great.
Yeah. So, all right. Here we go. So I'll let the producer figure out where he wants us.
We're in the same shirt. Perfect.
Hey, how about that?
We are Adam and Kathryn, also known as Adventures of A+K.
And welcome to our van.
We are so excited to finally give you the grand tour of our Sprinter van named Brisket, but real quick, we wanted to share a few stats about our van.
First of all, it's a 170 wheelbase 2019 Mercedes Sprinter. It's mostly the same as previous years, but a few slight differences here and there, mainly like the back windows.
We used 40 Hours of Freedom, also just known as Sarah and Alex James' van build guide, to plan our layout and to help us with our build. So if you follow them, you may notice that our van looks very, very similar to theirs. We honestly just thought their layout was perfect for our needs, and there's tons of ways to build a van, but it was just perfect for what we were trying to achieve and working on the road and everything, so we followed that. We also used Dynamo Ultima's van build guide to help us out a bit.
So most of the time while building the van, we flew back and forth from Seattle, which is where we lived, to here in Austin, Texas, which is where Kathryn's parents live. We used Kathryn's dad's help a lot to build the van. Without him, it would have been tough to do.
Thanks, Dad.
So yeah, he had the space, the tools, the know-how to help us out. So in total, it took us about 7 months to build it, and that's flying back and forth, working on it on the weekends when we're here. We traveled a little bit. It had some hiccups along the way. Things just take longer than you think. So
and working full time. So it wasn't like a full 100% focus on the van for 7 months. There was a lot of back and forth. So in total, it was probably like 3.5 months.
Yeah, I mean, we hoped to be on the road about a month ago, but again, it's so hot here, 100 degrees every day.
We're sweating.
Yeah, and
it just made it kind of a struggle at times. But 7 months to the day, we are done.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, cool.
So I did forget I need to mention the sponsors. Then we'll get back into, because I want to ask you guys a lot of questions about because I'm, you know, I've seen all the videos, but we need to share. We're sharing this with everybody else. So it's a fascinating thing you're doing, and so we'll get into that in a minute. So let me mention our gifts for this hour, or our sponsors for this hour, who have given prizes. Cachly, the foremost geocaching app, Cachly, Cachly.com. So thank you, Nick at Cachly, for that. Drives Cache Closet. They're giving away a 1-year premium membership. So Drives Cache Closet, they're offering the best prices on the geocaching products that you want. DrivesCacheCloset.com. Arted Crafted, artedcrafted.com. Creators of distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirt designs for you and your caching group. We can even print your path tag on a shirt so you can show off your path tag pride. Cache Canada. Cache Canada is about getting out of the house, onto the open road, trail or pathway, and finding geocaches. So thank you, Cache Canada, always, and thanks for being on last week, Dave, to the show. Owen we mentioned before, his 3D printed caches. We're giving away another of the 8 caches that we showed. So thank you, Owen, for the gift prizes to Podcast to Hope. Another one for this hour, Barb, aka Scrabble Hounds, has provided some great prizes every year, and this year she has swag bags and a gift box, where this hour is one of the swag bags that we showed, one of the 2 swag bags. Last hour we gave away 1 cache kin from Lisa at Cache Advance. This hour we're giving away 2 cache kins. Notice a pattern, they're going up. But when it gets to a certain point, we're going to switch to some other gifts, prizes. So Cache Advance, inspire and equip geocachers for fun and adventure. And this hour we are giving away another sponsor we haven't mentioned yet, which was Space Coast. So Space Coast is going to give away a prize. Space Coast Geo Store, operated by Dale and Barb Swinehart. They're great folk, and love talking with Dave and Barb. And we see them at events. We got to see them in Georgia at the last at the Going Caching event. So you can find their great products at spacecoastgeostore.com. So those are our sponsors for this hour. So
and there's our total update, 1365, which is 14% to the goal. That's kind of cool little percentage there. I like that.
Awesome. So, it's going up.
Going up again.
Going up again.
Nice.
So kind of give people a little bit of background on, because I've got some videos we're going to show later, but kind of give people a little bit of a background on first how y'all met, and then how did you come up with this idea of traveling and doing this? So
all right,
take it away.
we met in 2011 working at a burger place in Austin called Mighty Fine. We were friends for about a year, and then we started dating, and then a couple years later we got married, and we lived in Austin. Yay, woo! We've been married seven years now. So we lived in Austin after we got married, and we kind of just realized we wanted something different. We were planning to, build or buy a house in Austin, and we just one day realized we wanted to just go and explore and do stuff. We weren't really much of travelers at the time. We weren't really hikers at the time. At least I wasn't. And we decided to move across the country to Seattle. And living in Seattle, we just did stuff all the time, every single weekend. We were never home. We were constantly going
hiking, going to small towns around, going to Canada, going to Oregon.
Cool.
Yeah, just road tripping like crazy. And we started around that time learning that people travel full time. That was a thing people could do, and you didn't have to be like rich to do it. You could do it within a budget. And we started watching people who were traveling internationally. And so we were trying to think, how can we travel full time? We have a dog named Kona, so international was kind of off the table because she couldn't go with us. So then we learned about the whole van life thing, and and RVs and everything like that, and kind of weighed our options. And I'll never forget it. We were on a hike near Bend, Oregon, and we just decided we're going to make this happen. We're just going to get a van or get something and just road trip full-time around the US, and I had just gotten a remote job. I was about to start it like 2 days later. So that was kind of planned, sort of. But the whole going full-time thing happened around in 2018.
Okay.
And then we bought the van and then spent the 7 months, like the video said, converting it into our home.
Right. Yeah, it's fascinating when you, and I think most people who like to watch different vloggers, you know, I think I caught you guys, obviously, you know, catch it somewhere in the middle, and then I watch several, and Susan and I will watch them together and make, you know, and comment about, oh, we need to go there. And especially the summer, was we talked, I would send you an email and you obviously respond real quickly, but which is wonderful. But we kept, and I'm going to show some of Utah, because we had planned so much for Utah, and then weather was a mess. But what I did though was I went back and watched all the videos. I binge watched all the videos. Some people mentioned that to us. They're like, in fact, somebody mentioned it the other day to me, Jesse, that they went back to the beginning, and we've been doing this for 6 years. So,
that's a lot of videos to watch.
It is. But again, it's been fun to watch some of those videos and watch you guys, because you do such a great job. And I love, for people that want to know kind of more about reasons why I think that their vlogs are so great, is we're going to get into the travel and the hiking part of it here in a moment, but also you throw in some great food. You're almost like a food vlogger sometimes, which I love. And what's funny about that is, and it's so like a fanboy, it's like I need to not send them a lot of emails because they're going to think I'm some sort of weird stalker guy, because I'll send a note to I'll send a note. I know Kathryn's, you know, typically the one, obviously Adam's probably reading it, but Kathryn's responding. But I'm like, oh my gosh, I love those tacos. And you're like, yeah, or barbecue. So I do know that if I'm ever out with Adam and Kathryn, we won't have any problem, because we have the same taste in barbecue, tacos, and ice cream, which we'll get to those.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Again,
the three things on the food pyramid.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. But let's get back to the van for a moment. So, kind of explain to people a little bit about a typical week, because I think, well, you guys have talked about on your videos, it's like, it's not all fun and games, because, you know, you actually have jobs, and you do the vlog, you know, is you know, a nice little side thing. So, so tell people a little bit about how a typical week goes for you guys when you're on the road. Obviously right now it's kind of a tougher time, but like when you're like when you're in Utah or somewhere, what's a typical week look like?
Yeah, so a little bit of a correction. Well, I guess it's kind of a
Life
big correction.
update.
Yeah, so Kathryn, we're full time on our YouTube and working on our website now. So Kathryn was able to shuck the corporate job. So we're full time on this. So no corporate jobs now. So yeah, that was a huge accomplishment for this year.
Awesome.
So, yeah, we're pumped.
Yeah.
But it's still, we still have to work.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's just different kind of work, and our hours are much different, and we can be more flexible, which is nice. So that's the biggest change, is instead of working, you know, 15 hours a day between the two, I now just work like we just work like 12 hours a day for the one.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. But every week is like, every day and every week is so different. And it's definitely, I think, one thing that we don't stress it enough, because we share mostly just the fun stuff, but that's such a small portion of what our days and weeks actually look like, because we do have to work and we have to do chores and all of that stuff. So it's every day is different. It depends on kind of what we have going on that week.
I mean, a typical ideal week would be, we have 2 or 3 days where we film most of the day, or if it's 3, then we'll probably have like half days of filming, something like that. And then I guess 4 or 5 days of just working, or 3 or 4 days of just working on the computer, you know, editing the videos, writing up the blog posts and guides for the website. And then ideally we have a day off where we can kind of do maybe just a little bit of work and go do something fun off camera, catch up on sleep, yada, yada. But 9 weeks out of 10, that doesn't happen.
It hasn't happened yet.
Our keyword for our word of focus for the year for like the last 3, 4, 5 years has been balance. So we're still not working on that very well.
We're getting there though.
Slowly but surely.
We're getting there. We've been very conscious of making changes in the last few months to ensure that we're not constantly so tired and we're just not burnt out and everything. It's just, it has been really, it's more challenging than we like let on, but we don't always be negative and talk about how hard it is either. Cause we're very fortunate that we get to do this. You know, we get to see so many incredible places, and we always like to say our life is kind of exactly like it was when we lived in an apartment in Seattle. We had to do chores, cook, work, all of that. The difference is we can do that stuff from anywhere, but then it brings other challenges.
But we still got to do it. So we got to figure out how to do it. Where's the grocery store? Where do we get water? Where can we do this and this? Do we have enough power to get us through all this? And Wi-Fi doing okay. So.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah. It's something that the Aussie geocacher, he traveled across the country in a van he'd rented, and he's commenting in the chat room. Good friend of ours, Craig. So he mentions that he just subscribed.
All right.
Thank you.
Loving van life. So yeah, definitely subscribe. I should have mentioned that at the beginning because they're incredible. But he does mention something that I did not know anything about until I started watching y'all's channel. And he mentions this. He says Walmart parking lot boondocking. And he laughs about it. But tell people about boondocking, because I did not know anything about this.
Yes.
Boondocking in general, or boondocking at Walmart?
Just boondocking in general. I did not know about any of this, but yeah, Walmart, I guess, is one of the spots you could go to.
That's the last straw. Yeah, that's the last resort. Because obviously it's not very scenic, but yeah, boondocking is just essentially camping out on land where you don't have power to hook up to or water, so you're very self-sufficient and camping out there for as long as you want, really. I mean, up to a limit. Here in the States, there's a 2-week limit on, it's called BLM land. It's government free public land. It's owned by the people. So, but you can stay out there for 2 weeks normally.
Which is more common out west. So out west, there's a ton of free public land. So when we're out west, we basically sleep in not always like the most gorgeous locations, but typically always on land where we're, we have some space from other people. We can open our doors if we want. We can hang out outside. And a lot of the spots have cell service, which is really nice too. So we can work. We don't have to really leave at all until we run out of power and gas and water.
Right.
But there's this other kind of boondocking, which is more like parking lot boondocking. So like Walmart's, not all Walmarts let you stay overnight. It really depends on where you are and their rules, but there are different apps that we use to see if the Walmart will let you. And we usually call and double check as well. Cracker Barrels also let you sleep overnight sometimes Cabela's. So you just basically, you're literally just parked in a spot or off to the side, wherever they want you to go. And you just sleep in the parking lot. And it's one of those things where we try to show up as late as we can and leave as early as we can, because it's not the best, but we're glad it's an option.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's something that you're gonna say something, Jesse?
Yeah, I guess so. It seems like it might be easier too with your Sprinter van as opposed to like a 25-footer, right? So you're not taking up a lot of space. You can pull that into a regular parking spot, right?
Yeah, we're maybe a little big, but we can mostly make it work.
Yeah.
So not going to fit in the compact spot for sure.
No, definitely not.
Ooh, 1785. That's awesome.
Okay.
Keep it
All right.
The goal.
Thanks, everybody. Yes. It's great seeing everybody on there. Yeah. One of the things too, I think that I've really appreciated watching the videos of you guys is that you've got such a great attitude. And that's I know your parents raised you guys right, because you've had some challenges, especially this past year, with the damage to the van and just videotaping, I guess let people know, I know
Life.
It's sort of a negative experience, but you guys had such a great attitude about it. So I guess give people a little bit of that. And then I want to show a video about you guys going to Utah. So I guess tell people about some of the downsides, I guess, of what can happen, I guess.
It's scary knowing that our van is not just our only method of transportation, but it's also our home. Like that's always a concern, is just keeping the van, you know, being safe in general and keeping the van from getting damaged. And we had our van hit at the Mesa Verde National Park parking lot. We just went to an overlook, came back, someone smashed into the bumper and they were no longer there. There was no note, of course. Adam, I love when Adam explains just like his reaction when he saw it.
Yeah, so there's a parking lot. We're walking down the paved path, and there's bushes there, so you can't see the parking lot until you come around, turn the corner. So I look left, and I see the van, and like something looks off, and I check my eye. I literally wiped my eyes. Like, is there like a big dent in the bumper?
We were just so shocked. We were gone for like 20 minutes. How did this even happen? And, you know, we did call the park rangers to, you know, file a police report and deal, you know, but the hardest part with that is that since it's our home, you know, having it get worked on was a big ordeal because we move around a lot. So we couldn't really commit because we had stuff planned. We were like, okay, there's only like a couple options of where we can get this fixed and we can commit to being there. And then also just the fact that we'd have to get a hotel or something, and that's an expense, but thankfully our insurance is really good and they helped us out a lot. But, you know, just having to make sure that they didn't take their sweet time working on the van because we really needed it. It's our house.
Yeah. Most of the places we call, they're like, oh yeah, bring it by if you can drop it off. You know,
like 3 weeks. And we're like, what? We can't have a hotel for 3 weeks.
If you let us stay in it, maybe, but most of them wouldn't.
Yeah. But one thing, you know, we have a lot like more little things that happen that go wrong that just aren't on camera because we're just not filming. It feels like usually the bad things happen on days we're not filming or the stressful times. So we try to stay as positive as we can. And I think vlogging has kind of helped us become more positive at times just because we don't ever want to be like womp womp all the time.
Right.
So and just van life in general, you have to be much more go with the flow, which is not my personality type. I'm like type A, like that's not my personality type, but it's really helped me just kind of let go of some of control and just let life happen. So.
Right. No, incredible. So let's show, and I'm going to stop it at some points and we'll talk about it, but I want to show the Utah one first. And I'm going to show a Vermont one too, but we'll start with the Utah one. So let me bring that one up and we'll, like I said, we'll go through it and I'll kind of stop it at some points, ask you guys some stuff, but I think people will enjoy this. Working hard there.
Yeah. Keep pulling into a rest area like that. There's an example.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. No, this is nicer.
That's a good one there too.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the video.
No, you're good. That's why we're doing this. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
We've got some big news. After 4 months living with Kathryn's parents in Austin, we have officially left the state of Texas and we are back on the road.
We went back and forth for months about when we should hit the road again. And while we had a great time in Texas, we really, really missed living in our own home, which is this van. So we've decided to move to southern Utah for 2 months. Our goal when hitting the road again was to find a general area to live in our van and just do local adventures around that area. That way we have limited interactions and we're moving a lot slower than before. And you may be wondering, why southern Utah? And there are a handful of reasons. And one big one is that there's tons of free places to camp at night. And a lot of them have cell phone service. So
one of the things that...
what that means is we can...
I'll go back.
Slower than before for 2 months. Our goal when hitting the road again was to find a general area.
So there's Kona, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yay, Kona.
Kona.
So it's Adventures of A plus K plus K.
To live in our van and just do local adventures around that area. That way we have limited interactions and we're moving a lot slower than before. And you may be wondering, why southern Utah? And there are a handful of reasons. And one big one is that there's tons of free places.
So one of the things we will get into here in a moment too, and that is the really quality vlogs, you guys, and being able to capture some of this. And we'll get into, because I know some people are very interested in what all you use and the drone here is great, but we'll get to that here in a minute.
Cool. Places to camp at night, and a lot of them have cell phone service. So what that means is we can be out in nature. We're not going into towns nearly as much. And when we were out east and like in the Midwest, I guess last year, we basically sleep in Walmarts and Cracker Barrels every single night, which means we're hopping from parking lot to parking lot to parking lot, from town to town every single day. So now we can kind of just stay put in one spot and be really isolated.
There's also tons of outdoor adventures we can go on where we can be socially distant from people. The weather this time of year in southern Utah is incredible, which is very important when you live in a van and you have a special dog friend with you. And there's 5 national parks. We've been to 2. We want to visit the other 3 and go back to the other 2.
So we've already been driving for about 11 hours. We left Austin yesterday, and we're currently just outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico, camping at a pretty sick free camp spot for the night. So we're just going to relax for the rest of the night. And then tomorrow we are going to finish the final 5-ish, 6-ish hours to Utah. Wait, was that real?
No, but I did actually spill it.
Oh, no.
So one of the things that I appreciate, again, is coffee. See, I mentioned tacos, barbecue, and ice cream, and I forgot to mention coffee.
You gotta add coffee in there.
The 4
I
pillars
had to,
of life.
right? Because you guys find some really awesome coffee spots, which so as you go through the vlogs, that's one thing that I've appreciated. You two also, the good thing is that you both kind of pick something different, which is kind of great for a video because you get variety. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. So let me get to some of y'all's
Starbucks, everyone.
Yeah.
Only the must.
Well, at 5 a.m.
scenarios.
nothing's open but
Yeah.
Starbucks.
Right.
No.
And they're everywhere. So
Yeah,
you can
it's
always find
reliable.
one.
It's reliable. Yeah, it's usually pretty good.
One of the things that, again, I can appreciate by watching other people do it is you guys get up so bloody early in the morning to go these places. It's amazing.
That's our number one tip. Again, when we go places like go hiking, stuff like that. I mean, if you've seen our videos, you know we say it a lot. Like, if you want to avoid people and have the best chance of being there by yourself, go early.
And for some people, that's not a priority, but for us, one, we just prefer to not have a ton of people around, and also when we're filming, it's way more awkward if there's a lot of people around. It just makes filming harder. And Kona's kind of a difficult dog, so the more people, the more dogs out. It's just, there are a lot of reasons, but it always pays off.
Always works.
Almost always. There have been a couple times where it's not.
Right. Well, yeah, because there's been a couple times that you even mentioned in your videos where you're like, we got here too early because they won't let us in yet.
National Park. It was a bad day. They thought we slept there overnight because we were there so early, and we had got pulled over. It was not a good day.
Not a good day. That was a bad day, but I agree though. Most of the time, which is nice, is that you'll see in your videos, you'll mention like, we got here, we got to this arch, before everybody else. So we got to great videos. We only passed people going the opposite direction, which is great because you got all the way out there, got great video, and then when you're coming back, you're seeing people, which is like yes,
perfect.
It doesn't matter as much then. So
right,
that's perfect. So what are for people that are out there, and we mentioned a couple things that as far as planning, get there early. What are some other things that tend to come to mind when you're thinking about giving somebody some quick advice about when you're out going to some of these parks? What's another item that you would give as advice?
And more along with a planning kind of thing. Getting there early is, especially in today's world over the last couple of years, a lot of parks and places, there's like timed entry, or you have to have some kind of permit to get in, where in the past you didn't. So like a lot of the state parks here around Austin, you've got to book your entry, before you get there, because they're only letting in a certain amount of people within a window, kind of a thing. So if you're gonna go all the way across the country, like, make sure that what you're gonna go see is open and things like that, and you can get in but when you get there. So we've heard like horror stories where some guy drove from Northeast to the Antelope Canyon,
Yeah, in Arizona,
and they got there and they're like, it wasn't even open. But if you would have checked on Google, you can see
it's not open, or it wasn't.
It wasn't. I don't know if it is now.
And it's not necessarily a COVID thing.
No.
It's also like a lot of these parks, like Rocky Mountain National Park. I was just writing about it yesterday, so it's very fresh on my mind. Is they're trying to have the timed entry again next year because it's just the park's so busy. It's not even because of like trying to reduce crowds necessarily for COVID reasons. It's more just the parks are getting really overpopulated, and it causes a lot of negative impact on the parks. So that's something that I think more places will be doing moving forward. So you just have to check and set reminders to get up and try to get those permits. They're really hard to get sometimes, but we also try to provide tips on that when we can, like how we get permits for stuff, because you just have to have like really fast fingers on your computer.
Yeah, so I mean, when you're planning, your major things, you want to really research that stuff, but of course leave some room for spontaneity for like little things once you get there. So maybe have a few backup plans for stuff and places to eat and things like that.
Also, the national parks get all of the attention, but state parks can sometimes be just as beautiful, if not more. And usually they're less crowded too. So we went, this wasn't even a state park, but in Colorado with my brothers, this was off camera, so we haven't really shared this, but we did this hike near Rocky Mountain. It did require a permit, but we were able to get one the night before just fine. And it was way less busy than Rocky Mountain and just as beautiful. So there are other options too. So we're trying, we want to visit the national parks, but we also have really loved the state parks. So trying to look more into those when we travel.
Yeah.
Hi, William. Thank you.
William mentions loves the videos. Yes. Which is funny because you mentioned Rocky Mountain. Jesse lives right next to Rocky Mountain National Park.
And haven't been able to get in there in quite a while because the reservations. It's so hard to get in.
Yeah, you're like,
you have to really plan ahead. Yeah,
which is funny.
It is a beautiful area, and the area around it is beautiful too. And Estes Park is at the entrance to it, and there's tons of areas to explore, but it does get very, very crowded.
Yeah,
which it makes sense. They're doing the reservation, the timed entries now.
So, Kathryn, where's the place y'all went? Because Jesse probably is familiar with it. He lives in Loveland, so he's up that way. So,
Lake Isabel. It was in the Brainerd Lakes recreation area or something. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
That's how I say it. So I don't know if either one of us are right, but the whole area there, there's so much to explore, even if you can't get into Rocky Mountain National Park. And it's like that in many places. The areas around it are also amazing. So
it's not like the scenery just stops at the park boundaries.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's walled off after that. So.
Yeah. Albedo mentions about Dead Horse Point State Park in Utah. That's a great one.
Yeah, we saw an awesome sunset there. That was so beautiful.
Yeah, that's another great, another tip that I learned from you guys, but you can maybe comment on, and that is this app. So tell people what this app has meant, because I'm thinking of some videos about this, but the All Trails map app. So tell people why this map is so great.
That app is clutch. It's worth every penny. I think it's only $30 a year for the pro membership. You can find tons and tons of trails on there. That's a lot of times where we find a lot of these epic trails that we find. But you can record your activity basically. And it'll track like your time, like mile by mile, and it'll give you the elevation gain, and you can see it in very more visual way. And it's also like kind of like you can see that.
Yeah.
See how the elevation gains and stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And you can see exactly where along the mileage, like where that big elevation might be and things like that.
So when we're dying, we're like, is this the hard part? We're like, no, it's not. It's coming.
And say like the trail is tricky to kind of follow sometimes. If you veer off, it'll give you a warning that you're veering off the trail. And then another one that's really cool with the pro membership is when you're researching, or if you want to go back and look, you can do like a 3D map and like really like kind of twist and turn the map however you want and see different views of the trail. It's really cool for those really mountainous ones. That's a really cool feature.
That's cool.
Update.
Sorry.
We're up to 1985, so we're almost hit the
All
2000.
right.
That's very
All right.
good.
Woohoo! Keep
That's
going,
awesome.
people.
Close.
One more feature of all trails is just reading the reviews.
Yeah,
like
that's a huge one.
that's not only important just to, it's just nice to see what people have to say about the hike. They might say like, oh, the view's not worth it, or, they'll give their opinions and you can kind of decide if you want to do the hike or not. But it's also really important to be able to see like the recent conditions. So people will say there's still snow on the trail, or, you might need spikes to get through this section, or the thing's flooded, it's impassable, or the road's really rough, like certain things like that to really help you just make sure you're going to be prepared and be safe on a hike. So that's one of our favorite things about it. And that's for anyone. It's free. That part's free.
Yeah. And it's the best, like, collection, like all in one place. You get all this information that we found, across any other site. So it's a very handy app. And
we
website.
love All Trails.
Yeah, it's a great app. We use it all the time for that exact thing that you mentioned, to see in Colorado, what are the conditions of the trails before you go. And there's almost always a recent feedback. So you can check and see what it is in the last couple of weeks, because it can be completely snow-packed or it can be dry as a bone, and you won't know. You can't tell any other way, really. I don't know how else to find it. That's what we use it for mostly.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially where you live.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Up their way. Yeah. So, we call her CFO. That's Jesse's wife. Christine mentions they use All Trails all the time when they hike. So one of the things I've appreciated, one of the other things I appreciated about the videos, other than the food, which we'll get to that in a minute, but you guys, when we're talking hiking, we're talking about some serious hiking. You guys really get into it. So let people know how many, and many of them have been this year, but how many top of the state's highest points have you guys done? Texas, New Mexico, have y'all added them all up? Which ones have y'all done?
I think it's 6.
6 now?
Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, South Dakota, New York, and Vermont.
Okay. New Hampshire too?
No, we didn't attempt that one. The weather can be really gnarly up there. And it looked like a nice day, but we just didn't want to risk it. Yeah, especially with Kona and stuff. Yeah.
One of the things too that I've appreciated, Planet Fitness members do all the, okay.
Yes, we are. We weren't for a bit. It's primarily to shower. We have weights, like a set of dumbbells, adjustable dumbbells in the van, but we definitely prefer working out in a gym environment. But we've loved working out at the gym for years, but lately it's less often.
Yeah, I mean, we have a shower in the van, but sometimes it's just easier to go into the gym and conserve water, like especially in the East when sometimes it's hard to come by water. So we want to conserve it as long as we can. Showers can take a good chunk of that.
And they're only like 2-minute showers in the van.
So short, they can still take a bit.
So it's nice to go to the gym and like have it really like hot and just like stand there as long as you can, because you can, because you're not paying the water bill either. Sorry, Fitness.
Yeah.
They know. It's okay.
Yeah.
They know.
Sometimes we walk in just to shower and I feel really awkward. I'm like, they're going to see we walked out in like 20 minutes and they're going to know we didn't work out. But I think they expect it of us van folks at times.
Right. So let's show a little bit of another video. And then I want to talk about some of the items that you've got in the notes there, Adam, as far as some of the things y'all use, because again, we have a lot of people that are on that are vloggers, and other people that like to fly drones. And so let's talk a little bit about that, but I want to show some video and then you guys we can talk about that a little bit. So I want to show, this is more recent. This was trip to Vermont this year, correct?
Yes, it was wonderful.
Loved it.
Vermont. Yeah, it was wonderful. We have people on from
Vermont. The last
Vermont.
few days we've been exploring Vermont for the first time. We've learned about maple syrup, biked around Burlington, enjoyed fall activities in Stowe, and hiked through fog to the highest point in the state, Mount Mansfield.
And for our final Vermont adventure, we've driven to an area called the Northeast Kingdom to spend a day hiking near Lake Willoughby, the second deepest lake in Vermont.
Wow, that is pretty.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
It was like a fjord. It was so gorgeous, and that Vermont as a whole, but that area just blew us away.
Is incredible. So tell people a little bit about, because these are incredible shots, and I think these really do give so much more richness, I guess, to the vlogs, but kind of tell people a little bit about the drone.
So we have a Mavic Air. Yeah. So the DJI Mavic Air. It's
a couple years old.
It's a few years old now, and it's probably like on their lower end of stuff. And we're hoping to upgrade that this year to probably the Mavic Pro or Pro 2
or the Air 2S.
Yeah,
our friends have that one, and it looks nice. So we have to research more. We've recently upgraded a lot of camera gear, so we have to wait a bit to do that. So
exactly, got to do them in stages.
Yeah.
So obviously most people I think know that you have to do your due diligence, check and see that you can fly your drone and such. But do you? Craig mentions about how'd you find getting your Part 107 license? Whatever.
It wasn't as bad as I think a lot of people dread. It's so there's a resource that I found online that it's a YouTube video. It's like 3 hours long. It's this guy just kind of going through a lecture of the different sections, but he's not entertaining, but he makes it not super boring. But he answers, kind of all the questions that you might have. And I just watched that 2 or 3 times, and he has a study guide to go along with it, and it's free on YouTube. And that was really all I did. And it worked out great. I think I got an 80-something%, like 88 or something, and passing first try. So yeah, the drone license is,
you want to explain why you need it?
Yeah, so I got it because it's drone stuff is kind of like a gray area. You need a license if you're doing commercial things. You're flying a drone for commercial, so making money. A lot of real estate people, stuff like that. But we kind of make money off of it. It goes into our videos and we make money off of that. So we just wanted to make sure that we were covering ourselves. So I got the license, and it's good for 2 years. And there's like a renewal. I think it's the same test, but maybe fewer questions that you have to do. But flying the drone, you follow the same rules really, whether you have the license or not. So there's a general guidelines, like you can't fly higher than 400 feet. Don't fly over people. If it's raining, if it's super, super foggy or cloudy, you've always got to be able to see it. Can't fly at night, things like that, whether you have the license or not, and make sure that the area you're in, you can fly. National parks are obviously no-go. Some state parks, it just depends. I use an app called AirMap that is pretty good for that. And then some areas is a controlled airspace where you can apply for a permit to do it, and usually you get it back really quick.
It's like instant.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
cool.
A lot of times, like there was one in Hawaii that was, the airport was right there, and normally you can't fly around airports for obvious reasons, but they give the option to apply for like a little permit. So did it and got her back real quick, and we were able to.
Usually just have to stick to a lower altitude. So like instead of 400 feet, it's like depending on how close you are, sometimes it's like 100 or 200. So
right.
Do you have to spend a lot of time researching that when you get to a new area to make sure you're not violating any local laws or where you can fly and where you can't?
What's hard is that the apps that we use, like AirMap, will tell you most of the time if you can or cannot fly. But then like you'll see a state park on there that's not covered, in like wilderness areas sometimes. Like you can't fly in wilderness areas. And most state parks won't let you, but sometimes that doesn't show up on AirMap. So basically anytime like we're making it, just like we're researching, we Google it as well and just try to get more info, because sometimes it's not as obvious, but we're very much rule followers, and we do not want to get in trouble. And he can't, having that license would get him in more trouble.
It's almost like a curse to have the license, because you can get in more trouble, like fined and get it taken away and things like that. But if you just were recreationally out there flying it without it, they just tell you to take it down. So the rule following thing and the gray area thing is is tricky because there was one in Utah that a lot of them they'll let you fly it in the state parks, but this one, I was trying to get you can fill out a permit to get it in the office, and the guy was like, "Oh, the guy for that's not here," and and it was like an hour-long process just to get the paperwork. And normally, like, if you just go and do it, they don't care. So
yeah, he basically told us just go and do it, and we won't say anything. So
after an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Have you run into any like serious problems anywhere, or any real difficulties?
With rules and laws and things, no. But there was one time in Colorado, along the
it's like on the road between Durango and Silverton.
And we were at this awesome overlook, just mountains everywhere, and I was up flying it. It was going great, and then all of a sudden it just starts going way that way and not responding, and I can't see what it's doing. It was a good 30 seconds. It was just going
to the mountains.
And I'm like, Kathryn, it won't come.
No.
I don't know. Fix it. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to work the app very well. He always flies it, so
yeah, that was pretty terrifying. But eventually, it just came back on, and I was able to fly it back, and it was a traumatic experience.
Yeah, it was kind of scary.
Oh no.
Yeah, that would be not a good day if you lost your drone.
Yeah,
no,
a lot of money.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary, can you pull that total back up again?
Is that you to pull it up? Bring up I think we're over 2,000 now. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Over 2,000 now. That's good.
Woohoo. Nice. Starting to get toward the end of our time together. I'd love to have you all on again. We didn't even try to coax you into doing geocaching, but we'll get into that another time. But so we have a lot of people who have the good puppy dog. So one of the things that Jesse just got a new puppy.
9-month-old.
9-month-old.
Congrats.
I don't know that he would fit in your van though. He's a little bigger. It's a Mastiff. He's about 130 something so far.
Oh wow!
So he'd be a little harder to travel with in a Sprinter van.
Yeah, for sure. Tough, yeah. He needs his own van.
It's one extra. It's basically an extra person.
Yeah.
Kona's not small. Well, medium-sized dog. I would consider Kona,
like 33 pounds.
She's kind of short. And
obviously, you have to check, and it looks like from the videos, and you can tell, explain maybe more, but it looks like you can get Kona on trails part of the time. Is that a way to put it? I mean, half the time, maybe, or
sorry.
We try to stick to a lot of trails that she can come with us. And national parks is a bummer that she can't there.
Most of them,
yeah. Some of them have a little leniency, but we try to stick to stuff that she can come with.
Sometimes we just need a break though, so she just doesn't hike with us, even though it is dog friendly. Just because we have our home with us, so she'll stay in the van. If we're not going to be gone too long, and if the weather's good, so the van's cool enough, and we even have like a security system we can keep an eye on her while we're gone. But sometimes we just need a break because she's a handful of a dog. That's something the videos don't show, but that's because usually it's very embarrassing when she acts out in public.
Oh, sure.
So we're not filming that. She's a pit Jack Russell Dachshund, we think, which is a very unique mix.
That is
very interesting behavior between some of those breeds, like the Jack Russell's known and for
high energy.
Yeah, she's
on edge a lot, just always looking for something to go off.
Yeah, she's a lot of work, but we love her, and she's gone through extensive training, so she's much better than she used to be. But it's still like even just taking in the van, she's great.
But the sweetest dog,
Oh, she's so sweet. Yeah. We love her so much. She has a very fun personality, despite also having like a terror personality.
She's one that distracts around, she's gonna be distracted.
Right.
Do you ever run into, and this is probably just part of your research too, there's definitely breed restrictions in certain parts of the country and certain cities. Have you run into any issues with that, or you just research ahead of time and you know what's going on?
We know she can't go to Ontario and Canada. I mean, because she's part pit. My dad last night was like, she doesn't look pit. I'm like, I think she kind of does. I don't know how strict they are with that. I think like Denver used to have a pit rule, but she got trained in Denver. So I guess we just disregarded that rule. You know, when we lived in an apartment, we know that, we say we're rule followers, but this is one we, I guess, don't really research. But, you know, we know like sometimes Airbnbs will have restrictions, and we live in an apartment. Apartments are notorious for doing that. But since she's such a mix, like we can kind of skirt by those.
So slide in.
Yeah, you can just. This is a Dotson. What are you talking about? This is not a tip.
Oh, we need a.
This is pure Dotson.
So last year, from what we could see from the audience, you get to a lot of places. What's kind of can you share? I guess you don't give away too much, but can you share a little bit about some of the plans that you have that you can share for 2022?
We will be announcing what we're up to soon, so
Good.
to not fully give it away.
You spill the beans? Come on, you're on live. Let's go. Come on.
We have this whole like series planned for next year, like a whole journey.
Oh, we're looking forward
somewhere
to that.
In the van.
Okay.
I mean, it's not South America, so don't get too excited or Mexico. But we're planning to do like a really big, like for the first 8 months of the year, like a really big US road trip. And then we're really hoping to spend a lot more time going abroad after that. We're hoping everything will be a little bit better by then. Plus just with being in the van, once we're in the van, we like to stay in it for a while and then hopefully go abroad next year, at least once, maybe twice, and then a lot in 2023. We like to think really far ahead because there's like so many things we want to do. So.
No, it's because it's fun to go back to old places, but then again, you're like, we've been here, so and y'all are great.
Next year will be a mix for us. A mix of places we've been to not on camera, so that's nice, and then like so many places we've never been to and are totally up our alley, and we cannot wait to explore. We're very, very excited for next year. For sure. It's gonna be a really good year.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, we can't wait for. Yeah, we can't wait for it either because, people in the chat room are giving me a hard time because I always spill the beans before I'm supposed to. So,
don't tell Gary any secrets. Just so you know, don't tell him any secrets.
Don't tell me where you're going. I'm gonna email Kathryn and go, come on, tell me because don't tell me.
I can tell you.
Do not tell Gary.
That big of a secret.
I'll share it. So Adam, don't make sure she doesn't tell me because I'm bad about that.
Yeah, I can testify to that. He will immediately tell everybody.
Well, you two have been great. Thank you so much for being on tonight. It's been wonderful. Again, we love it. Didn't even get to talk much about the food. We'll have to come on. We'll have you on again. We'll talk about food because I know Kathryn tries mostly to eat gluten-free, which Susan sort of perks up and likes to hear more about that. I've told you about that. She's always looking for gluten-free tips of places to go. But again, thank you you guys so much for this, and we'll look forward to having you on again, and also to see the new videos as they come out. So
we'll have it in the show notes for our audience. But tell us, everybody, again, where they can find you, how they find your channel, everything else right before we close out.
Yep. So we're Adventures of A+K, Adam and Kathryn, and Kona. She's here too. But on YouTube, Adventures of A+K, Instagram, Adventures of A+K.
When you can't put a plus sign, just spell out plus.
Yeah. So and then our website, adventuresofa+k.com, spell out the plus, and we have all kinds of travel guides. We're trying to cover everywhere we go. We have a big backlog, but we're catching up over this holiday break.
Cool.
Look for a lot of new guides coming out soon, and there's already a bunch of stuff up there too. So if you're planning on going somewhere soon, we might have something there for you.
Awesome.
That's great.
Yep. Be in the show notes. But again, thank you guys so much. And
thank you for having us.
You bet.
Have a nice holiday, everyone. Thanks for everyone that tuned in.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'll send you an email later about how we ended up. So
all right, awesome. Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. It was nice chatting with you.
Oh, 2040 so far. Awesome. Yep.
Yeah, 2040. We're getting there. We need to get going faster though. I know 8 hours sounds like a long time, but 8 hours to get to $10,000 is not that long. So there we go. Okay, it just jumped up.
There we go. 2070.
2070. That's even better.
Let's bring in our 6 Did I get the right hours? Or they all run together for me. The 6 o'clock hour, folks. There they are.
Hour 3. Let's say hour 3. That's easier.
Hey,
how are you?
Great.
Hey.
So there's Mike.
New York. It's a 7 o'clock hour for us.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
This
so
is after bedtime.
there's Richard and Mike.
The 5 o'clock hour for me, so it's different for everybody.
He's in Mountain Time. I'm in Central. We're all kind of in different hours, so that's fine.
You're not one of those people who believes that the world is spherical, are you?
No, don't be silly. Come on.
Well, we could.
This is a modern show.
Richard,
what are you talking about? We don't believe that silly stuff.
How much better if the world's flat?
Yeah.
Well, funny you should mention that. We do have somebody who's actually can give us some actual hands-on empirical information about that. So Richard will ask you about that in a moment. But all right, let's get this hour cranked up and we'll get into it. So
welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual podcast of hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
All right, we're going to get into sponsors, but before I do that, I want to say thank you to Mike and Richard for being on this hour. So thank you guys so much. And
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, awesome. All right, let me get first into mention our sponsors for this hour. Cachly, the foremost geocaching app. So Nick has provided free apps. Everybody gets an app. You get an app, and I get an app. So he's giving away a couple apps every hour. Thank you, Nick, for doing that. Also, Drive's Cache Closet. Offering the best prices on the geocaching products you would want. And he's giving away a free premium membership this hour and every hour. So thank you for that. DrivesCacheCloset.com. Artedcrafted. Artedcrafted.com. Creators of distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirt designs for you and your caching group. They can even print your path tag on a shirt, so you can show off your path tag pride. So artedcrafted.com. Cache Canada, providing a path tag every hour. Thank you, Cache Canada, Dave and Karen. Cache Canada about getting out of the house, onto the open road, trail or pathway, and finding geocaches. Thank you, Cache Canada. This hour, we're also giving away the box, the custom box that Scrabble Hounds Barb has provided. So actually have it right here. So
very good looking box.
Yeah. So let me show you
show us what that looks like.
It's really cool. It's kind of got the was it bingo? No. Bingo, right? These little bingo things.
Like the numbers of the fizzy grid, all 81 spots.
Right, all 81 spots. It's a bingo thing. So she made that, and it's full of nice little trinkets. So that's good. So thank you,
how
Barb,
would somebody win one of these prizes, Gary?
You could win one of these prizes if you were to donate to St. Jude. There's the information about that. You can go to podcastofhope.com, and from there you can give to our goal of reaching $10,000. So
do we want to touch on, since we're in a new hour, and later on these will all be separated out after the live show, right? Just a couple of, and I know you have it in the notes, a couple of things that the money would go towards. So none of that goes to us, obviously.
No,
it's for St. Jude, but even little amounts help out. So you want to go over some of those real quick, because we're hoping to get 10,000 by the end. That'll do some good support, but even small amounts do things, right?
Absolutely. So one of them, and we'll show a really short video too of this one here in a moment, but parties to celebrate birthdays, holidays, and the coming off chemo, $75 is typically what they're using to create these little celebrations. St. Jude provides parties, decorations, cakes, more to keep spirit high during the holidays and to celebrate special occasions. So that is one of the critical items. So let's show the fast video, short video about the parties.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day. But now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door. You don't get chemo anymore.
Hey.
Yeah, how can you not love a place that has that kind of environment, considering the serious work they're doing?
Absolutely. Yeah, very true. All right. So this hour, our guests are Richard Garriott and Mike Dubno. So we got a lot to cover, a lot to talk about. But I guess first I want to ask how you two guys even met. That's kind of
well, hey, let me jump in here first, because I want to introduce you guys to Mike, because we're in Mike's house.
Oh, cool.
We're in Mike's basement, which is an amazing place, and hopefully, as we're talking tonight, we'll get a chance to pull some stuff that is squirreled around. But you might see all the tools on the wall. Mike's basement here is a full machine shop, so that whenever we're going to go out on expeditions, we build a lot of the equipment that we take on expeditions here in this machine shop. And we built geocaches here in this machine shop, including for our latest expedition, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
Right.
But we met 8 years ago, something like that.
It was longer than that, and it feels
even longer. It feels like forever.
Yeah, we met about 12 years ago, 13 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, but Mike is. We both have a way back history in the early days of video games.
Right.
I stayed in that field. He went off and did more serious kind of professional stuff with finance and bullshit like that. It's pardon my language.
No, I mean the same kind of finance thing. So I worked with different types of ogres.
Different.
Oh, there you go. Different ogres. That's good.
Different.
I love that.
But we both share this passion for not only exploring and geocaching, but building stuff you take with you on those expeditions.
But just a little bit. So the way we met is we were introduced by someone who's no longer a mutual friend.
Oh wow, that's kind of weird. It happens.
Like him. Richard has problems, and it was because my brother and I used to run an event called Gadget Off, where we'd bring inventors, signs and stuff. Where we'd bring inventors, artists, thinkers together. And in fact, I think you noticed that I was involved with First Robotics. Dean Kamen has been there. The head of DARPA has keynoted, Jeff Bezos, etc. So we used to, just to name drop.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, good job. I like it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So our mutual friend introduced us, and Richard was in Austin, or he was
transitioning,
going into space, something trivial or
something like that.
Yeah, as one does.
We became fast friends ever since. In fact,
awesome.
We haven't left this workshop since.
Yeah,
I'm here all the time.
You're locked in. Yeah.
So
blink for us if you need help. If you're being held against your will, just blink. He can't see you right now. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Wait a minute, it's my house.
Yeah, so Mike mentioned, or I did some research, and I mentioned that to Mike too. But look, I got a first.
Oh, look.
Medal.
Wait a minute.
Nice.
Yay.
Is that a participation medal, or is that from True?
No, we won. We were first at first. How about that?
Wow. Bravo.
Nice.
Bravo.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. That was in the not the like the regionals. I mean, it was a regional, but it wasn't like the next level.
Still, man, that rocks.
Yeah, this is in Houston.
That's
how
real
about that,
street
Richard?
cred. That is real, honest street cred.
This was actually.
Are you saying you're auctioning that?
No. Are you kidding me?
That one's not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere. But yeah, this was team from Dallas that I was involved. I was coached with, and yeah, the regional was in Houston. It was in the Astrodome, which was weird because I was on the floor of the Astrodome, and you're like, this doesn't look like the Astrodome. So
the old Astrodome, which is
what they did was they would do they put the pits in the Astrodome, and you would wheel your these are big robots, by the way, and as you know, as we're letting people know, so they would wheel them over to the Reliance Center, and they were going back and forth between.
So they go back and forth between the old building, which they've had to keep up because it's a landmark.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
exactly.
I went to the rodeo in Houston there. So
right. Oh, cool. We're up to 2516. That's awesome.
Do you want to explain a little what first is? You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead. You probably do better than I could at it. So
I don't know. You have a medal.
I have a medal.
You know,
big robots.
I just have scars.
Right.
So what it is it's an organization that really helps kids learn about science, technology, engineering, and math, but not by teaching them science, technology, engineering, and math. In fact, Richard has been involved with a team in Austin.
In Austin, yep, I've sponsored one for a number of years.
Yeah. Cool. So the way it works is we give you too hard a problem, not enough time. There are probably too many kids or not enough kids on your team. And somehow magically teams figure out how to solve this problem, which is new every year. And in doing so and competing, they become much better entrepreneurs, much smarter in terms of technology, and they leave basically being able to solve and fix almost anything. There's no problem that scares them.
Right.
Right. And it's interesting. It's similar to some of the adventurous spirit of what we've been doing because you're going into territory that you don't know, and also geocaching. So I think there's a link between all of these things.
No, absolutely. You know, that's something that it really is it's a great program because, like you said, when things don't go exactly right, whether with the programming or some piece of the robot, I think that it does lend itself to an educational or teaching moment as a coach. I didn't know any of the programming side of it, but I would tend to help on the more of the building part of it. But the interesting thing though is the kids would learn so many different items, whether it be the physical side of it or they learned a lot of electronic sides. But the process of it was really incredible because when things don't go right, it is a great teaching moment for the kids, and it's for them to learn, you know, kind of in a microcosm of life that didn't work. So we got to do something. We got to do something different. Let's solve this problem together and not just be frustrated.
Well, it's also reality, right?
Yeah.
This is the way I think it, there's no theory to it, right? You start off with theory and then you're proven wrong very quickly.
Over and over.
And similarity there to our exploration is just so extreme. I'm laughing because have we gone on a trip that has gone right?
No, never. But also that would, not only is that basically impossible, it also wouldn't be any fun.
No.
You know, I actually think that we clearly are having a better time when everything starts to fall apart and, you know, all the professionals around us are, you know, having trouble. So we dive in with our shop skills and you know, try to help fix stuff.
So, you know, an example when we went into the Messiah volcano, which, of all the things we've done, I think that's perhaps the more dangerous of them all. It's quite an active volcano in Nicaragua. While we're on that trip, and these are not commercial trips, you can't just, you know, book it through a travel agent or something.
Right.
While we're on the trip, 2 ascenders, the things that get you out of the 800-foot deep hole you're in before you're even by the lava, right? Wow. 2 of the ascenders broke. And they were
2 out of 2, I believe.
2
out of 2. Yeah, that's pretty important.
This came in very handy.
No way.
we also fixed 2 generators, which were 2 out of the 2 generators to power the rest of the equipment to keep us alive. So I would say we rebuilt stuff going
Everywhere.
to the deep.
Yeah, and we built experiments when we went down to the Mariana Trench this last March.
We rebuilt
we're gonna
the mud sampler and a variety of other bits and pieces associated with the scientific sampling that was being done.
Yeah,
really cool.
A lot of skills that overlap with FIRST, but also overlap, I think, with the geocaching world.
Yeah, in fact,
exploration.
I want to get over to geocaching with the deep here in a second, but I do want to throw out one thing about St. Jude's, if I might.
Absolutely.
If I could, I happen to be the president of the Explorers Club, which is on the other side of Central Park from Mike's machine shop here. And as I'm sure you guys are well aware, one of the most recent SpaceX flights was the Inspiration 4 crew, which obviously their entire trip was a fundraiser for St. Jude's. That was I've of course known about St. Jude's forever, but that was my obviously biggest recent connection to St. Jude's was just in association with the Inspiration 4 crew flying to space. In fact, they're going to be bringing back their Explorers Club flag that they took with them on the trip.
Oh, cool.
Next week, they'll be returning it to the Explorers Club.
And there's
very
cool. To tie in one more thing with that. Dean Kamen's brother, who inspired Dean Kamen to start FIRST, and in fact, a lot of his inventing was a child oncologist. And in fact, he would talk to Dean about, we can't find a way to titrate drugs into very small children because it doesn't have that. And that's where Dean came up with the auto injector, which then led to the insulin pump,
portable,
which then led, et cetera. So again, there are connections.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. Yeah, I remember hearing about the portable, and Jerry, he invented that. By the way, I got the background. You can't really see it a little bit, but that's the background that St. Jude provided to us with the Inspiration 4 on the background. Yeah, Inspiration 4 up at the top there. But let's talk a little bit about the Challenger Deep. I'm going to show a little bit of the video, and then I'll stop it and get you guys to kind of comment a little bit. Oh, we're up to 2671.
Yeah, that's great. 27% to the goal. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. 27%.
Especially this anonymous guy. Anonymous has been really generous.
Yeah, we love the anonymous guy. That's great.
Keeps giving. That's awesome.
Hey, and by the way, tell us this if you guys can do this, but we have artifacts from our trip that we would like to offer out. Since for those of our listening to this during this hour, give them out as you see fit. But a suggestion might be we'll send you a packet of stuff from our dive trip and the Geocache drop that you can give to your bigger donors of the night, however you see.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yes. Thank you very much for that.
So
absolutely.
We're going to do a shameless plug because this has not been prearranged except
right.
So we have our mission patch.
Oh, that's awesome. Yes.
Nice. Very nice.
A number there that is questionable as to how deep we went.
Yeah, that was our Google of the depth of the Mariana Trench, and it turns out that Google has the number wrong. So instead of 11,034 meters, it's actually 10,925 meters deep.
35. They recalculated. That was part of the video that you watched.
Very good.
You were in for the math video. So that's what we have. Caledon Oceanic.
Yay.
Anybody who's watched anything, this is an iron-on patch as well.
Cool.
Who's watched Dune would know that Caledon's the water planet. Right. And then we actually have the thing that we think is
the most valuable object in the world.
More valuable than either of the things. So those patches all, by the way, have gone down to the lowest point on Earth.
As has the final item.
Which is this. Which may look like a piece of garbage to a casual observer.
Right.
Is actually a cup.
A full-size coffee cup.
It's not a full-size coffee cup anymore because this was crushed to this size.
Oh, wow.
By the pressure of the deep.
Yes.
No way.
So there are not many of these things, but this has not only been to the bottom, but but has been transformed by the pressure at the bottom.
Right.
And so this one, figure out how to shill it or whatever.
Yeah.
But this piece of collectible garbage.
No, it's perfect.
It's yours if the price is right.
No, that's
That is
perfect.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll add them to this hour's givers. We're up to, wow, look at that. See, look what you did. We got all the way up to 2746. That's incredible. So keep going, everybody. Keep giving.
Yeah, keep going.
Incredible. Yeah, so let me show part of the video so people can keep people up to speed a little bit on the trip this year to the Marianas Trench. So and we can talk a little bit about that. I'll show a little bit and we'll kind of go through it.
This isn't the fiction.
I love the name.
Arriving here in Guam to see pressure drop was a big deal, especially after our long journey out here.
I think when we pulled up after 3 airplane rides to get here, there was one, relief that it's here. 2, it's also very impressive. It's a real ship. It's not a little boat. And then I think there was a little bit of curiosity and glee that we could finally see the submarine that we were going to be going on. Well, we wanted to visit the Challenger Deep and, in fact, the bottom of it to see what's there. For me, I'm driven by curiosity. I'm not driven by trying to set a record. I want to know what is there. In fact, I want to know what's around the next corner, what's in space, what's happening in technology, and that's what drives me.
For me, when I joined the Explorers Club about 20 years ago, one of the first people I met was Don Walsh, who was the first person to be down below us here under the ocean. I was immediately captivated by that dive and honestly never expected the opportunity for myself, much less very many people at all, to be able to make this dive. And, one of the most amazing things about what the team here has put together is a capability to not just go there once, but go to full ocean depth repeatedly. I've been working hard for a couple of years to figure out a way to get on board.
So incredible. By
the way, that ship left port. just for clarity, we didn't stay moored the entire time.
You actually, incredible. It's a great video, and it's fascinating to watch that.
It's just fascinating what all is happening in the world of science and how it's coming to youth, and that sense of, and I think that sense of exploration, that sense of wonder, and that it's like you said, it's not about setting records. Even our producer,
set a record. It wasn't about setting records for me.
right. You will set records when you set out to do stuff like that, but even like our producer that's behind the scenes right now, he coaches 5 different teams in first, and that people are getting more involved from, I think he said pre-K to 14 years old, but people are getting more involved, and I think it's getting a lot more in the forefront with a lot of these expeditions and things like that. And I think that is what excites kids for the future, that changes their life.
I would even argue that we are in an interesting new golden age of exploration. And by the way, I'll have to explain who the explorer is behind me.
Yes.
This is my daughter, Kinga.
Hey.
She just made out of magnet balls.
Kinga.
But actually, she's been geocaching since she was literally a baby. We set when she was about 6 months old. We set a geocache on a little island called St. Bart's that we go back to every year. So we got to, if you go look up on your geocaching app, go to the island of St. Bart's, go to the southern tip, and you'll find Kinga's Cache, named after my daughter Kinga. So
after her,
we visit every year or so. But what I was going to mention though about exploring is I really would argue that we're in a new golden age of exploration. The Explorers Club that I'm president of, was founded 120 years ago in what I think it's fair to call the heroic age, where people were literally risking life and limb and often losing lives or limbs in order to reach the poles, the highest peaks, or these various extremes. But we're now in this area where exponential technology, as you see in FIRST, as you see in rockets that can land themselves, as you see in now these new submarines that can make full ocean dive depths.
The fact that we're on video conferencing,
all this is really opened up, and geocaching is similarly being opened up. Much greater and greater.
The earliest days when you'd have to use a GPS that wouldn't really tell you where you were,
and we usually would burn batteries so fast you'd have to buy batteries every hour.
Very true.
Wow, I didn't find the cache in 20 minutes. I'm screwed.
Yeah, I want to talk about the here in a minute about the latest or one of the latest caches that you guys placed. But tell everybody a little bit about the experience of, and there's some great videos that you guys have done. Richard singing 8,000 bottles of beer on the wall was I laughed so hard at that.
The deepest, most meaningful fictional film ever made. What was my comment? Scarier than Dumbo.
What was it like? What was it like going all the way down there, Richard?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that film because I've left the geocache both. In fact, I'll just give my one little sneak peek of the geocache and travel bug that I left on the International Space Station.
Yes.
Which is the first place I also filmed a movie, a fictional movie.
That's right.
The first fictional movie ever filmed in space, and while the Russians have gone up there to film the second, it's not out yet. So mine is still, by definition, the best.
Still the best.
Yeah. Yours is it's amazing.
It's the best.
Apogee of Fear, by the way. Loved Apogee of Fear.
Yes, that's Apogee of Fear. And then if you go watch our Secret of Triton's Trench,
yes,
that's what we made on the journey down to the bottom. But I think that one of the most amazing things about these journeys to the extremes is when you're involved, it's not just the actual dive, it's the entire operations. You already saw that big ship. You think about the technology packed into the submarine is incredible. There's a video online. I'm not sure it's on our sites. Maybe they wouldn't mind if we put it up on our own sites of the making of the sphere. If you look at the Triton submersibles, Triton submarines site, they may have it up there. The forging of this, 10 centimeter thick titanium sphere that protects you from this incredible pressure. Just sitting down with the crew, going over how this is going to operate, how you're going to survive. How the operation is going to go, getting a chance to sit down and rebuild a lot of the equipment with them or for them.
Right.
And also, you mentioned first teams. And since we're talking about this, not all equipment works as planned. And if you think about going to the very bottom of the ocean, 36,000 feet down, 1,100 atmospheres, 16,000 PSI, just to drop some numbers. Right?
You kind of want it to work,
right?
Yeah.
The sphere that you're in, right, which is only about 4'9". So Richard and I are about right now. The sphere you're in actually contracts by 1/4 of an inch. Measured.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I've got electronic tape measures. Yeah. I stuck it to one wall so that as you're going down, you could watch the numbers shrink.
Right. So it's 4'9" is pretty small to begin with.
Right? You don't want to lose much on your way down, but you do.
No.
And it's even smaller. So it's like, does this place feel like it's closing in on you?
Which it is.
But while you're in this thing is a beta unit, basically. There's only one vessel like this on Earth.
Yeah.
It's only been to this depth, a dozen times.
On my dive, it was the 10th. That's why everyone who comes out is going like this.
10.
It's not that they're held up. And everything goes wrong at some point, except for the life support.
That's good.
And the structural integrity of the sphere. So you were dropping the cache. So we had two times that we had a chance to drop the cache. Richard dove first. He was number 17 down to the trench. I dove second, and we both went with Victor Vescovo, our pilot, and the person who really started the whole mission.
And the intention, if I can interject, was that we didn't know if we would actually be able to physically be able to deploy the cache. This is actually an incredibly difficult place to do anything. To get there is obviously incredibly difficult. But then we took the cache down, but it had to be attached to the submarine, and then we had to figure out a way to use the manipulator arm to detach it from the submarine, which we weren't sure was going to work. And that's why we both in case I failed to deploy it, then he would take a shot at deploying it. If I actually managed to deploy it, then he would make the first attempted observation of it at the bottom.
Wow.
And the deployment arm was basically a potato.
Yeah. And so we did manage to deploy it on my dive, but only barely. In fact, we were struggling with it so much, we drifted up off the bottom. And so when we finally managed to release it, it kind of disappeared below us into the darkness. And we went immediately down to go try to find it. We were already drifted off target. So we watched it deploy, but we were not able to immediately find it.
What is this geocache made out of?
Interesting you should ask, Mike. Because when we knew we were going to go down there and we wanted to take a geocache down, we had to think of a few things. One is to convince the geocaching organization that this was okay, that this wasn't going to be geo trash. And so we had to convince them that this submersible was going to make, and in fact continues to make, repeated dives to the same location. And so that first time anybody ever finds it again, which they will try to do with each dive, they'll actually recover it. And so we hopefully in one of these years somebody will actually find it and bring it back. But the other thing we wanted to do is we had to make a geocache that would survive at this incredible depth. And we mean survive in the sense of not be destroyed, not corrode, not be lost, not become a danger or anything else. And so it is made out of three key parts, really, if you think about it.
So yeah, it's sort of a travel bug, but one that weighs over 10 pounds.
So describe the three pieces, and I will I'll show and tell parts.
So the issue that we have, a couple of things, and you need something that's corrosion proof, and so you also wanted something that was like a plaque that had the geocache number, etc., and also a secret word for people who want to claim the cache. And so we made that out of titanium. Actually, a friend of mine and yours machined half of it out of titanium.
Right. The first half, yes.
We machined the other side of it just in case we dropped it wrong.
Right. This is just a blank of titanium, like the one that we made it out of, and we're going to make ourselves a keepsake out of the second one. So we just have
cool. This is probably about $300 worth of titanium, and we made it out of half that. So that's
part one.
So it's just from a mineral worth standpoint, claim.
Right. If I go ahead, Mike. I was going to show the quick little snippet video of the
release.
Yeah, so people can see it.
So well, let's finish the pieces. That's probably
go ahead.
So then we realized that the bottom is made out of silt. And the silt will eventually wash back and forth, perhaps, and cover that weight.
And anything you drop is going to bury itself probably a few feet, if not a few meters into that silt.
Especially if it weighs as much as a titanium block.
Right.
So we have something called syntactic foam. Thank you, Vanna White.
Perfect.
And syntactic foam is this material that is unbelievably strong.
Huh.
Actually have this thing survive and not get smaller at 16,000 psi.
Wow.
Right.
It is a non-compressible foam, unlike this cup, which specifically compresses pretty easily.
Compresses.
Syntactic foam actually compresses basically zero.
This big.
And so this is a solid plastic impregnated with, I believe, glass beads
with air inside.
Each bead has a little hollow with air in it, and so despite the fact that it is a glass bead with air surrounded by plastic, it is engineered in such a way that this is completely non-compressible, even at these incredible depths,
and still floats.
And
and still float. Wow.
So this thing is actually down there. It's shaped like a bit of a chevron, an arrow. Yeah. And it has a Kevlar rope. That's the third piece, which is rated to over like 2,800 pound test Kevlar, which is anchoring this to the titanium. But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln,
it is incredible. What? Yeah. So
sounds like the most indestructible geocache I've ever heard somebody construct
before. It is the most indestructible. Yeah.
If you could figure out how to destroy this.
Yeah, we even, with the titanium plate, we even made sure that we carved the letters and numbers into it with a bevel that was specific to not attract small animal growth into it. And so we really tried to. It really was built for survivability in the most difficult of circumstances.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's probably not going to find this one by accident. I'm just guessing.
No. You better be looking for it. But it is literally, we put it at the deepest place in the entire world's oceans. So people who are going to go diving anywhere nearby are probably going to target exactly this location. So there's reasonable odds that future dives will be found.
Maybe in our
lifetime.
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let me show this, and we'll get into some other things too. It's really cool. So, all right, here we go.
Caching.
So there it is.
So after becoming a fan of the sport, I began to place some of my own. So I placed one on the International Space Station, and I thought that would be like virtually never seen or visited again. But it turns out that a lot of astronauts and a lot of their friends are geocachers. So it turns out that one is visited a lot. And so we think this will now be the hardest geocache to go
There's
find.
a picture of it
This
there.
is going to go down to the Challenger Deep. There's a piece of blue tape on here because there is a secret word hidden behind that. This is a syntactic foam float that will float above it. In the future, hopefully more people, not less, will get a chance to explore even the deepest parts of the ocean.
To claim our cache.
To claim our cache. Bring it back. If you find it, bring it back.
It's awesome.
So one interesting thing that Richard just mentioned is there have been 570 or so people to space. That's the number right around now.
Right.
When we went down to the trench 17 and 18th, and in fact, we're not even totally sure about the Chinese mission.
There's now a second submersible. Well, if you go back in the entire history, before I was born, Don Walsh and Jacques Picard made the first dive in 1959 or 60. Two people. Then no one went back until James Cameron went solo about 20 years ago. And then no one went back until this submersible that we went in, the one you've seen that was aboard that ship, which has now taken a few of us to number 17 and 18. But there's also now a Chinese submersible that is believed to be able to make the same full ocean depth. So we now have, if that's presumably true, we now have two vehicles that can now make repeated full ocean depths anywhere in the world. And so the 80% of the oceans that have been completely unexplored are finally opening up for continuous exploration.
Wow.
Y'all are definitely taking geocaching to a literally a different level. That's you can't even fathom the depth of this. Normal people that don't get to go down in submarines can't imagine this.
Yes.
I like what Mike said. It's taking you to a new low.
Yeah. I was gonna skip that one, but yeah, that's perfect.
The fathom joke, we got it.
Yeah. We're still nerds. We got to slip some of it in every once in a while. So,
I'll ask you some other geocaching questions here in a minute, Richard. But I want to ask you two guys a couple questions. I think it's fascinating. Like you said, you did North Pole. I know, Richard, you've done North Pole, South Pole, orbit, and now the Mariana Trench or Marianas Trench. I've seen it
both ways. I think are true.
Both ways work.
Yeah.
And then I know we did the volcano one. Which is incredible. So you've kind of, I wouldn't say done it all, but you've made the big four.
He's also been to New Jersey.
Yeah, he's come to your house.
Well,
twice.
Twice.
But I'm actually the only person who's done that particular four.
Yeah.
And that's only relevant because there's actually two of us that have done Space in the Deep. Kathy Sullivan, another astronaut, went on the same dive series I did, but she went ahead of us. So she's actually the first who's done Space in the Deep. So I had to add the North and South Pole to make sure I had my own little triptych.
It's a pretty exclusive club you're in there. So
very exclusive.
But but there's still tons to do, and we're still planning, trips both separate and together. We do as many of together as we can. I'm going to be doing one without him. See, so far he might go. You never know. He might change his mind and go in the last minute. Hang on a second.
Right.
But I'm going to go into Antarctica to a place called the Weddell Sea, where Ernest Shackleton's ship, the Endurance, was lost and sank down the bottom.
Right.
That'll be a 6-week expedition starting, February 1st or so. And then I guess that's the next one that I have planned. Let's see. We don't have a together one yet planned. What were we talking about next?
Africa. We were talking. I don't know. First,
who knows? We go all over. But
incredible. We've got. We're rolling along, and I can't get away without asking Richard some of these questions that I have, and then I want to ask you about Necropolis, and some of the other, because people, that's one of the big questions is when we mentioned that we were going to have you guys on, one of the questions that I got asked a lot was ask them about Necropolis, because it's a very famous, a very popular multi-cache in Austin, but I'll get to that one in a moment. Well, I want to ask if I can, Richard, about, and I've watched a lot of videos, and I encourage people to go find a lot of Richard's videos. But one of the things you kind of touched on in an interview with someone that I wanted you to maybe comment a little bit more on, which was the ride up tends to be relatively smooth, let's say, but coming back from space, and you kind of mentioned about how the experience. So if you could share with us and the folks listening and watching, what kind of went through your mind as you're making that transition back into Earth's atmosphere, and the violence of your ship coming back, from something very, you're in space, and then all of a sudden there's this incredible, what was it like coming back into the atmosphere? I think that's
let me just add a short thought about the way up, which you sort of alluded to too, which is the way up is actually, like you said, surprisingly smooth, and it was particularly uneventful. I mean, one of my jobs was to have the off nominal situations manual open to whatever page we needed to be in case something didn't go well. So I was always kind of concerned about what might not be going well, but it actually went perfectly smoothly. And it only takes 8.5 minutes to go from 0 miles an hour to 17,000 miles an hour to be in orbit around the Earth, which was still a pretty incredible experience. But you are correct that the reentry is significantly more violent, starting from this weird moment when you first have contact with the Earth's atmosphere, and you're moving still almost 17,000 miles an hour. And so when you have contact with the atmosphere, you are ripping atoms into a plasma that is hotter than the surface of the sun, basically immediately. And the vehicle begins not only to be enveloped in this plasma fire, but this fiery plasma, but also the vehicle begins to melt. And so you literally see the heat shield ablating away before your very eyes. And, you're, in my case, sitting next to a window. And so through about 4 panes of window glass and quartz, it's hotter than the surface of the sun. And so that's very surreal just to begin with. But then also, when the parachutes deploy, it's really like being at the end of a whip that's getting cracked. So it's quite violent. Actually, some things dislodged and came loose on the interior, which was a bit of a hazard. We had smoke start pouring into the cabin, which was a little disconcerting too. And fortunately, it all went well. And you do end, and in the case of a Soyuz, you don't splash down or land on a runway. You impact on the surface of the Earth, going maybe 30 miles an hour in a 6-ton vehicle that then bounces and rolls for a while before it comes to stop. And so it's a pretty violent finale to the otherwise weightless bliss of your last few weeks.
So how do you compare the heat on that to the heat of dangling over the volcano?
Oh, well, it was completely not hot inside the space capsule. So we were experiencing much more heat and chemical hazard in the Messiah volcano, which we have some slides for, by the way, if you want Mike to show some.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Here in the Messiah volcano, the gases that we were exposed to were so not just toxic but volatile that like the silver necklace I still wear.
Yeah. Oh, you wear it all the time. Yeah.
Totally black. And
Wow.
even the air quality detection equipment we were carrying with us would become almost immediately corroded to the point where it would fail. And so we were constantly having to bring it back out to the surface, wash it all off with, this. Fortunately, it came back with it wasn't even sterilized water, just water.
You couldn't even wash anything off. The tents had
Holes in them. Sulfuric acid holes in our tents.
They were They were garbage. The
stainless steel cables.
Yeah, the stainless steel cables have to be
thrown
out. All of the ropes need to be thrown out because of sulfuric acid. It's really
my god.
It's a little crazy place to go.
So did we leave a cache in the middle of the lava
We
pit?
did not leave a cache. You left a ring in the middle of the lava pit. But that gets into politics. We won't
get into politics, but I did throw a ring into the
one ring.
Mount Doom.
Throw the run ring in. That's great. Yeah. That's
wilder than like sci-fi movies on TV. Like just the few things that you mentioned in those explorations, that's wilder than they even portray on TV when you see, because most of us, as you've probably guessed, have not been to space. So although we are, like you said, we're a new age of exploration, and I think we will see a lot more ability for normal folks to get into space at some time that aren't
the first people we've met who haven't been to space.
Oh,
That's
really?
really
Yeah,
weird.
I figure it's just
that's all. That's the only people we hang out with.
Yeah, it's just a whole big astronauts club. And
Yeah. Well, that's part of Richard's incredible story, and that's something that growing up, I grew up in San Antonio, so I was a little ways away. But when I grew up, I was a huge fan of the astronauts and the space and all that. In fact, we joke about when people ask about, well, what people my age, like, what lunchbox did you take to school? Was it Scooby-Doo? Was it like, mine was astronauts. I had an astronaut lunchbox.
Yeah.
And, Richard, you grew up next door to all these astronauts. And so
his father was an astronaut.
His father was an astronaut. Right. So there you go. I mean,
they were pretty boring. They were a dime a dozen where I grew up. They weren't that impressive.
Right. But, it is incredible, to hear those things. Yeah. So somebody, Houston, Texas, who lives in Houston, Texas, Dave wants to know which was scarier. Was it space or deep sea?
Oh, that's actually an interesting question, because I would at least argue that neither felt particularly dangerous. You didn't feel scary. Statistically, I'm not even. Well, I guess statistically, it's hard, even statistically, it's hard to measure because
so few people have been.
Few people have been deep. There's actually never been a fatality in a deep submersible that goes down below 1,000 feet or so. Yeah, knock on wood.
Right.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
But by the way, there have been extremely few such dives in all history.
True.
So it's not really good for statistics, and and going to space is statistically actually quite dangerous. There have been 17 people who've died out of the 500 that have gone. So you can probably do that math. I can't. But.
Yeah. So there's been 0 in the other one, but then again, there hasn't been that many. So you're not comparing anything.
But I would say neither really feels scary. But you are always acutely. Tell me if this is true for you too. At least for me, you go through the calculus. You go through here's the series of things that could go wrong that we could manage.
Right.
And then here's the things that go wrong that you're not going to manage. That's just going to be the end of it. And if that happens,
What is
so
that?
it does.
What is that? The prayer, St. Francis.
Teach me the wisdom to change the things I can, and the acceptance of those that I can't, something like that.
Yeah, which turns out. So it's interesting. I have found almost all of the exploration to be peaceful and not scary at all. And
right.
For going down to the deep, once you get over the fact that that you can get crushed to death, and luckily, if it happened, it would be like this. There wouldn't be like, oh, there's a trickle.
Right. Right. Oh, it's leaking.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Like 8 elephants per square inch. You're mush. Right.
Yeah.
So once you get over that and you get in, and you're falling for 4 hours.
Right.
Like a rock. Falling like a rock, literally. For 4 hours.
Yeah, but it's peaceful. There's not much sound. You could see little fluorescent lights, the
bioluminescence.
bioluminescence.
Right.
And for me, it's interesting. My heart rate went down when I got in the sub and we started going down, figuring that should go the other way.
Well, actually, the most hazardous job and the hazardous time is the actual launch of the vehicle, the recovery of the vehicle.
Yeah.
They're actually in submarine operations of these deep research about submersibles. A number of people have died. None of them have been in the sub. It's always been people wrangling ropes and cables and lifts on the outside of the sub that either fall in and get eaten by sharks or get crushed between the submersible and the ship.
Oh,
I didn't
right.
hear about the sharks.
Not
dangerous.
Mere submersibles. Yeah,
Oh, really?
That's what he fall over and get.
That sucks. But
wow.
It's
22.
interesting.
Awesome.
The things you start to worry about are actually peeing.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know, it's like, you're in a very small container for 12 hours. And
you can't stand up, much less turn around, much less there's no toilet.
Yeah, and any other bodily functions you might have, you can't blame the other guy. I mean, you can, but it's not very credible. And so it's interesting. You go from the most important thing, which is life,
right,
to actually worrying about the most trivial things. And even the failures that we had in the submersible are failures that are anticipated. So there are backup systems for everything. And
usually 2 levels of backup.
Yeah. So you lose circuit breakers as an example, because all the wires going into the sphere get pressed together so tightly that they start crosstalk. So you just turn off circuits. Now you prefer to have that thruster or whatever, but you know what? It happens.
Yeah.
And so the way these things are done, like going down into the volcano, that also was very peaceful.
Is this our
Oh yeah, you had a conversation with the previous couple about drones. What kind of drones you fly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we fly real drones as well, but we also build our own types of drones.
Oh wow, that's cool.
So these are that's right. So these are more disposable type of drones, because this is a FLIR, a forward-looking infrared camera that transmits, and that's what this is here. I think the receiver is somewhere in there, and flies over the volcano and actually maps where the hotspots are.
Oh wow!
The other one is the chemical one, which I think was our one.
Yeah. Oh, it's taking readings. Yeah. So the FLIR obviously giving you heat.
Yeah. So this one is heat, and we tried to fly both of these in far enough that if we lost them, right? Because we were doing stuff for science. Right. This one is a sulfur dioxide sensor.
Oh, cool.
And this is also another remote transmission type of system with temperature and all this other telemetry on it.
Right.
And we flew both of those over, but the amount of sulfur dioxide that was coming out was so great, it blew the drones back.
Oh my gosh.
So we actually could not get the drones directly into the upward flow of the vent.
I couldn't lose them if I tried.
We tried. We literally tried to call them to drop them into the volcano, basically. We were going to literally abandon one in the volcano just to get the sensor data, and we couldn't because the updraft was just blowing them up and over our heads instantaneously.
Wow.
Nothing works as planned.
I don't think I've ever had somebody tell me that they were trying to lose their drone in a volcano before.
Right.
I don't think that's not common.
Look, I bought the warranty.
Nowhere
does it say you're not supposed to fly it into a volcano.
You know what? It's probably not. It's probably covered then. I think you're good.
Yeah. But we couldn't lose it.
Couldn't lose it. So now I'm stuck with these drones.
Yeah, now you gotta take it back.
They're great though. For like you said, they're great souvenirs.
What else do we have?
Oh, you show that. You show this one. So just to show the other kind of stuff we build down here in the basement, that is not exactly geocaching but related.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the good thing about Podcast of Hope is we kind of do.
So what this is a massive data collection unit for the North Pole. It has things like a Geiger counter for radiation, solar panels to power it, and also to understand the amount of sunlight. an enormous number of air sensors, so humidity, pressure, etc., volatiles, wind sensor, and then inside it has 2 GPS units that are spread out. They were hooked to here and spread out, so we knew differential GPS, where we were, and how the ice flow is moving. Because a lot of people don't realize the North Pole isn't really where Santa can keep a workshop, because you're sitting on an ice flow
that's moving, constantly moving.
Yeah.
And so,
and not just translating, but rotating. So that's why differential GPS was useful.
Oh, that is nice.
So this collected all of that data and then sent it back over Wi-Fi, so you could be in a nice warm-ish tent and see where you were going.
But as long as you're showing stuff off, I have to get Mike to, you should pull the unit off the wall here too. But another really incredible idea, this was Mike's idea for one a kind of artistic experiment that we did at the Challenger Deep. And so he said, look, we're going down to this place with this immense amount of pressure.
Right.
What can we do with that pressure other than crush plastic cups which show something interesting? And so Mike had this idea. Don't show it just yet. Don't reveal it yet.
Suspense. Build up the suspense.
Build up suspense, because we had this idea we were thinking about how coins are made, and coins are made in a stamp, an apple and a hammer that often embosses a die onto the shape of the slug of metal. And so we're going like, well, that's got to be a comparable amount of pressure, we would assume, with what we're going to have down here in the deep. And so we started building a variety of experimental ways to test, would this pressure be sufficient, and could we wrapper a die in a way that wouldn't leak water into it,
explode,
implode.
Right.
Of course, the submersible people, when they heard that we were trying to do this, they were going like, you're not going to bring anything that might implode and destroy our submersible down the deep.
But what was their conclusion after they saw it?
And they said, okay, this is going to work. And
in fact, they want one.
They want one. Yes, exactly.
They want one.
But we even bought is that that's the press right here. You can't see it. It's a little off camera. We actually bought, or Mike bought, I should say, a 10-ton 12-ton hydraulic press, just so we compress things to the level that we thought we would need to do this. And we actually had months of failed experiments over and over again until we arrived at the one that we took with us, and it worked actually stunningly well.
Which we had no way of testing beforehand.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's true. Oh, look at this. Okay, cool.
So what you can see, this side, if you want that side.
Just don't turn it forward.
Yeah, and so what you can see is this, which side? It's your side has the die.
My side. So this over here is just like a coin. That's a die.
Right.
And this is machined aluminum. On this side, you actually have a retaining ring. And if you notice, it looks just like any kind of pressure thing that you would find. Right. And then you see this brass blank that's just like a coin. And that blank starts off blank.
Flat.
Right. Right.
Like one of these.
Right.
And it gets wrapped by the pressure around the die.
And then comes out like this.
Like this.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But that is artwork. We have a few of the others that we've made, here still loose. But these are manufactured by the natural pressure of 10,000.
Interesting process.
So one of the friends, a reviewer in Arizona, he said that was a Mariana Trench geocoin.
Oh, yeah, exactly right.
Those are pretty rare, I would say.
Yeah.
About 5 of them total.
In the world, right? Anywhere.
Yep, that's it. Not available in any store.
Yeah, not available. Hey, just you know what? Maybe there's one at the geocache. We won't know until somebody recovers it, right?
You never know.
There you go.
Maybe we left one at the bottom. Maybe.
That's right. Who knows? Yeah, that would be a pretty unique first to find prize for sure.
It would be. Well, our hour's about up. I did want, if Richard, you could comment a little bit. I live in Texas, and people always ask me, I'm going to be in the state, and or if they tell me I'm going to be in Austin or whatever, or Houston, or Houston's a little bit of a trip, but San Antonio, whatever, and they'll say, what is a cache that you absolutely need to do? And I always tell them a couple of them, and one of them is always Necropolis. So tell people a little bit about Necropolis and what your inspiration was, or what led you to creating that multi-cache in Austin.
Sure. Yeah, well, first let me note that it was really inspired by my introduction to geocaching, which was I had an employee at my first gaming company, Origin, came up to me and said, "Hey, Richard, have you visited the geocache that's right next to your house?" And I'm going like, "What's a geocache? And why is it next to my house?" And there was a Britannia Manor geocache that somebody else had created, literally like 10 feet from my property line to look at my house. And so I was going to...
Which is Britannia Manor, right?
Yeah, Britannia Manor. So I was a little, well, that was kind of creepy in one sense of the word. Right. And then I went out to go find it, and somebody put like this skull up in a tree and had a munitions canister as the cache with the logbook and things in it. And I immediately went like, wow, that's really kind of cool that this whole thing exists. Much less that people would think it'd be cool to come out and check out my house, which I think is kind of a cool place, but didn't necessarily think anybody else would. And but as you all I think know, my main way of earning a living back then is video games. So I've been a video game developer, and I also do these big haunted houses, which now that I've got children, we're starting them up again, but for a younger age.
Oh, cool!
And so as soon as I saw it and kind of got over my initial heebie-jeebies, I was like, oh, well, I can do better than that. And so I said, I really need to make a geocache worthy of, the haunted houses and the video games and all these things that I do. And so I sat down actually with a good friend and my co-designer of all these things, a guy named Dale Flatt, who's our property manager down there in Austin, Texas. He actually did most of the heavy lifting on this. And we designed an interactive quest that takes you all around Austin. And it actually starts at Dale, for one of my birthdays, had done something. It was before geocaching, but he had done something for me on my birthday, kind of a treasure hunt that started at the grave site of someone who is buried in the East Austin graveyard who died on the day that I was born.
Oh, wow.
And so that's where this geocache starts, is at the grave of Orville M. Arbuckle, who died on July 4th, 1961, out in an East Austin cemetery. And with information you gather from gravestones, you get sent around to all the parks and places around Austin. You ultimately get sent to a restaurant to kind of rest and rehabilitate prior to going into the necropolis. They actually give special drinks out to people if they say you're here on the geocache. They're well aware that they're kind of the final stop before the necropolis. But then when you get onto my property, the necropolis itself is a fairly elaborate self-operational haunted trail, you might say. It has some.
Don't ruin stuff.
Okay, I won't ruin it. But hopefully you've picked up data along the rest of your excursion.
Right. Yep.
And if you then go through the necropolis and survive, and gather the rest of the final data, then you are you get to have an Indiana Jones style finale that provides you also with keepsakes.
With keepsakes, that's right.
Very cool.
That's incredible. Let me bring in also, as we're starting to cross with our next hour, but I want to bring the next hour's folks in because they might want to give a quick comment or shout out.
Hey.
There's Joshua, the geocaching vlogger, and Gia's now a lackey with Geocache, so she works for HQ. So, so Necropolis gets lots of favorite points, which is great, right? Gia for HQ, they want to see that. Look at our totals are great. We'll get to those in a minute. So,
and there at HQ, by the way, that's the first geocaching item that I took to space. The one I have in my thing is the copy. The original, which I left on the space station, was returned by astronauts to the Earth, and I think there's with you, Gia, in headquarters.
I believe so. It's framed. We're just waiting for visitors to be able to come and see it again.
Yeah, as soon as they reopen. But Awesome, guys. It's been a great hour. It goes so fast. I love to do this again. I didn't get to pull out my Richard. I didn't get to pull out my Monsters Manual or my any of that stuff. We'll have to do that another time. And geek out over. I've got originals, by the way. I got the originals from Gary Gygax.
Right.
I was into
Wall Street software manuals.
I do. I've got all those. I've got
You're
all
not
the.
supposed to have the Wall Street ones. I don't have them.
Yeah. Well, I actually got the ones before, and Richard knows about this, but most people always talk about Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I remember the days before Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So
of course, me too.
Way
I
back.
have my original 3-book set that my mom wrote my name on so that it wouldn't get lost when I was
lost.
I'm so old. I remember the actual dragons.
There you go. See, there you go. That's the way to do it. But again, guys, so thank you so much for coming on, giving us the stories. They're wonderful, and helping us raise money for St. Jude.
Absolutely.
And
Give money. Give money to St. Jude's. It's a good thing to give to, and you can get yourself some of these.
That's right.
Swaggy
There
stuff.
you go.
Nothing to sneeze at.
Yes. Awesome. Yeah, we're up to 3712. That's incredible. Thank you guys so much. And
good luck.
We'll keep in touch. I'll send you info, and you can send those out, and I'll get those, and we'll give them to our donors from this hour.
Excellent.
So, awesome. Thanks,
Take care, everybody.
guys.
See you.
Bye.
And geocache safely.
Yes, cash safely for sure. Thanks, guys. Take care.
The podcast is about to take the steepest IQ drop in the history of the podcast. And that is not a shot at Gia. That's a shot at myself.
Don't say that about Gia. No, I'm kidding. I knew you weren't talking about her. Wow. Just an incredible. I mean, I gotta give me a moment just to kind of recoup my thoughts here for a second. I mean, that was a lot.
You could have probably talked to them for like hours.
Oh,
hours and hours.
Easily. I didn't get to half the things I'd prepared because, well, Josh, how it goes. You just, with some of these guests, you just kind of want to go with the flow. So,
right.
Anyway,
I'm only partially offended that it cut into our time.
I'm sorry. Well, without further ado, let's get the reset and let's get this hour started. So here we go.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Sponsors this hour, Cachely, foremost geocaching app, cachely.com. Drives Cache Closet, offering the best prices of the geocaching products you would want. He is providing, again, for this hour, membership, premium membership. So that is on the possibilities if you give this hour. Artedcrafted.com, creators of distinctive geocaches and custom t-shirt designs. I get an echo from somebody. Designs from you and your geocaching group. We can even print your path tag on a shirt so you can show off your path tag pride. Cache Canada, which they've giving away a trackable every hour. Cache Canada. It's about getting out of the house, onto the open road, trail, or pathway, and finding geocaches. A new one, I guess, since the ones we've been doing, but is Logwork is sponsoring this hour. Logwork, the creators of the fantastic logbook made with genuine Write in the Rain paper. The logbook's designed for the micro containers of the present and future, geared toward the hider who would rather go geocaching than doing cache maintenance. Find them at logwerk.com. That's LOGWERK.com. And this hour, Behind the Cache prize shirt. If you want to see gadget and creative caches and find the story behind those caches, find from how to make them and what makes them, then check out Behind the Cache. Also this hour, another one of Owain Boorman's 3D printed caches. This hour, we're giving away a medium bison of his. And this hour, not one cash kin, not two cash kin, not three cash kin, 4 cash kins from Cash Advance to inspire and equip geocachers for fun and adventure. And there we go. There's our sponsors for this hour. Welcome, Josh and Gia.
Hey, we have a lot of excited people to see Gia in the chat.
They are not to see Josh.
We got a lot of. Let's face it. I've been on many podcasts over the last 6 weeks. I think I'm a little overexposed. So
That's
I'm glad to
okay.
see Gia here. Look at that, Gia.
That's the North Dakota folk doing that. That's their thing, right, Gia? That's the
something like that.
There's other people. They are mentioning Gia first, though, Josh. Sorry about that, buddy.
I know. I'm fine with that. I know how to pick them, Gary. Just so you guys all know, Gary always gives me these time slots every single year, and I'm very thankful because, UDAC, you're right. I have 2 hours, so I shouldn't be offended that the astronauts took part of my time.
Part of your time.
You will always say, "Hey, you gotta bring me some good people," and I bring a pro wrestler.
Yes, you brought the best. You do. You bring the best.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, this time I brought a lackey. I'm pretty proud of myself.
I'm proud of you too. And Cash Cannon wants to mention that. Does she know she's become a rock star? I don't know if she has or not yet, but she is. She's
a very humble rock star.
She is.
Thanks, guys.
You bet. Yeah. So,
I think this may be the first lackey on Podcast of Hope, right?
Other than Bryan. Brian's a lackey.
Brian's a lackey, but we don't.
I mean, but he's a special lackey. That's a little different.
Yeah, he's kind of a weird. He's a weird lackey. He'll be on later today.
He's his own category, I think. So
he kind of is a little bit. So yeah, if we can, and Josh, I want to step on your interviews and things, but I do. If we can start with that. Who's the geocache guy? Who's the Josh guy? That's Chad. No, they can't hide because they got their name at the top of it. So.
Yeah, we know who said it.
Yeah.
Before we dive deep, Gary, we need to make sure we explain the whole prize system. People keep asking that in the categories. We have a lot of great prizes, and you mentioned some of the sponsors and donors, but we need to make sure we explain how that happens.
Sure. Go for it.
Oh no, you're the expert. Come on now. You came up with this wacky system. In fact, he's the one that keeps coming up with this 8-hour podcast every year. And once we survive an 8-hour podcast, he makes it harder. You notice he took all of our restroom breaks out. Gary is like,
I did. There is no break.
He's a hard person to work for when he gets a goal in mind. So,
you're fine.
We're at $3,887 for St. Jude.
Incredible.
We've kind of talked in previous hours about where this money is going, but and obviously it's not about the prizes, but we do want to mention the prizes because that's a lot of great donations.
Yeah, so let me kind of tie the giving to some tangible things. One thing is that I like the fact that now when you do give with Spotify, with Tiltify, which is our new dashboard that St. Jude provided for us. But one thing that happens when you do give is they will give you sort of a tangible connection. But I do want to mention some of those. Thank you, Jesse, for mentioning that. But one of them is the creative toys. So play is an essential part of every child's life, and it's important for the children to have fun as often as possible. At St. Jude, colorful toy-filled play areas are just as plentiful as exam rooms, and that's important for the kids during a very stressful and hard time in their life, that we provide them with great toys to play with. I mean, of all the kids in the world, these are the kids that need to have the best toys. So another item is meals. So St. Jude provides meal cards so that patients and families can enjoy the comfort and convenience of good, nutritious meals in the K Cafe, as they call it. That's their cafeteria. So there's a couple items that are important that your money goes to. We passed 4,000.
Oh, nice.
We're rolling now.
And but I don't want to call Tom out, but Tom kind of posted it so everybody saw it anyway. But said he donated enough for a Little Red Wagon. That was a neat way to relate to his donation. So that kind of puts him on it makes sense to him where that money's going. So that's good that you went over that.
Yeah, and something else that we're doing, we've had so many people who provided so many great prizes for people to give, but we want to check in on Jeff and see how his is going. And if Jeff, you could kind of explain this year's. You've done whittling before, but this year's is a little different.
Yes, this year I picked up another tool and I'm having fun playing with it. I've come up with a little bit of a design that I'm going to be. Oh, let me just a second.
I think you sound like a chipmunk. I don't know if that's part of the bid or not.
Oh, it happened again. Give me 1 second.
I wasn't sure if you were doing that on purpose or not.
We'll fix it. That's okay.
Now we can't hear you.
No audio.
Oh, no.
That's okay.
He's trying.
Hey,
He's been whittling away.
Yeah.
While we wait for his
it.
audio, can I tell you about the auction I have going on?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to get to that.
It's been requested in the chat room a couple times.
Yeah, so I've donated 2 Geo Challenge of the Month purple coins. There's one.
Oh yeah.
That you cannot win. You can't even buy them. So last year I gave one of these away, but this year I thought, let's do something a little different. So I put 2 of these on eBay yesterday. Was it yesterday or Friday to be auctioned off for the podcast for St. Jude's.
Oh my.
And so if you would like to bid on it, you can. Right now, one of them is at $404.
Oh wow.
Incredible.
And the other one is at $380.
Right.
So if you would like a very expensive Geo coin.
But tell them about the prize though. I mean, the money goes to St. Jude though.
100%. 100% is going to St. Jude. So that's well over $780.
Yeah.
Is already going to St. Jude. But it would be cool. It'd be cool if somebody liked to donate. If somebody's got over $400, donate now.
Yeah.
But how cool is that? $400.
That is awesome.
Hailmeister says $404 now, so that's incredible.
Oh, it's over $400. That's amazing.
Yep. Amazing. All right.
Very cool.
All right. We'll come back to that in a minute. Yeah. I want to talk
let's
about
try it
that
again
too. All right.
How am I now? Sound good?
Better.
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
good. Yes, I'm working through another design for a little giveaway using another special tool that I picked up, and I'm playing around with it and getting used to it, and it's pretty fun. It's just a little handheld Dremel for carving and etching, and I've got my flame so I can get some wood burning as well.
Oh, nice.
We'll see how it turns out. It's a first for me trying this, so hopefully it'll be good.
It's coming along quite well. It's a very unique item.
Yeah, it'll be one of a kind.
Yeah,
and I was thinking
exactly.
It could also be a little path tag holder because some of these little rings and magnets can sit on here, and then you can attach some path tags on there if you want.
That is great.
Perfect. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Playing around with some
Magnets and-
ideas.
So we got a unique piece of art being built live, and then Joshua's got an eBay auction going. This is a good hour already.
It is. Yeah. So Josh, when you mentioned that, it's like, oh, this will be great. Great. Now I don't know. Did you have any idea? Because basically Josh and I have been texting back and forth for the past 2 days. Oh my gosh, have you seen the totals?
Yeah, I
believe
thought it
this.
would go for maybe I don't know $100, but it's unbelievable, but not unbelievable because geocachers are amazing.
They are
And
amazing
so-
people.
So that is really cool. Really, I'm putting the links in the chat of the auctions in case anybody wants to take a look. In case anybody might want to bid on the coins.
Absolutely, yeah, please, because you get a coin just if you're gonna give to St. Jude. So some of the stuff I was sending to Josh was a meme I found with some guy responding, and there's the coin. And back then it was is the total on there somewhere? Maybe not.
I don't see it.
But anyway, I might have cut that part off. But yeah, thank you so much for doing that. That's incredible. And that's just like you said, just a wonderful part of the what we can do for St. Jude and what geocachers are willing to do. So,
well, the generosity of geocachers it never ceases to amaze us. Every single year, people step up
for the win. There you go.
Yeah, and I don't know if Derek wants to put the totals in there as we go, because we've got almost 780 locked in with that auction. But or if we want to add it at the very end, the auction actually ends tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out to people is that if you know of someone that wants to be a part of getting the coin, they do have a little bit of time after today, but not a lot. So, all right,
we need to talk to Gia. We need to talk to Gia.
Let's talk to Gia.
Yeah. Gia's been waiting patiently for us.
When did you see how to put this? When did you decide, or what got you the start in the process of like, oh, I'd like to become a lackey?
Like the moment I knew that HQ existed, I was like, I want to work there.
That's awesome. Yeah. So do you kind of kept your ear to the ground and kept checking to see if they had any job offers out there or job opportunities? Okay.
Yeah.
Very
and
cool.
I had worked quite a bit with the business development team when I was putting together the Fargo Moorhead Geo Tour and some of the adventure labs. So when a position opened up, I was like, oh my gosh, this reads just like my dream job.
Yes. Yeah. We've been able to share with a lot of people, but tell people a little bit about the process of, well, there's a lot that goes into it, but tell us some of your off your head there ideas about the tour, and let people kind of experience a little bit about, because it's an incredible tour. I mean, Josh can give you a lot of his experience, but what all went into some of the planning for that?
I mean, I guess what I tried to do with the Geo Tour was show people that there's so much more to see and do in Fargo than you might expect. I think a lot of people have the Midwest pictured as just like flat, barren landscape with nothing else to see or do. And so all of the 24 locations on the Geo Tour are like neat somehow, kind of off the beaten path, maybe something you wouldn't have wandered across if you were just passing through town.
Yeah, that it's it really is so well thought out, from what I understand. So Josh, what is your, you've done several geo tours, you and I both done, and Jesse's done some too, but what are some of your thoughts about the Moorhead Geo Tour? Moorhead.
Well, I think it has all the things that make up a good geo tour.
Right.
And, our friend Doug McCrae, inventor of Miss Pac-Man.
Yes, right.
He is a geo tour hound. I'm a geo tour hound wannabe. And he said to me, I talked to him this summer, and he did the Fargo Moorhead Geo Tour, and he said, and he's done a lot because I think he's number 2 in the world for amount of souvenirs, and that's a really good way to get souvenirs, by the way.
Right.
Get your souvenir numbers up. And he said, of all the geo tours I've done, Fargo Moorhead was my favorite. So that's very high praise. So a couple things about it that I think are great that make, and this is a broader conversation, what makes a great geo tour. You can do it in one weekend. So Gia, what is it? It's like 20
24 caches.
24.
You need 20 to get the coin.
Yeah, perfect. So you can do the geo tour in a weekend. Takes you to cool locations. It's very well maintained. Gia would confess herself that she, the minute she gets a DNF or a question, she's out there fixing the thing. Is that true, Gia?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a psycho.
No, it's not. That's awesome.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a good cache honor. I wouldn't call that psycho.
No.
Yeah.
It also has a variety of different types of geocaches.
Mm-hmm.
It has proximity to other great geocaches. Gilby, North Dakota.
Oh, Gilby, yeah, it's not far away, is it?
I've heard they have a few interesting caches there.
Just a couple.
Fake news.
Just all right, yeah. Fake news.
Another thing is that geotours I don't think any geotour cache can be a premium cache. So the idea that it's accessible to new cachers and vet cachers, that like both newbies and vet cachers can both enjoy it.
Right.
I think that's important. Because it would draw, the most amount of caches. Or the cachers. So I could go on and on about how great that tour is, but those are some of the things that, in a broad sense, I think make up a good geo tour.
Yeah, Neil Moore says, because he got to do that, he goes, is instant on text and film help if you have an issue. So, way to go, Neil. Yeah. So there you go. It gets to that point.
And geo tours, I think, are really growing too, right? They, they obviously they've been around for a little while now, and Gia knows a lot about this, but I would say one thing I know about geotours, like if you're coming into a new area and you see a geotour, it's a safe bet. Like, you don't know how people maintain caches normally in a brand new area. It's a safe bet those are going to be there, and because they're hit a lot and people maintain them and they watch them. Like, if you're coming to, even if you're not going to be able to do the whole, some of the geotours are big, but that's a safe bet. If you're coming into a brand new area, oh, there's a geotour, well, I'll just go hit those because I know they're going to be there. So.
Yeah, it's one thing too about that is just that if you got to plan it well. I mean, there have been, I've enjoyed all the geotours that I've done or Susan and I have done, but some are better planned, and that's the part that I think is so important. Is that anybody can sort of throw one together, I think, but I really appreciate what I've heard about the Fargo Moorhead one is just that it's just so well thought out.
There's a clear difference, a noticeable difference when you do a geotour, when it's been created and hidden and maintained by a geocacher, opposed to just a visitor bureau that says, hey, I want to bring this geocaching to our area, and we're just going to throw out a bunch of containers.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a big, you can feel the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So Gia, as far as you know, do you think that from HQ's perspective, do they try when they can to, because HQ probably gets, a handful, of these tourism bureaus that don't have any information. I mean, they don't know what to do. So some of them obviously do because they have the connections, but some of them I don't think. So do you guys try to provide, does HQ try to provide them with local help or local connections so they can kind of get, like Josh said, so they're not just willy-nilly doing it?
Yeah, my coworker, Jeff Caulfield, he's Gear Guru is his username.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of the mastermind behind geotours, and if a visitor center reaches out that doesn't have a geocacher already involved in the conversation, he tries to connect them with someone in his area, which I feel like he knows so many geocachers around the world, so he's good at that.
No, he's great. I got to run into him again. Was at Going Caching and got to see him and talk to him briefly. But yeah, he's and that's the thing is, he's great at he's a good hobnobber, man. That dude, he's always out seeing people and talking to people, and he really does have his ear to the ground as far as with geocachers. It's fun watching him talk to others, so. Oh, here's UDAC's got a question. Does Gia know how often muggles are introduced to geocaching through geotours? That's an interesting question.
I guess I can really only speak for the Fargo Moorhead Geotour. So we have the passports that are available for people to pick up in our visitor center. And yeah, like Joshua said, all caches that are part of a geotour are available to basic members. They can't be premium only. So that's nice. In Fargo Moorhead, typically I would point people more towards starting with adventures first, just because it's a little bit easier. But often I have a lot of vlogs of new cachers starting out with the geotour. And that's, back to talking about what kind of caches work best. It's like a fine line between something that experienced cachers will enjoy, but also something that is accessible for a new cacher. And I have to give a shout out to Caches, because he built some really awesome gadget caches that are part of the tour that everybody loves, whether they just started geocaching or have been doing it for years. And that's kind of a testament to the quality of the caches, because sometimes newbies can be unintentionally hard on caches just because they're not quite sure what they're looking for.
Right.
I would also guess that a lot of geotour caches are under that 2 terrain, 2 difficulty line that you can access for free without paying anything on the app. So I'm guessing they see those on the map even before they've paid anything to HQ.
Incredible.
That's a good point. Now, I don't know if it's actually good or bad if you start as a cacher with some of those caches.
Yeah.
They're not going to stay at that level. I know we've covered it on this show before, but like if you start with like Gilby,
yeah.
Where do you go from there? Like as a cache, like that's your first 25 finds. You might want to just go like, I don't know. I don't even know what you do from there.
Germany. I guess you just have to go to Germany.
Yeah, you go straight to Germany from there. I don't know.
But yeah, incredible. Yeah. And Gia knows when we love to highlight the Gilby and the North Dakota folks. So there's a North Dakota folk. Kelsey, some of my Eastern North Dakota friends say it kind of ruins it. Pill bottles under a rock aren't nearly so fun. Yeah, but UDAC says your next choice, Jesse, would be WV Tim.
Right, you got to jump a little bit. Yeah, that's not exactly close though. I don't know what y'all know about geography, but those aren't right next to each other.
A little bit of a hike.
Yeah.
The cool thing is with the Fargo Moorhead, Gia was smart that she just gave a taste of tricaches. They're not all like that. I think I can think of a couple of gadget caches. So if they were all gadget caches, I think that would be really overwhelming. But it's just a taste. And one of the things I really love about geotours, I'm a big fan of ammo cans. Ammo cans in really cool locations, and I think it's really fun, like to find an ammo can in a beer keg. That's like,
that is
how often
that is
you can
crazy.
do that?
Yes, I've seen the video. That's incredible. That's creative, man. That is so creative and so awesome. So it seems like that most places are potential geotour places. I think some people think that it has to be something like Gilby or Fargo Moorhead, but I think that there are places that are potential available places. Josh, been watching your Alaska tour, which I've loved, the hashtag Alaska. What do you call those? The Alaska,
tour.
The cache tour. Yes.
Yeah.
Cache tour. But even the last one that you on the video, the place was closed. You had to, get them to open it, but still, just from my perspective, watching those, you feel like that the people that are more than willing to help and more than willing to work with the public and more than willing. I think sometimes we get this attitude or maybe get a bad attitude is the way to put it, where we don't think that the public wants to work with the businesses don't want to work with the public. And I think that GeoTours is a great way to hopefully bridge some of those gaps that I think are really, they're not really gaps. I think they're places that really would love these. We just need to get out there and talk to them. Don't you think?
Yes, we have a cache that's placed at an auto body shop in Moorhead, and there's a cool mural, and the cache was built specifically to be placed there by Chad, by Tricacheus. And when I got permission and then kind of told him about geocaching, and I don't think he quite grasped what it was, but he did say yes. And so when we brought the cache back to show him, it's a gadget cache and involves, like, you open it up and it kind of has a steering wheel and like an odometer, and it's cool. And Ray, the owner of the body shop, like, I thought he was going to start crying. He was like, "Can I give you a hug?" This was pre-COVID. But he thought it was so cool, and him and his staff like love meeting geocachers that are there to find it. And it was such a neat way to get him kind of connected with a different community, and he loves having the cache there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think so many of them are available. Oh, wow. We're up to 45.67. That's incredible. We're almost halfway, 46%.
That's right. We're getting there. We're getting close. We need to get over that 50% mark.
Both of the coins are now at $455.
Nice.
That's awesome. $455, man.
I don't
Can
know
you
if
believe it?
That's probably not included in the total either. So we're approaching $1,000 for the coin.
Yeah, we can't actually, because we're using Tiltify here, we can't include that in the total. So that's just pure donations that people have sent in. So Gary said if we get to over half by this, he'll actually give us a restroom break. So come on, guys, help us out. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's going to move it up again.
I don't think so. I think we're going to keep going.
No restroom breaks for 8 hours. That's a good plan.
Yeah.
So back to the topic. So to your point, Gary, I think experiencing the GeoTours, whether they're small town communities or bigger cities, I feel like every community has quote unquote treasures, history, art, just encounters with cool people. I think about, and many people did the donut tour during the Giga week. And I tell you, every single one of those donut shop owners were just like tickled to just see and meet all the geocachers. So there's treasure everywhere. I just got back, and the video won't be out probably till February, but I just got back from Norfolk, Nebraska.
Oh, and wow.
That's Nebraska's only geotour, is in a town of Norfolk. It's about 20,000 people. But and you think, well, what's in Norfolk? Well, that is the boyhood home of Johnny Carson.
Oh, I know.
And I retraced the steps of Johnny Carson. I learned all about him. There's a museum about Johnny Carson. I would have never taken a weekend trip to Norfolk unless it was for that amazing geotour. So every community, every place you could go, I think there's something there that would be geotour worthy.
That is incredible. I'd forgotten that part. I was a big fan of Johnny Carson back in the day. He was great.
He was great.
He had the little mannerisms and stuff. But he's probably a little old for some of our folks that are like, who's Johnny Carson? But
possibly too old for Gia.
Yeah,
she there's YouTube. She can
it's on YouTube.
Check that out.
But I think that Joshua brings up a good point, though. I mean, luckily as geocachers, we get to experience this, but there's so much history everywhere you go, right? And there's something unique about every area, and geotours are a good way to do that. Geocaching is a good way to do that. And you can travel all the time. Like a lot of us are, we travel a lot, obviously, through this hobby, and you'll come across stuff that you never would have imagined. And highlighting that in a good way is, I think, is one of the best things about geotours, but also about geocaching. It's just, you just never know what you're going to discover the next the next find.
Absolutely. There you go, Karnak. Oh, that's great.
I'm a big fan of murals, guys. Look at that.
I love the mural.
Yeah, Johnny, that's just part of the mural. But
yes.
So cool. Anyway, I'm really excited to share that adventure in a couple months here.
Yes.
And we got a question from the chat room, which we knew would come in, and this is for Gia. It's a little bit off the Geo Tours, but people want to know what surprised you about becoming a lackey. Is there something that you did not know about being a lackey and now you know? Or what's your biggest surprise? I'm sure there was lots of things that you learned, but people are obviously curious about what it's like to be a lackey. So I know that's a slight aside from our Geo Tour, but they're dying to know.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, there's so many things that I didn't know. I think I'm kind of amazed that it's as cool as I would have thought. Like every time I go to work and my badge works and I get to walk in there, I'm just like constantly pinching myself. So I feel super lucky.
When you become an employee, do they hand you the geocaching book of secrets?
No, but it's kind of funny. They do give you a copy of Geocaching for Dummies.
Oh, that's
which is pretty funny because it has like Bryan, Roth, and Miss Jen, I think, are on the cover.
That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
Gio, what is your role there? What is your role and what are you doing? I don't think we talked about that, did we?
So I'm on the business development team. So we're a pretty small team, but we handle Geo Tours, Adventure Labs, and then trackable promotion. So anytime a company or business wants to engage their audience through geocaching, I get to help them figure out what that looks like. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is cool. What would be your dream collaboration, like your dream company? What if you could pick a company that would like, we want to make trackables for you? What would be your dream company?
I mean, that's a good question.
That's a good question.
Like, I don't even know. Probably
do you need a minute to think about it? We'll just keep bombarding you with questions until you can't answer them anymore.
While you're thinking about that, Gia, we do have some from the chat room. Chat room mentions NASA, which we had,
that makes sense.
Somebody who was
I think
related
Coca-Cola would be cool.
Of course you do, Joshua.
For us, Dr. Pepper.
If anyone has connections, send them my way.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Ryan
cool.
mentions
I don't have to go
Tesla.
out and like do sales. It's just people are interested in geocaching. So that's something that's really cool that I appreciate.
Right.
So when they contact HQ and they work with your team, which is probably a couple hundred people on your team, right? That's about how many you have.
There's only 3 people on my team.
A couple hundred, 3. That's about the same.
There's not even that many lackeys.
Couple hundred.
Do they generally, and obviously we're not trying to get you to spill secrets unless you just want to, but do they generally they know what geocaching is, or they just heard about it and it's their marketing team and they're wanting to see if they can partner, or how does it generally go?
It totally depends. I mean, I think sometimes you have a geocacher that has reached out and said like, hey, you guys should explore this option. Mm-hmm. Other times they have a very vague idea of what geocaching is. Sometimes they don't know how to pronounce geocaching. And that's usually a little bit of not a red flag, but just taking the time to explain in a way that is not confusing. Because I think as geocachers, it's like there's so many layers of this game that when you try to explain it to someone that doesn't really understand, it's pretty easy to lose people. So I'm working on honing that skill.
Right.
It is a kind of a confusing hobby to explain. Like Joshua mentioned earlier, people get into the whole thing of like the most souvenirs. That's such a small part of, I don't know how you would even explain that to somebody that's not already obsessed with the game. Like people are traveling around the world to get little digital souvenirs. That's not even the geocache. Like I thought you were hunting geocaches. Well, I am, but I'm actually hunting these and I'm trying to get ahead. And it's there is so many layers to it for sure. I don't know how you would explain that to a company that's like, we just wanted to pay money and get advertising. I don't know what all this stuff is.
Yeah, it's definitely an art.
Yeah, for
Geocache,
sure.
Like, I love that Shrek reference there.
I didn't make it on this year's GeoCoin. Whoever just said that. Yeah, I started a little too late.
I'll start counting.
I believe there's like 85 under 9. There's under 90.
Under 90. Wow.
That's amazing that a game with millions of people and millions of like locations are run by such a small amount of people.
But think about
small
them,
but dedicated.
but also think about the number of volunteers and the people that don't work for HQ that keep our hobby going. That's what's so amazing. That's why they're able to be under 100 people.
Right.
You got a full promotional team called the Geocache Talk Network. Pretty cool.
That's right.
Exactly.
Right?
We get paid a lot. We can't tell you what we get paid, but we all have private jets. I'm just saying.
I wish it'd be nice get around better, but yeah, that's something that Bryan always, and that's something that even Gia's mentioned too, was that the Lackeys are so supportive of the people that are. Oh wow, we're over 5,000.
Wow.
We even got one in the red. That's Bryan and Heidi. Their gift. If you give that much, you definitely get a major highlight there. So thank you, Bryan and Heidi.
And he didn't even bid on the coin.
I know, it's crazy.
He just did that for free.
He just went straight. Went straight to there. So we're over 5. Yeah, we're over halfway. That's all.
Wow,
awesome.
that's great.
Thanks, everybody. So all the lackeys that we've talked to have always been, and when the conversation comes around to us or to what we're doing and things, that they're always so grateful that, and they're like, I can't believe y'all, you're doing that every week, and we're so thankful that you guys promote, like, hey, we're just grateful for you guys. I mean, it really makes us, makes our jobs, as on our side of things, so much easier when we know that you guys are so supportive of us, and that it's such a great partnership. Something Bryan always mentions is this, that it means a lot to them, and that's something that we talked about a couple of years ago. Remember, Josh, when we talked about doing a sort of an appreciation? Remember that we did that week. We did a week of that, right?
Yep. I Heart GCHQ.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the people wrote letters, like physical snail mail to send it to
I didn't even know you could
HQ.
do that anymore. I didn't realize you could write letters anymore. I thought that was gone.
Bounce brought in donuts. We got feet on the ground, people.
That's right. That's right. Incredible. And that's just it really means a lot to us, and for for folks now that Gia's there, it really is another connection to somebody who sort of kind of sees what goes on, on kind of the now she sees kind of both sides, being, I think it's so Gia, I think you are bringing a lot to, not that the other lackeys don't, but so many of them, when I talk to them, it's like they're always interested. Oh, what are y'all doing here, and what all this? And I'm like, I'm the same thing. I want to ask you guys those, but it's just fun to talk to them and have them ask us, ask questions about how things are going, from the perspective of the media, as it were, and it's always
It's neat too, and it's neat to see your enthusiasm with it, Gia, too, because you, like you said, you're excited to get to, because you're a geocacher obviously first, right? And then you go and you're working for the company, so you're excited that you get to do that. But it's got to be kind of interesting, and we don't all get to experience that. But not only are you excited to work there because you love the game, but you're working. It's a real job. You're not just going out cashing and getting paid for it, right? And your company, the company that you're working for, provides, you know, so much joy for like millions of people. Most people don't get to experience that their company. I mean, you know, companies produce things and they do lots of different jobs are out there, but you know, you're working for a company that then turns around and produces something for millions of people every day. Like it's 24/7 because, you know, it's all the time zones. It's everywhere in the world. And that's a huge impact from, and I know you're really excited that you get to work there, but is it daunting to think that that this one small, and I don't mean small in a bad way, right? But small as a number of people company gets to have such a big impact on people literally of all ages from literally every part of the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. And we talk a lot about like our mission and vision at HQ, and our mission is to inspire and enable adventure, exploration, and community. It's like, that's so broad, but so cool. And I think our team, we're all committed to serving the global geocaching community. And kind of like Joshua said, we couldn't do it without reviewers and cache hiders and you guys that are constantly talking about geocaching. It's like you definitely feel part of something a lot bigger than yourself. So it's a pretty cool job.
Yep. Andrew made a comment. I'd like to ask you about this too, Gio, because Andrew mentioned about need a geocaching HQ outpost in the Southern Hemisphere. Is there obviously geotours, when we think of them, obviously we live in the U.S., so we think of U.S. tours. What are some of your planning and goals to expand geotours? I know there's many outside the U.S., but what are some of the plans that you have or would like to have in other parts of the world?
I'm not sure I can answer that. Like I said, Jeff, my coworker, he's the one that does most of the geo
I don't know if you've
tour.
heard about,
And I don't think he's out there like cold calling visitor centers. I think it's more if there's a geocacher in the area that is interested in wanting to work to get a geo tour in the area, he's the one to contact. I can drop it. It's just jeff@geocaching.com is his email, and he's awesome at it. He's who helped me get Fargo Moorhead up and running.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Jeff, he's great. So I guess that to turn that around is that, like Andrew mentioning about down under, you know, Australia or New Zealand, different places. So maybe if they know of a place, maybe they could even become the catalyst to get them to discuss that with Jeff, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I did.
Right. That would be great.
And keep in mind, if you don't know an answer, just make it up. It's okay. You can just make up stuff and start rumors. It's okay. We won't tell anybody.
The more geo tours, the merrier. Like, let's get some more out there.
Although we do know that your boss is watching, so I'm just going to throw that out there. So Bryan is watching. So
we don't use that word boss.
Oh, okay.
He'll tell you that too.
Easy Lackey.
So you don't use the word boss. So there must be a really cool atmosphere then.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
like
just
everyone
amazing.
From like regardless of what your role is in the company. Like if you have a concern about something, it's like we talk about it, and it's
right.
I mean, I definitely feel like everyone's opinion is valid and listened to, and that's pretty cool.
Is that the origination of the word lackey? Is that what that's about?
Ask Bryan, because it's a story, but I think it's kind of, I mean, like I wear this shirt with pride. Like,
right.
My friends kind of were joking after I got the job. I was just, raving about it. And they're like, did you just join a cult? I'm like, no, but
no.
It's like, no, it's just, a bunch of people that really believe in what they're doing.
Do you have your Lackey tag nearby?
I don't, because they're on the way to me.
That's really cool. I do have.
You got your own Lackey tag. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can you show the design, Gia? Can you share your screen and show the design, or is that too much?
Like I have 2 Lackey tags coming my way. One is the pixel icon, and then one is
the pixelated ones
my
are
custom.
awesome.
Your custom one is so cool.
My custom one is so cool. Let me see if I can find it quick.
I love these. How about that one? There's
Annie.
Annie's.
So,
oh yeah.
As you're looking that up, you mentioned your friends, thought you've joined a cult or whatever. Do you have many friends do you have any friends that you've never told about geocaching?
No.
I didn't think so.
That's awesome.
Have you converted most of them, or do you still have some holdouts that you're still working on?
I think most of my friends have found a cache with me at some point.
Look at it.
Oh, there we go.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, that's my custom tag.
That's awesome.
That's very cool.
I love that it's in the shape of Minnesota.
Yes. Yeah. For those that are audio listeners right now, we're looking at the Lackey tag for where we were there.
I love the little GeoTour logo on the ammo can too. It was so cute.
Hiding all kinds of stuff in that one little piece of artwork.
Yes, I'll show you my pixel icon here too.
I love that idea of the pixelated ones that were done.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is so cool.
So, as expected, the question that we 100% anticipated is they want to know if there's any positions coming up where people can work remotely.
Ooh, Craig's looking for a job.
Yeah.
Something that's pretty cool about HQ is just the ability to be in close proximity with your coworkers. I don't know really what the world will look like in 6 months with COVID, but I don't
think anybody does.
It's pretty special to be able to go into HQ. Like, it's a pretty magical place.
I think they hire, right? There's people all over the world, right? That are lackeys, that are like translators, maybe in other countries.
I'm not sure if they're like actually on HQ staff or quite how that works. We have some flexibility to work remotely,
right?
For limited amounts of time, but I think part of the vision is just that we're able to collaborate regularly.
Okay. That's cool. There you go.
That's my pixel icon.
Love it.
I love the little cache in the log.
The
8-bit thinger. Yeah. Yeah. Incredible. Well, another hour has come and gone.
Wait a minute. We still have 4 minutes, Gary.
We're not done yet.
Anything can happen.
Not done yet.
We're now up to 5,232. That's
incredible.
That's pretty good. And you know
incredible.
what? We're over halfway done with our goal, but we're 3 minutes shy of halfway done the podcast. So we're doing good. We're on track to do quite well.
So, in case anybody was wondering, well, I'll get to that in a minute. I'll do that during the reset. So never mind. All right, more questions. Josh, you got something else you wanted to cover this hour?
I have a bunch of fun facts.
Awesome. I love
fun facts about geotours. Gia, do you wanna go back and forth? We got 3 minutes. I thought this was really interesting because we actually talked to Jeff this week, and there was some stuff that I didn't know about geotours, like insider information.
Ooh.
So get this.
That.
The current number of active geotours, there's about 70 right now.
I did not realize that.
Can you guess?
German?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Germany has the most tours outside of the U.S.
Shocked. Totally shocked.
And I just looked at that today. Most of them have been like organized by Daniel Flieger. No surprise.
What a surprise.
Who's that guy?
Yeah.
Daniel?
He has like 5 tours. No surprise. Imagine maintaining 5 tours, Gia.
I can't.
Good thing he has a team.
Yeah.
Geotour caches are found 2.5 times more than any other type of cache.
Oh, really?
That's interesting. Yeah, they're found way more than your average cache.
Right.
That sounds right because again, they're reliable. You know they're going to be there. People put time into them. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
They also get way more favorite points than regular caches just because they're visited more.
Yeah, right.
And usually they're cool. Hopefully they're cool.
Yeah. The average number of days to complete a geo tour is 3. That's no surprise. Just a nice long weekend.
Right. Perfect.
The lifespan of an average geo tour is 5 years.
Oh wow. Okay. That's longer than I think I thought they'd be. That's great.
So the swanky graphics that you see like on the GeoCoins and what you see online, the tours come up with those on their own.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
And they are not required to have their own coin.
But they should.
They should
be.
They should give it away. And I just tried to share my screen here just to kind of give people a little glimpse at. This is just the Fargo Moorhead Geo Tour. So 1,559 accounts.
Awesome. So that shows sort of the impact that
the visitor center is delighted with this. The Geo Tour actually accounted for over 250, I think, hotel stays during the year 2020, which pretty significant because 2020.
Wow. That is great.
Definitely something that you can do and do safely, hopefully.
Yeah, right. It's amazing if you look at all that red represents the location, the home location of the cacher.
Right.
So it's amazing to think that people have come over all over the country to go to Fargo Moorhead to most likely just visit that tour. So cool.
And I think during non-COVID times, we'd probably even see more red dots all over the place.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, now time's up. You can cut us off now.
No, we're not gonna do that. So KC11 wants to bring up, if I wanted to bring up the idea of a geo tour in my hometown, what piece of info would be a selling point to my local tourism department? What could I tell them that would seriously spark their interest?
Like I said, I'd start with contacting Jeff because he's going to have the most up-to-date stats. But I think, as a geocacher myself, one of the things that I started with was just talking about how people will travel for caches. And I think Gilby is such a good example of that because here it is, this tiny little town kind of, I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, but it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. And it's like the quality of the caches that have been put there have made it a destination for people from all over. And so there are constantly people traveling to Gilby, North Dakota just to find geocaches. So it's like sharing personal stories like that if possible, and or just kind of putting a bug in the ear of some marketing person or tourism person that it's an option, and then let Jeff at HQ kind of sell them on the rest. Because
I think and we'll wrap up, but I think Craig had a good, Craig mentioned about just showed one of Josh's geo tours. Really, to be honest, that it's great. A vlog is really a great way to kind of give people a visual instead of getting into a book of something. You want them to hear about it different ways, and really a vlog is an incredible way to sort of share with people. So Craig, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, Joshua, after he came to Fargo Moorhead, that definitely helped kind of spread the word within the geocaching community. And I think even our visitor center was kind of like, whoa, like didn't expect this video to be this amazing.
Right. That is incredible. Well, incredible. Josh, you bring the best. I tell you, you are.
Of course. Always trying to bring the best.
You're rehired, man. This is great.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
That's why I get prime time. I
right.
love being in prime time.
We give you the prime time. But So Gia, thank you so much for being on. it's always it really is a treat to talk to you and hear about the stories and to hear. Somebody mentioned before, it really is great that you're working there. You bring such an enthusiasm and such a knowledge, and from our perspective, it's nice because you're a fan of Geocache Talk Network, so we got another person there to go. So she could put her hand up and go, I think the Geocache Talk Network's doing some cool stuff. Like,
yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for being on, and congratulations on the new job. It's just, it sounds like a dream job.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is.
It's no surprise. It's so obvious how immensely talented Gia is, and
She's
also
perfect.
just an incredible person. So thanks, Gia, for being on.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. See ya.
All right. Take care.
Thanks. Bye. All right. Let's bring up.
And now we're about to bring another immensely talented person.
I know, just one after another, man. There we go. Oh, look,
What?
there he is.
Oh no, not him.
That guy. Wait. Well, that's not that one. Is there somebody else out there? Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you
him.
made Rich cry. That's terrible. That wasn't me. That's our producer.
Wow.
We have to fire him or something. I don't know. Hi, Rich.
Oh, hi guys. How y'all doing? Jeez.
We're great. We're so glad you're with us tonight.
Glad to be here, especially after that comment.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't get it pushed as far as I did, but I had to follow astronauts, so
yeah. Josh ends up getting the follow. I think you followed Mike Rowe the couple years ago, right?
I probably.
I'm
all like feeling good that I'm prime time, but I really have to follow the
It
stars.
It just happened that way though. It was whatever, but so Cache Canada says that guy? Yes, that guy.
It's got to happen.
Guy,
like it or not.
So Chronically Tired Mom says that she loves the how'd she write it? Common videos.
Common videos? Yeah, common videos are cool, but I like Komikino videos, but yeah.
Komikino videos. We knew what she meant.
A chronically tired mom.
Exactly. That was awesome. All right, let's reset the hour and get started. So Derek, get us reset.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
$52.57. Keep on trucking, people. This is awesome.
That's great.
It's incredible. Woo! Yeah, Chronically Tired Mom says that spell check got her, so that's okay. We've all been there. We have all been there. So, all right. Sponsors this hour, Cachely, the foremost geocaching app, cachely.com. So I mentioned earlier, if you win the prize, I'm sure you've got a friend who has an actual phone that has an actual real phone, iOS. So no, I'm kidding.
Oh, you're picking fights.
I am. But yeah, if you win it and you don't use iOS, I'm sure you can give it away for an event or something. I'm sure somebody would appreciate
Or
it.
an old unactivated iOS phone would still work, and you'd have an extra backup geocaching device.
There you go. See? Jesse's not just a pretty face.
Let's hope that's not what you hired me for.
Want my money back.
Yeah, that's right.
Drives Cache Closet. So Drives offering the best prices on the geocaching products you want. Drives Cache Closet's giving away a free membership for a year every hour, and one an hour. So that's awesome. So thank you, Drives Cache Closet, and you do have great, awesome items. So definitely go check out drivescachecloset.com. They have great stuff. Artedcrafted.com creators of distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirt designs for you and your caching group. We can even print your path tag on a shirt so you can show off your path tag pride. I like that idea. So Sean, you're awesome, dude. Artedcrafted.com. Go check them out. Also, another tag from Cache Canada. Cache Canada is about getting out of the house onto the open road, trail, or pathway and finding geocaches. Thank you, Dave and Karen, Cache Canada. Go check out their YouTube channel, watch their videos. And again, love the 1 Minute Wednesdays. Those are awesome. So, also this hour, Logwork, the creators of the fantastic logbook. See, it's fan because it fans out. Okay, never mind. Made with genuine Write in the Rain paper. The logbook's designed for the micro containers of the present and future, geared toward the hider. Rather go geocaching than do cache maintenance. Find them at logwork.com. Owain Boorman has another 3D printed cache. This hour, I'm giving away that giant bison that I showed back in the 6 o'clock hour. So this hour, the giant bison is going to be given away. So thanks, Owain, for being on the show and for your prizes. This hour from Cache Advance, we've been doing not one cache kin, not two cache kins in the second hour, 3 cache kins in the third hour, 4 cache kins in the fourth hour, and then no, we're switching gears. We're doing a geocaching tea this hour from Cache Advance. Thank you so much, Lisa, for that. This will be the next shirt design that's going to be released next week and shipping out at the end of the month. So it's part of their T-shirt of the month club. So you get a free one of that. You can you'll connect with her and you'll give her, so you don't get a random size. You'll be able to pick your size shirt. So thank you, Cache Advance, for your prize for this hour. So again, thanks to
it might
all.
be even funnier if they made you pick a random size. Like you can't pick your own size, so it's like either too small or like really too big, like a big dress. Like that might end up being funnier.
Oh, and Lisa's on. Happy to help. Thank you so much. Thanks, Cache Advance. They're awesome. I don't know if I ever said that before, but
they sure are.
Josh, you've had a great relationship with Lisa's.
Yeah,
company.
I love Cache Advance because it's like Geocaching HQ. Lisa's very missional. Her whole thing is like, what can we do to get people outside? Right. What can we get people to try new things in the realm of geocaching? Right. I've partnered with her for almost 6 years now on the Geo Challenge of the month. Yeah. And it's just it's so awesome that she not only encouraging people to cache, but then also providing things to enable people to do cool things. So
yeah, awesome. Let's check in with
this is where I say Geo Challenge of the month. What is that?
Oh, yeah. Every single month, the first Sunday of the month, Lisa challenges me to do a geocaching challenge of the month. And then I, in turn, challenge the geocaching community to do it. And if they complete it, they're entered to win an exclusive Geo Challenge GeoCoin. And the latest Geo Challenge was just released this morning. And the challenge for the month of December is to reach the peak of Denali. Get that souvenir. Get that souvenir for the month of December.
Yeah.
So
it's awesome.
That's what it is.
So it's kind of a double challenge. You get a souvenir. You get to do the Geo challenges. Everything. You're double dipping on that one.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but it's getting to be. I live up here in Minnesota. It's getting to be anything that can motivate me to get outside when it's this cold.
Right.
It snowed today. And there's not as much daylight. That's helpful. So I will be reaching the peak. This was like the first time that Lisa issued a Geo Challenge, and I was not able to complete it on video.
Yeah,
because Reach the Peak, Denali doesn't start till tomorrow.
Right. That's right.
So I'll be doing it along with everybody else. Hopefully, I'll meet the challenge.
It's true. I didn't think about that. You're right. Because you're always showing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm always doing the challenge before, to show everybody what it takes to complete it. But impossible this month because it starts tomorrow. So tomorrow, people, the clock resets.
You have a DeLorean. You have
he has a
DeLorean, time machine DeLorean. Don't you have that connection there, Josh? You're a big fan of Back to the Future, so complete it. Go back to today and show that you finished it.
That's right. See, that's why Rich is on. That's one of the reasons.
I didn't think of that.
One of the many reasons Rich is on. We're going to get to see Rich doing some cool stuff here in a moment, but I did want to point something out. I really wanted to, if you live down here, Josh, now it's 69 degrees outside.
Don't even.
It's a little blustery out there, but 69 is what we're currently at.
We're in the 20s, so there you
go. Ooh. Oh, update.
All right.
55, 52. Oh, it's going up. 55, 62. It's going up as we talk.
Woo.
That's
and
incredible.
I just want to remind everybody, we got another almost $1,000 in our.
That's so nice.
So that will be
that
added
might get us over.
Very end. So if you want to bid on those geocoins, you can. But right now they're both at $455.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. People are so generous.
Real quick, we'll check in with Jeff again if we could. And Jeff, we're gonna see how you're coming along there, buddy.
So far, so good.
It's good.
My etcher is currently recharging.
Bro.
So I've reverted down to the finger painful etching and whittling. So getting there slowly. Coming along.
Right.
And your voice is still adorable, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Well, thank you.
I think you may have some helium in your room. I'm not sure, but it may not be the microphone.
Is it back to high again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you in the future because we want you to keep it. We like it.
But anyway, yeah. So it's looking good, man.
Yeah, looking very good.
I love the 3D. Get that 3D effect working there. That's awesome. So, chronically tired mom. That's getting out there, boy. Gashed in the snow today. That's awesome.
Oh wow.
So, all right, but probably not what people want to hear right now. They want to hear from Josh and from Rich. Rich, thanks for being with us tonight.
Hey, thank you for inviting me here. In fact, it's kind of funny because I remember you were wanting Josh and me to talk about the project that we're working on.
Yes.
6 months ago, but we didn't. We couldn't talk about it and stuff then, so we just kind of came on and okay, I'll bring the kid on and we'll talk about caching, like our caching adventures instead. So,
right.
For those of you who are wondering, it's like that's what we were supposed to talk about, like way back when.
It's okay though.
Yeah, but it all worked out. And I do want to say something here. I was reading the comments here.
Yep.
And chronically tired mom.
Yes.
Thank you for watching, and thank you for the comment that you said about caching with my dad or grandpa, to which I sat and thinking, both are dead. Who's she talking about? Who's this person that I'm caching with? That she's, it's Paul. Are you talking about Paul? I started laughing, and when you guys were doing your thing, when I read that, and I just started busting up like, oh my God, she thinks Paul's my dad. No, Paul's a good caching friend of mine. It's like one of the best caching friends a person could have. So I'm going to pass that on to Paul there, tired mom. So thanks for the comments there on that. It's great. It's funny. It cracked me up, and I know it's going to make him laugh now.
Can we spill the beans now? Well, if you're, I don't know which beans you're thinking about, but Josh did get to spill the beans on his project. So mostly we're going to talk about, I think that. So maybe that's so.
And people are getting, I think, a behind the scenes view right now. If you're watching the video, I have Rich is working. He's working right now. He works 24/7. That's why he can't. He's talking in between drawing our special project here.
Yeah.
Still working on the same page I was working on from the Pacific and the Northwest episode I did way back when. I haven't left the spot,
right?
And I'm still on the same page. progress is slow. Just joking.
It takes a long, but it does take a while. So, so how long do you think roughly? Because I know every page is a little bit different, but how long, in a rough sense, how long do you think Rich takes to take care of a comic book page?
Oh gosh, I know I finished off a page. It took me about like a week and a couple of days to do it. If I just sit down and just work without distractions and things and whatnot, I can probably get a page completed in about like a week or so, week and a couple of days, because I'm doing a lot to it. It's rough pencils, inks, lettering, color flats, colors, any special effects or whatever I need to do with the adjustment of the layers to optimize them to make them look good, add effects or whatever to them there just to kind of make them look special. I'm like a one-man show here when it's coming to that. So it's, I don't know. It could take, if I was maybe to sit down and if I had like no distractions and a couple days to where I could just work on it, I could probably maybe bust out a page in like 10 plus hours or something. But I work full time. This is kind of between working and free time and being a dad and a husband and everything else.
Exactly.
We should probably back up because maybe not everybody knows what we're talking about.
That's true. Why don't you give us a reset on that, Josh? Give us kind of, because I want to, because there's a lot of questions I had for you, which was just how this all began. So I guess this is a good way to maybe do a full reset on your project.
Right. So if people don't know, my friend Rich and I are creating a geocaching comic book called The Greatest Treasure. And we kicked off an Indiegogo page about a little over a month ago to get the project off the ground. It's been I don't know how long in the works. At least, gosh,
like
Rich,
April. I think it was like maybe about March. You kind of mentioned it, and then things kind of officially started going about April, May for just like rough ideas on things like that layout for that sticker that I did for you, just to kind of like get like an idea for like how the character should look. Like I had like different rough sketches of what Josh what he was supposed to look like in the comic. Like if you've ever watched any of my videos, you'll see that the cartoony Adventure Time style thing that I adopted just for like my videos. I thought I didn't want to go with that, but I had some rough sketches of that and like cross between like anime-ish and that style and some other things. And then Josh kind of went with like this more like serious type look for himself there, as you can see. And then of course, lots of cartoony animals that I've never drawn before that I'm like, how do you draw that? Never drawn a camel before. What the heck? So I'll just like, okay, you got to draw so-and-so as a camel, look up a camel. And I just kind of cartoon some things out and rough sketch some things, and it's like, okay, that kind of fits with what's going on with what's going on in the comic, and use that.
Right.
And when we're talking March and May, we're talking 2020. We're not talking 2021
this year.
That's how long. That's how long this has been fermenting.
Yeah. Craig mentions about super excited to be in the comic book. It's funny. It's something that was mentioned. I was privileged, and that's why I brought up we were showing the camel. But there's something about that that's like unbelievable. When Josh mentioned that to me, I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, I can't believe this is a possibility. There I am. That's me. I'm the camel.
We're seeing a page.
The camel. Oh my goodness.
We're seeing a page that has never been seen before. So, okay, everybody take a look now. Okay, now take it off. Take it off the screen.
Take it off. Yeah, we're sharing too much there. But anyway, so very excited.
Is fun. It is fun to text a friend and say, hey, I'm creating a book. Would you mind, are you okay being in it? And can you be and if you want to be an animal, what animal would you be?
Right.
So he actually chose the camel?
No, he actually.
Oh no! Gary just spilled the beans.
Yeah,
wow, that scared me.
I guess I wasn't supposed to show that page, was I? Sorry.
That's okay. Gary did not get to choose his character. I think he was one of the ones that didn't because as you maybe saw on the page, if you're watching the video, one of the locations is at the pyramids. And I thought, well, what's at a pyramid? It's a camel. So Gary is in the book as a camel.
I'm a camel. Now I did get, Rich asked me, he goes, so get a favorite color? And I was like, yeah, my favorite color is blue. He's like, all right. Like, what's this about?
So that's
Never mind.
the little
Thanks.
smog and scarf that the camel has.
Yeah.
I put that on, so this way he's got a little bit of a, his own personal touch to it there. So
little homage, and he's got glasses. So the camel's got glasses.
Yes,
and it's so funny too, is because it like the people that get to be in it, and that was a genius thing you did, Josh, with the Indiegogo, which I want to talk more about, and that is just giving people that opportunity to be part of the adventure. And so when I was presented with the camel, I was like, hey, make sure my name's on it, because I want to make sure it's like, I don't want to be that guy, but I did want to be like, oh, I'm a camel. Make sure his name's Gary. Make Gary the camel. So yeah, but I think it's great that you got Fleeger's like he's like a dancing squirrel or something.
He's a very muscular squirrel.
Okay,
put more spilled beans up. Put more spilled beans up.
Yeah, more beans are being spilled.
I'll just give you the whole plot right now.
Sorry. There we go. Messing things up. He spilled that. Fleeger spilled that, not me.
Oh, he did? Oh, man. Okay.
Well, here's the thing, too. It's very important. A big part of geocaching is the geocaching community. So I really wanted to have real people in it. My real friends. I want to have real cachers in it. But every single character except for me is an animal, just for the consistency. So yes, so at the end of the book we have 15. We have 15 people that have supported us at the highest level on the Indiegogo page, and they're going to get to choose. They're going to be at the end of the book. They're going to get to choose to be their own animal character, and they'll be designated on the end. So awesome. That will be probably the last page that Rich will draw, and that'll be a lot of work because he's gonna have to do characterizations of all these cachers. He's crying.
He can do it.
Scrabble Hounds is in it. The comic See My Shell is in it.
Scrabble want to be a corgi? Is that a corgi?
Oh, probably, yeah. I think she's a fan.
I love corgis. Corgis are awesome.
Let me see. Doug, the Twonky is in it. He told me. Yep. I hope I'm going to spill the beans here for him. Well, maybe I won't. No, I'm not going to do it.
You're going to save it.
Yeah.
Somebody asked earlier, Rich, UDAC did. She asked if this was your first comic.
Good question.
Oh, gosh. I've done little mini stories and things through Radio Comics and Antarctic Press, like early, mid-ish to almost the 90s. And I think I did the stuff for Radio Comics was late 90s, early like 2000, where it's just like little short stories and things. In fact, I think I have there was a online video game that I used to play a long time ago called Lineage 2. It was a South Korean game, kind of like World of Warcraft. And there was so many things wrong with that game, but I just loved playing it. It was just so much fun. But all these issues and bugs and problems and things would pop up, and I just started doing like a little comic where like a little web comic, like a 4-panel comic, and I would post it on their forum, and the thing just exploded. There was a time where you could like type in the name of my character from that, which was Stabby McStew. And there'd be like pages in Russian, Italian, German, where they were translating my comics and distributing it for the audiences out there to see what I was talking about, making fun of. But I did
Oh, cool. Look at that.
Put it all together in a little book here. It's on lulu.com, lulu.com. It's the Book of Stabby, the complete collection of all the little comics that I guess you could say it was like web comics back then, before they banned my account. Go figure.
Wow, now that's a story and stuff. So you literally could still buy that, right? That's
yeah,
still
you
available?
can buy it from there. I'm thinking of maybe just putting it on Amazon, just because bigger audience through Amazon, and also you can give it like a digital publishing for Kindles and things like that. So I'm thinking it'd be kind of cool to maybe just transfer this over to that, but I'm working on something else.
Something else. Yeah, got something else in the fire, right?
Yeah, don't distract him.
Got another. Yeah. Anyway, so but yeah, if check it out.
That's
it's
awesome.
it's lots of fun. I don't know if people will get the jokes in it or whatever, but it's fun. I enjoyed it, and I still have fans from around the world that will occasionally see it and get like some fan email or something, or saying, "Hey, I love this stuff." Like 15 years ago when you did it, and it's just like, whoa, people still think of this, and it's so yeah, it's 2006. Jeez, yeah.
Time flies.
Long time ago.
That's awesome. Yeah, you've done path tags, designs, right?
Yep, did some for David Baker, Nano Kids. One for like the Nano Kids. Then there was one for David and his wife, whose name I forget. I'm sorry. Designed the one for Josh, the one from like this year. Did that one.
Yeah, I love that one.
I think that's about it. But yeah, path tags, that was something new. Was I had never done that before, but it's easy and really fun to do.
So Josh, what kind of brought you to the idea, the genesis of the comic book?
Yeah, originally, I told you guys back this, I think it was like Geo Woodstock,
right?
Back in Fort Worth. I think I told you I want to make, I wanted to make a geocaching children's book,
right?
Because I had a really good idea for the story. So I had the story sort of in my mind. I'd written it down, but it's one thing to do the story. That obviously with a children's book, it's the illustrations that are the huge chunk and work of it. So So when I started to think about artists, I thought of Rich, and because Rich's medium is comic books, that was what brought me to sort of shift gears on I kind of like the idea of a comic book because it's a little bit more, it's a broader audience. This project is going to, I think kids are going to like it. I think adults will like it. I think even the fact that the story is somewhat simple and that a kid could follow it. I think because the artwork is going to be so cool, I think it's going to be collectible, because we all know that geocachers love to collect things.
Right.
So the idea of doing a comic book is so much more broad of an audience. And I want it to be broad because one of the goals of the book is to introduce not only geocaching, but introduce different facets of geocaching. And so the book will do that as well. So I'm really excited about that. I'm excited that somebody will be able to pick it up, read it, and have a really good idea of not only what geocaching is, but all the different components of geocaching.
Right. It's it really ties in. I think it's going to tie in to your day job, as it were.
Yeah.
The idea of, and this is something you've really done well, I think, in all of your videos, and that is tying in ethics and really to give people, sort of, pull the curtain back a little bit on that. Oh yeah, there you go, Josh, about book tour. I think a book tour would be awesome.
Yeah, that's our
I'm all
hope.
for that.
Yeah, Rich is up.
Go to some comic conventions or something there. We just had Emerald City Comic Con this weekend. Next year we could have something if there's no COVID or something. But or San Diego Comic-Con would be kind of cool to go to as well.
Yeah, one of the they're not a sponsor, but somebody who is always commenting, and we comment back on Twitter, and we like each other's stuff on Twitter. There's a comic book podcast that we kind of share back and forth thank yous and likes and stuff. So, there's that whole world out there that's really cool. So you're kind of getting into a really cool. I mean, I've loved comic books since I was a kid. I mean, I had stacks. I got all my brother's comic books, which was awesome too. So I had, I had all the he had a lot. They had a lot of Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and the
classics.
The classics.
Yeah.
But they also had
Disney,
a lot of
Golden Key comics and stuff.
Yeah, but a lot of the Batman, Spider-Man, all the usual Justice League, all the a lot of DC. I started, as a kid getting Marvel comics, but
same here.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it'd be awesome a tour. So,
well, it's so interesting. I mean, even as we think about some of the promotional trackables that have gone out. I mean, right now we're in World of Warcraft. Before that, we had a calculator company. I mean, let's be honest. We are in the quote unquote geek. We're in the geek lane. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could argue comic books could sort of be in that geek lane too. So I think people that enjoy geocaching enjoy kind of geeky things. And when I say geeky, I say it in the most positive light.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would suspect there's quite a crossover between geocachers and people that used to read or still read comic books.
Yep. Right. Yep. Oh, Magic the Gathering was another,
Yeah.
So even iZombie, the old TV show, I don't know if you remember that show, iZombie.
Mm-hmm.
They had a thing where they had geocaching. They used it as an excuse for the two main characters to be out at a place where they weren't supposed to be. Were like looking for clues on a murder. And they were confronted. What are you guys doing out here? You're not supposed to be here. Oh, we're geocaching. Even little things like that. Josh Gates has even mentioned it on Expedition Unknown.
Yeah.
So it's mentioned. It's out there. People know what it's about.
Awesome. Yes. That's something that I think we see some glimpse of once in a while, but I think that the more we can get books, movies, comic books, video, I mean, any way we can kind of expose people to our sport. And I love the fact that
especially in a positive positive.
Yes. Right. No, absolutely. Exactly, Rich. That's exactly right.
That's not a bomb scare.
Yeah,
right.
That somebody made like a geocaching horror movie. Now I'm not talking about my GIF movies,
right?
But I'm talking about like somebody made like a slasher movie or something where there was like geocaching elements and things to it, which is cool. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm thinking like the more it's presented in a good positive attitude,
right,
the more it will hopefully attract people, new people to the hobby.
Yeah, there've been a couple, even before the last one that was mentioned. There was one that I don't think anybody else really knew about. That was a horror movie that we passed on because to us it's really important that we stay family friendly. That's really critical.
And knowing the two of you, there's no chance this is going to come out and not be family friendly, right? I mean, and we haven't actually covered that, but everybody that knows you, Joshua, and anything that promoted on this show knows it's absolutely going to be family friendly and safe for all audiences, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be, again, I think everybody will enjoy this. There's going to be stuff in there that veteran cachers will probably only catch. And then it's going to be very accessible to even kids. I look forward to, I had a couple people that were supporting it on the Indiegogo that said, I can't wait, teachers saying, I can't wait till I can put this in my library in my classroom.
Oh, wow.
I was just like, yes, that's what I want to hear. That's what I'm going for.
When I heard that, I think it was on the Caching in the Northwest episode a month-ish or so ago.
Right.
Teacher said that I can't wait to put this in a library.
Yeah. Oh wow.
It or and for the stuff, it's like I almost cried because my comics, they're not in any libraries, they're in people's personal collections.
Sure.
But hearing somebody say, I can't wait to see this, put it out there so people see it, it's like I almost cried then.
Yeah.
and even when I was talking with some friends online about it, I was messaging them, in Facebook there, and I was just talking to her about that, and I was just like, yeah, and it's bringing tears to my eyes. I'm so happy to hear something like that. It's something cool and positive that we're working on.
Yeah.
And it's going to be used for educational stuff. It's like it's so educational. There's so much to it here, to where it's like I wish I had this before I was caching, so I could have a better idea of what the heck I was doing. Like our first geocache we tried to find was a virtual cache. I had no idea what a virtual cache was. I was looking for a box. I didn't know you're supposed to sit out there and take a picture.
Yeah. Right.
That's hopefully people will learn. From this here.
Yep. Oh,
look how close we
look at
are.
that.
All
right. Getting close to 6,000.
59%.
All right. 59.10. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Cache
So-
Canada. Go ahead.
So, and either one of you can answer this, but what is your idea when this is done? And I'm not even talking about schedule or anything else. Is this something I could hand to somebody that's never cached before?
Yes.
Of any age, and what happens then? So I hand it to them, and then what should I expect from there? Like they can understand it from that point, or
they will have a better understanding of caching. They're like the caches that are listed in here are actual real caches that are out there. And then the way that they're introduced, it's like, different cache types. Here's what you do. You do this, you do this, you do this at an earth cache, you do this at a virtual cache. As I said, those are things I didn't know about. I really didn't know a lot about caching until I was actually out caching for like half a year to a year, to where there's like, there's all these different things and aspects of it. It's, I just kind of thought from the news article that I read from CNN back like in 2010 was that caching was going out and just finding a box, something that people hid.
Right.
That was it. I didn't know there was earth caches, virtual caches, events, whatever. Didn't know those things existed. That's why I said we went out to look for our first geocache.
Right.
In Lewiston, Idaho. My daughter and I were bored. She went out to find pirate treasure. So we went caching, downloaded the app, looked up something, went out there to it. I'm looking for a box. What you're supposed to do is to find that cache, take your picture next to a statue and post it. I didn't know.
Right.
I was looking for a friggin' box.
Exactly.
So hopefully this will get people who don't know caching a good idea and a fun way to do it. Yeah, you can tell someone, look up all this stuff online for a geocache, and you'll have an idea about it. Who's really going to do that? Right. Watching videos, that's a good way to do it. You can kind of see the different things to it, but you sit down and read a comic book. It's be great for kids. So
the explanations of each of the things we've tried really hard to put it in layman terms, that we're not using terminology that's going to be outside of that. It's not going to be so insider that people are going to be able to get it. And so and this is I'm trying not to spill too many beans. There's a story, but as the story goes on, there's, in a cool comic book way, there's ways to explain what's happening outside the story. So there's layers on each page. That's all.
And dad jokes.
Oh yes, of course. You got to have those.
Got to have some of those.
So, you may not even know this yet, because I know y'all are still working furiously on this, but do you have any idea of like how, because it's not going to be a full like book, it's going to be a comic book. So do you have any idea on the length or the, how long it's going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be about 30 pages.
30 plus.
We have or maybe slightly less. No, we got it's gonna be about 30 pages long, and the average. I don't know what the average comic book is between 24 and 32 pages, right?
Right, like 28-ish something for like monthly comics.
Yeah,
Right now I'm on page 24. I know it's not the section I'm on isn't going to finish until like maybe 2 more pages. And I'm thinking of maybe adding in an extra page for it for a puzzle, which I'll talk to you later about, Josh.
Okay.
So we're looking at 27 pages right there, and then when Josh goes to the final location, that's probably going to be about 3 or 4 more pages there, and then there's the compilation thing at the end for the donation page for the patrons who are contributed money.
Right.
So then that's going to be like a 2-page spread, I believe. And then I was thinking maybe it might be cool if I can figure out how to do it with the program I'm using to have like a biography page, or maybe even have something in there like the making of, like, here's what we went through. Like, oh, you should see Josh's cool little cute drawings that he did for page layouts. They're awesome.
They're not cute.
Oh, come on, man. They're awesome.
Sounds like an eBay item.
Yeah, so I have something like that there where it's like, this is kind of what I started with, and then it goes into like the pencil stage, goes to the ink stage, goes to color flats, colors, just like so people can see what goes into making the comic. Then that's adding who knows how many pages to it right there. I don't know. but I'm thinking mid-30s ish for just like the basic stuff for the story here.
Right.
And it's gonna be different than a comic book. Like a typical monthly comic book has a paper cover. This is gonna have more of a cardboard cover. So it's gonna be more like a graphic novel sort of.
Right.
Something a little sturdier, obviously, than your typical like weekly or monthly comic.
Yeah, and also be like, we're thinking like digital downloads for something like a Kindle too. So this way, you got something you can just like throw down and just read it when you're out and about.
Right.
And then have a nice comic to put on your comic shelf.
That's right.
Since you brought that up, do you have any idea of how it's going to be distributed? Like you said, digital, and you mentioned Kindle, but where would somebody be able to get that have not the initial donors, but everybody else, the rest of the world?
Yeah, we're looking right now, similar to some of the books Gary's put out and you've put out. We're looking at Amazon. We haven't locked it down yet, but sort of a one of those print one, or somebody orders one, they print it and send it out for you.
Yeah,
that's a scenario we're looking at. I'm not interested in the business of shipping comic books around the world. So that's what we're looking at.
Then if we do like a geocaching tour or go to events and stuff, maybe we'll have things here where people
you carry some
autograph on the spot there.
Right. There you go.
Our goal is some people asked, our goal is to get it done by the HQ anniversary event and to have a booth at that event.
Oh,
that's what we're shooting for right now. So knock on wood.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work, but I think, and I know we've talked about it both on and offline about this, but I think we can't really overstate how big of a thing this is going to be for geocaching, for the world of geocaching. There's not that many movies or TV shows or whatever, and anytime you add something new to the environment, it's here forever, right? This will be. Now, hopefully it inspires others and other people go, hey, we need more graphic novels and comic books and books. But this is, y'all are part of something brand new, and millions of people are part of this game, and y'all are, it's been out for over 20 years, and you're adding something brand new to that environment. That's a pretty big milestone.
Yeah. And it's for somebody that's, and I think you guys get this too, because you do a weekly podcast every week. There's, I'm a digital creator, and to know that there's something out there that people can have in their hands that will last longer than me. That's really cool. And that's another reason I'm just really excited to get it out there, is to have physically something there to prove that I actually walk this planet.
There's plenty. I know of 3
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thanks to Jonah.
And I do want to say that I recruited the kid to help design one of the characters
Nice.
in the comic here. So I put her to work.
That's great.
So there is a cool little animal that you'll see, and I'll be like, hey, she designed that there for the comic. So
Yeah, and you can, if you take a look at the Indiegogo page, I just put an update because Rich just designed the trackable. One of the rewards is the trackable,
awesome.
and the trackable is going to be so cool. It's going to be a little mini comic book. It's going to be basically the cover.
That's cool.
But we added another character to the cover. So if you have good eyes, and you will be able to see that character that Rich's daughter created.
Oh, neat.
So
how long after until the cartoon will be on live TV? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't
exactly. That's what I'm wanting.
Geocaching the anime.
Yeah, we're in talks with Disney Plus right now. And,
there you go.
Netflix it.
Netflix.
That's fun. Well, it's very exciting, and I know if it comes out by the HQ celebration, that'll be a huge launching point. That's great. And I know it's tons of work, and I've been doing this for quite a long time now. So it's a huge project and a huge undertaking.
Yeah, as you said, we started this back like in Mayish of last year, and I'm here like almost done with the pencils. Actually, no. On page 24 here, it's like 3/4 inked in, and I got like one panel which I'm just like penciling here. I don't know if you can see. Gosh, it's all.
Not bad. There you go.
See a little
bit.
bit.
Hold it right like that. It worked for a second.
Started working on the pencils there for the first panel on it. It'll probably be finished inked in by maybe tomorrow sometime, and then it's going to take 4 or 5 days of just throwing in flats and colors. But yeah, since that time when we started till now, 24 pages plus the cover.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's I work full time and it's
right. No, we're all kind of live, or at least I know some of us, we live in that world of
got to pay the bills somehow.
I know. But if you didn't have to, that would be, what a wonderful world it would, it would
just
be for us.
Full-time geocache comic creator.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Well,
sign me up.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, Rich said this already. Is comic book comes out monthly. Well, that's a team of a lot of people.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they're doing lots of different jobs, and Rich is doing all the jobs. So if people are wondering why, boy, this summer, that seems like a lot. Well, he's doing a lot of people's jobs. So
I'm doing like the work of like 4 or 5 different people. As I said, there's the rough pencils that can be done by one person, inks done by the one person, flatters, and then there's the flatting is just putting in like the basic flat colors, which then the digital colorist will go through and color over digital flatters, and the digital colors will sometimes that's done by one person, but can be broken up between 2 people. Lettering, all those things done by different people. And it's, I feel kind of bad, like, man, it's just taking forever to do this page. Oh, that's because I'm doing like everything.
Everybody's job.
And someone's got to look up the dad jokes to put in there too. So yeah, got to keep that going.
The thing here, and I don't know if you want to make the picture big, but here's what I've sent him. Like, look, like we're talking Stickman here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like that's ready for print right there. What are you talking about? That's perfect.
I'm out of a job.
And it's so cool to be able to have. I have a vision in my head of what I want, and then to see these images come back and it be even better than my imagination. it's really cool. And then on top of it, to have somebody like Rich that understands geocaching, I can't imagine the work it would have taken to find somebody that can do what Rich can do and then also explain geocaching. It's a real gift to be able to have a geocacher with the talent that Rich has.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's. Yep, that's what somebody mentioned earlier in the chat room. Rich mentioned he was impressed with the artwork. I was impressed too. First time I saw it. Yeah, you great stuff.
Thank you.
And I know we're wrapping up here, and I don't. Oh yeah, there we are.
Look at that update.
We got 6,000. We're
over 6,000.
We're rolling. We're 60% to the goal.
60%.
Thanks, everybody. You're doing great. Everybody's awesome. Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Jess?
That is so awesome. Keep giving, people. We're gonna hit the goal, and just run a reminder. We have almost 1,000 more on top of that with the.
That's right.
With the Geo Challenge coins. So that's
coins.
So we'll find out how much those coins go for tomorrow. But totally don't want to take anything. I even hesitated to want to even talk about the comic book because I don't want to take anything away from St. Jude's. But if people are wondering, the Indiegogo campaign is still going. It wraps up at the end of the year. So if people are interested in getting the comic, be one of the first people to get the comic book. If you want a trackable, you have till the end of the month to do that. So if you're interested in supporting the project and being a part of it, again, don't want to take away from St. Jude's, but
no, we don't understand.
But if people are interested, they're like, boy, I really would love to have that comic book in my hand before anybody else. And it's a cool project. Everybody that gives is going to be thanked in the book too. So yeah, and that will maybe somebody will put the link in the show notes or in the chat.
Yeah, Dave.
I think we have a guy for that.
Yeah, you got a guy.
We got a guy. We know a guy.
We all know a guy.
We all know a guy over there who could do that.
Oh, one of the questions was any plans for other languages?
That was mentioned earlier. We got some
too.
folks from Holland that are watching the show right now.
Let's see how the English version goes and maybe go from there. How about that?
Because it would be possible because all my lettering is on separate layers. So it could just be copy what I have, save it as a different file, and then go through the lettering and put in Japanese or German or French or whatever, and
Dutch.
There's possibility on that there too.
Cool. So the answer to that is English version is priority, but boy, I would also love to have a German version too, because we got a lot of folks over there that might be interested.
Yeah.
How do you translate dad jokes into German?
You probably don't.
I just give him a Daniel Flieger. He's pretty.
Yeah,
there you go.
We have a native speaker, which really makes a big difference. For sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could translate over, or they've got their own jokes on what I'm saying.
Surely.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to get them to work. I don't know.
Oh yeah, GCHQ does have a few translators.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we've got people that we have translators.
They have them in many, many languages. In fact, volunteers around the world.
Yep, they work with various ones. So,
have you talked to HQ? Obviously, you have, but have you talked to HQ much about this? What is their thoughts?
Yep, we have.
Yeah,
I'll just say, what's that?
I
said I wonder that too. Like what do they think? As I know you're talking back and forth with some people there. Like, is it okay to say this or that, or to have this cache or that cache and thing? But I haven't really heard like what they're officially saying. Like, are they like raving, or are they just like, yeah, okay, that's cool? Or I don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing official. Although I'll say this, there is a possible lackey in the book. I'll say that.
Oh,
cool.
But there has been talk of being able. There's some possible interest of the comic book being in the Shop Geocaching store. So,
wow, cool.
So that's not official, but it has been mentioned. So we'll see. That's really exciting.
Well, and I'm sure they, because geocaching, much like many of us, everything has to be extremely family friendly. They're going to have to wait and see a final product before they can commit to anything like that. We would expect nothing different, right?
There's nothing weird or bizarre going on in here that's going to be like, whoa, you need to cut that out.
Yeah.
No, and I wouldn't expect anything like that.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So if you saw that, Josh, in the chat room, but you have the Dutch translators, really ready for you. So
okay, good to know.
Wow, that is very cool.
So there you go.
You're talking about geocachers, right? You have communities around the world. There's going to be people that are just dying to get into this book that are not, native English speakers.
Willing to help. Yep.
I would love it to have another languages, but yep, the priority will be English. But then let's Rich and I will talk. We'll go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I expect to see this in school libraries for sure. I really do expect that.
Board.
So cool.
It is a literal drawing board. Rich has got a board and he's drawing on it.
He does. Somebody else asked.
My drawings.
Like
somebody else asked if there would be a volume 2. Rich, what do you think? Volume 2?
Volume 2.
Well, the thing is that
volume 1 done, right?
Cover the caches that are already out there, unless there's something different that we do, or that you do with it. Maybe I don't know.
Well, there's
come up with something.
I'm a storyteller. I'm sure I could come up with another story. And there's there's over 3 million caches to highlight. So
that's a lot of episodes.
We don't have any lack for content.
No.
Houston, Texas. Dave says Komikino for the Horde, like Horde, like HORDE Horde is in Warcraft Horde or what?
Probably
for the Horde.
For the Horde.
I was a lion, but occasionally went in Horde. But yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. And Tom will give his Texas dialect.
Translated into Texan. That's a thing.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I'd like to purchase a hard copy in a trilogy. So she's already wanting
be
3.
Like Game of Thrones, like I keep writing it and like not getting anything done for like 20 some years.
Yeah, maybe end it better though.
Oh God, or at least end it. The books I'm talking here.
Right.
A holiday special.
Sequel.
The cache that saved Christmas.
The cache that saved Christmas. I love that idea though. That's awesome.
It's great. Well, I know I speak for many, many people when I say we're really excited to see this project come to life. I know it's getting closer now, and I'm sure y'all are just dying to get it ready. But there'll be many, many people that are super excited to see this project come to life. Now, the people that are donating get to get it first, obviously. But yeah, I anticipate this is going to be a very popular item and really good for kids as well, which is great. We got to have that next generation of cachers or the game's gone. So
yes, for sure. Yeah, we're very excited. Who are these guys?
Oh my gosh,
I know these guys.
Who let these people in?
Where am I?
Look at those guys.
Oh my gosh, it's like vlogger heaven here.
It is.
Do you think the IQ? The IQ of
a vlogger calendar. A vlogger calendar.
A vlogger calendar. Yeah, those guys would be, those 3 guys would definitely be on there. Well,
and look at that. Look at that.
Rich
I'm down
Josh.
under again. I'm down under again.
That's right.
You are down under again.
We're keeping you down
there. Hey guys.
Hello. G'day.
Good day.
You interrupted me. I was just reading my 501 geocaches to find before you die book.
Nice. Wow, there's a plug right there. Scrabble Hound says it's Bob Billy. All right, let's wrap up the hour. So Rich and Josh, thank you guys so much.
Yes,
thanks for having me.
See you, fellas.
Josh, once again, you knocked it out of the park. Another home run.
Thank you.
You picked the best people. I think just again, we pull back the curtain a little bit. Is I just tell Josh he's got a couple hours. Let him decide, and he does. He picks the great. He picks so many great folk to have on. So, and it worked out great. No, really, Rich. It was really good. We couldn't talk about it then, but it was so great to have. But to have the kid on and talk about that was. For that episode was perfect. Mm-hmm. So
thank you for that too. It was great being here and our second time here. So thank you.
Yeah, no, we'll have to do that again sometime too. Cause it was fun and it worked out perfect. So I was gonna say we get a total right now, 61-45. Incredible. Woo! Incredible. Thanks everybody. We're rolling. We are rolling. It's awesome. It just rolled up again.
We're up again.
Oh, there it goes.
Wow.
It's
Look at
rolling
that.
now. 63.45. Let's go. Let's go.
It must be the vlogger magic.
It is.
That's what it is.
We need more vloggers. Get the whole
Yes.
GCNW up here, man.
How many
That's
people
right.
can we get in this thing?
Exactly.
Up to 63%. That's great coming into
We're
this
doing
hour.
awesome.
Hey,
awesome,
Josh,
awesome.
can you imagine if every one of your TikTok followers just did $1?
I know.
That's $500,000
Can
right
I
there.
do that?
$500,000
that'd be
right there
incredible.
to see your TikTok followers.
Too bad most of those people are all 12.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, a quarter, 25 cents.
That's right. We'll take 25 cents. That works.
Yeah.
My
Rich is
lunch
right.
money. I can't get my lunch money.
I'm still
You can
working
go with
out
that
this
one milk
coin
this
thing
week.
here.
You'll be okay. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Good deal.
Guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you for being on.
Thanks,
you guys,
Rich.
thanks for doing
Bud.
Coins
Thank
for
you, thank
Kids.
you.
I'm excited to hear about Coins for Kids. Have a great
Oh
day.
yeah. We are too.
See ya,
It's gonna be
guys.
awesome. Bye. All right, let's get a reset done and let's get the next hour rolling. Go for it.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
Sponsors for this hour, Cachly, the foremost geocaching app, can be found at cachly.com. Next is Drives Cache Closet. He's giving away a free premium membership every hour. And so thank you, Drives. Thank you, Dave, for Drives Cache Closet. Offering the best prices on the geocaching products that you want. Art and Crafted. Sean giving away shirts, 1 an hour. Thank you, my friend. artandcrafted.com. Go check them out. Creators of the distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirt designs, especially the ones that we're wearing right now, the Coins for Kids. So one note about that particular shirt that we're showing. 100% of the proceeds from that sale of that shirt will go to the Podcast of Hope at the end of the month. So once again, buy you a Coins for Kids shirt. I like my version of it, but there's many versions. So Neil Moore's got a version of it. I like his version too. Yes. Funnily, ironically, Hailmeister, he has the same version, right? You got this version, right?
Yep. Sure do.
And so does Craig. So awesome. Thank you guys for that. And on to Cache Canada. They're giving away trackables. So Cache Canada is about getting out of the house and onto the open road, trail, or pathway and finding geocaches. So thank you, Cache Canada, Dave and Karen, for giving away trackable tags every hour. Also, we've got one of the swag bags. Oh, sorry. Let me get to the right hour. Sorry. We gave those away. We're also giving away Logwork. Logwork, the creators of the fantastic logbook made with genuine Write in the Rain paper. The logbook's designed for the micro containers of the present and future, geared toward the hider who would like to go caching instead of doing cache maintenance. Find them logwork.com. Thank you, Logwork. Thank you for your sponsorship this hour. Also, we've got an anonymous prize pack this hour. This particular person wants to remain anonymous, but they've given, gosh, I'd have to ask them, but I think this is their 3rd year that they've given away a prize pack. So thank you. I know who you are, and you know my thank you's going directly to you. So thank you. And I've actually seen them beyond. So there you go. That's the only hint I can give. Owain Boorman is giving away 3D caches. In this hour, we're going to give away the Gigantor puzzle one, which I can't finish. I can't solve it. It's too hard. Oh, I got a little farther.
Gigantor, that's the new geocaching size, right?
This is the Gigantor size. Yeah, there's micros, there's mini, or there's micros. There's
That's somewhere between small and regular. Gigantor
is Gigantor. So we're giving away the giant nano, which is
and it's already half solved. Gary can't solve the rest of it, but it's half
solve
solved
the rest
for
of
you.
it. I'll send it like that, so you can solve the rest of it. But there you go. So yeah, is that like jumbo shrimp, giant nano?
That's right.
And then lastly but not leastly, Cache Advance. Thank you, Cache Advance. Their mission to inspire and equip geocachers for fun and adventure. Another t-shirt. Awesome. The next shirt design will be released next week and shipping at the end of the month. This is our t-shirt of the month club that will be given out this hour. So there you go. 65.27 plus the coins plus other coins, which we're now going to talk about with the Coins for Kids crew. So guys, thanks for being on.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's awesome. So we're gonna show a video here in a little bit, which I love because I love seeing you guys. I love the videos. But Neil, I guess let me start with you, I think. So it could be Neil or Jason. I don't know who instigated this whole thing. I know Craig was
Neil
kind
did.
of
That's Neil.
Was it
Yeah.
Neil? Okay.
Yeah.
So Neil, how did this come about?
Probably a couple years ago, I had mentioned to my friend Nate as we were caching, we came across some pennies and nickels or something in a cache. And I said, one of these days I'm going to just start collecting these and maybe like see if I can go on vacation or something, because we were always finding coins.
Right.
Well, then last year, a year ago, exactly, after watching the podcast, I thought, this is the avenue, or this is what I'm going to do with them. I'm going to actually go out and collect the coins that I find in caches, and I'm using that to donate to St. Jude's, and whatever I find, I will match that.
Right.
And so it wasn't 3 weeks later, Jason came over to do some geocaching during the Christmas time, and we went up to do a little geocaching tour in neighboring town, and we just happened to come across some coins. I said, this is a great place to start right here and right now. And so that's what we did.
It's incredible when you mentioned it to me, way back, like you said, and I like, oh, that's awesome, because all of us have seen. I mean, we've all seen, and we just sort of ignore. I mean, me personally, I tend to just ignore them. I'm like, oh yeah, oh, there's a quarter. How about that? And when you mentioned that, it was like, oh, makes perfect sense. Get it? Perfect sense.
Perfect. It just makes sense.
That's it. Yeah, we're gonna. That's Craig's line for the thing. But so, Jason, what did you think? I mean, that Neil's kind of a nut, but what was your thoughts when Neil said this to you?
Well, honestly, I thought, well, that's a great idea, but good luck, Neil. I think you're going to get about $5.
Right.
That's what I honestly thought. We come across coins every now and then, but like Neil said,
Sure.
It's a penny, it's a dime, it's not very often, et cetera, et cetera. But it is something. And if you can use other people's change to make change in the world of St. Jude, then that's a good thing. So I thought, well, Neil's my friend. I'm going to go along with him. Let's make some videos together, and let's just see where this goes. And here we are.
Yeah. It's been fun in so many different ways. That's the thing about it, is that it's not just about the penny. It's been fun, and we'll show the video here in a minute. But it's been it's been fun watching you guys get involved in this. So without further ado, let's show let's show the video because, like I said, I laugh every time I watch it. So let me pull it up and we'll show it here again because it's just genius. So, all right, here we go.
29, and I have decided that I am going to raise some money for charity, and this is how I'm going to do it. Now you're all going to think I'm nuts. You open the cache, and there's cash in there. Not a lot, maybe a couple pennies, maybe a couple dimes, a couple quarters. But I'm going to take that change home, and I'm going to put it in a jar, and I'm going to save it for a full year. Then I'm going to donate it to St. Jude's when Geocache Talk does their podcast of hope.
I'm gonna let it try to catch up a little bit. So sorry. I think I was a little behind. So
I thought that was my internet then.
No. All right.
Hey, in the middle of an 8-hour podcast, if we don't have any internet issues, I'd really be worried. I mean, something else bad is going to happen all of a sudden.
Yeah, really. All right, let me punch this up again. Let's try it again. So, all right, here we go.
We're going to start this right here, right now. I got Hailmeister here with me, and we're going to open up this cache right here. If there's any change in here, we're going to take the change, and I'm going to throw some swag in, and then we're going to put that change in the jar.
I love that you said it's like, no, we don't know if there's anything in this thing. So
it's not a setup. It's true.
There's a big risk there, man. That was, but anyway, all right. Let's keep going. I think Derek can keep. Can you do it, Derek? You want me to do it? I'll do it.
Technical difficulty.
Let's check out that second.
All right, what else we got in here?
Oh, I hear jingling.
Pencils and there's some change. There's a quarter right there.
Nice.
Let's see what we got. Let's dig it out.
Lay it right out here in my hand.
There's a leaf. No, you don't.
Leave that alone.
There's that.
What is that?
That's a quarter.
Okay.
That's really nasty.
We'll have to clean up. Oh.
In the first place. Okay. Couple pennies.
So we're up at 27 cents.
Wow, you got a nice haul here. All right, we got another penny. Oh, look at that.
Another nice quarter. Shiny quarter.
Yep. Let's see. Looks like wait, another man. Holy cow. There's another penny and another quarter.
So we're up to 79 cents right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Here's some more. Okay. Another penny. That's
80 cents.
And I think we're all tapped out here. Yep, since you can't come up to Buffalo Nickel. So we'll put that back.
All right. So we ended up with 80 cents right here. There it is, 80 cents, at least we think, because we're out geocaching, and Eric found a penny in this cache. It's only a penny going into the hashtag Coins for Kids jar. All right, good way to go, Eric.
There's a coin right there, $1. That's paper money there. Now there they are, the Mingo Mates in Colorado. There they are.
You gotta be kidding me!
Coins for kids?
Yeah, coins for kids! Coins for kids right here in Colorado. Let's see what we got. 26 cents.
Yes.
Mr. Neil Moore. Mr. Neil Moore.
Yes.
The sound of coins for kids in Colorado. How much we got this time? Hey, I'm Moist, you gonna have to count for me. What is that? 1 cent? 1, 2, 3 cents? Is that what's a dime?
10 cents.
10 cents. 13 cents.
Nice.
13 cents.
Woohoo.
Seriously, coins for kids. It makes sense.
It does make sense.
He fumbles, but he recovers.
Tumbleweed out of the way. We didn't even know those were coins for kids, and it didn't. 5 cents, isn't it? That's 10. 10 cents. 10 cents. See, another tenner.
Yay!
Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore.
Hashtag Coins for Kids.
I'll go work this out again now.
All right.
25 cents, I think, and 1 cent. 26 cents. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
It just makes sense.
Just makes sense.
It's so awesome.
I got to tell you, when you go caching with Craig, you are never at a loss for puns or dad jokes.
No, you're not.
True.
Oh, wow. We're up to 66-13. That's awesome.
Nice.
That is awesome. Thank you, everybody, that's incredible. Yeah. Just love it. It's just so crazy.
It's just a genius idea. It really is. It's wild how something that that works. It does.
Yeah. My thought is that, I mean, when you're growing up, don't your parents always say, here's your allowance or here's 50 cents, put some of it aside or whatever. And you think, what's a penny or a nickel or a dime going to do? But over time and repetitive, you really do accumulate. It's surprising how much change. Just myself, I have collected just under $32 in change that I found in caches this past year.
Wow. Just from change.
Yep.
Just from that. And then we'll get into here in a minute, but the you've got people that are giving you when they heard about it, right? You started to get people who are like, oh, take my bag of coins.
Yeah. I was at an event yesterday. Merlin 1392, he's in the chat right now, and him and we were at an event yesterday, and one of our local cachers, actually two of them that we cache with quite often, one gave me a little bag of change right here.
Right.
There's $5 in there. And,
wow.
And he gave me a bag with like $13 or $14 in it a couple months ago. And then another cacher, she told me, she's like, oh, I forgot. I was going to bring it. I'll get it to you. She says, I'll let you know. I'll go home and count it and let you know. And what she's going to give me is $28 and some change.
Oh, wow.
And
that's awesome.
I've had, I think 3 other local cachers that have given me like Dirt Bike Granny. She gave me $22 one time.
Right.
Dirty Gordy gave me like $13.
Wow.
And then I've had a geocacher from Ohio, Jam 637, or Melissa. She sent me a check for $25. She had found change,
wow.
She rounded up, and sent me a check for $25. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome, and have you, I guess people are asking, do you have a total yet? Do you feel like you've got a some kind of total you want to share here in a little bit? You don't have to share it right now, but
well, I just as our hour rolled over into our hour,
right,
I made my donation, and that was rounded up a touch, but $200 is what I just donated.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
From change.
Change.
In the word getting out.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says it's a really good idea. It is a great idea.
Yeah.
That's so
and
much
I've
fun.
had other people, like in a video or whatever, they'll comment on a video. They'll be like, yep, I found some change. I've got change I'm going to donate and stuff. So I'm hoping that some of these cachers that are watching right now are donating what they found throughout the year. So
that's awesome. Yeah. So the one of the chances that the 5 of us got to be together, which was some of those video was Colorado, but then of course you went to Colorado and then came over for Mingo Madness. So what are some of your fond memories from that mega with all of us and just being together? It's just we've all run into each other once in a while, but we don't really get to see each other very often. So I guess we'll go around the room. And what are the three of y'all? What are some of your fond memories of Mingo Madness this year?
Well, mine personally, Gary, and this is going to be a bit of a strange one, but being able to photograph Memphis's crutch with his bum bag on it, I really enjoyed that. So
that's good.
That's what I wanted to go to Mingo Madness for. I never met the guy in real life, and the first thing I did was take a photograph of his crutch. So there you go.
There you go. Well, it's perfect. That is a unique experience there, Craig. I understand.
Yeah, that is not what I expected.
No.
It's good.
That's funny.
So
I have to say, one of my biggest my greatest experiences from the Mingo Madness Mega was meeting the people who enjoy my videos and watch other geocaching network members as well too, and taking pictures and conversing with them, as well as we had a vlogger summit there at the Kansas largest barn.
Yeah, did.
That was pretty good. Yep. And we had dinner that evening as well too. So that was a nice little gathering and get together. And as speaking of gatherings, we also had a very special gathering of cache creators and media members at Joshua's Airbnb that was out in the country. That was a pretty special night as well too.
Yeah, one of my regrets from Mingo Madness was missing that because I was wiped out. I went back to the room, but I missed the aliens. I mean,
you missed the aliens. You fell asleep.
I missed the aliens. I was kind of bummed about that, but and I heard stories, and it's like, man, when you hate to miss out on little things like that. So, Lori says she got to experience that.
Yeah,
too,
she sure did. Yeah.
He did have a cool spot. I mean, as far as Airbnbs go, I heard that was a really. Now, y'all room together, didn't you? During the
didn't room. We shared an Airbnb, same room, but didn't room together, Gary.
You have the same bed, no?
No,
not with Neil sleeping. Oh my goodness, it was like a chainsaw. Rah, 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 rah. That's all I heard all night long. I thought, wow, what is this guy on? Like, I'm just chucking him under the bus there. Sorry, Neil.
That's all right. I'm sure it was probably pretty loud. Craig brought his CPAP. I didn't bring mine, so he wouldn't share. So
I'm not.
Yeah. I got to hear the story. I want to hear this. Go ahead, Neil. You tell yours, and then I got questions. So go ahead.
Okay. So a couple things is first was. This was Mingo Madness came like after a year of COVID stuff. And so for me in Michigan to get someplace where I didn't have to wear a mask was awesome. Yeah. But getting together with all those people there at the fairgrounds, that was great. I loved it. Meeting all the people there and stuff.
Right.
The other thing, again, was the little gathering at Josh's Airbnb. That was awesome. Getting to talk to Gia and Tricashis and Barsky and Josh and Jesse, and I mean, that was just a fantastic time. And then probably one of my favorite experiences was at our Airbnb. Our host he's a gun enthusiast.
A gun nut.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That was an experience. And I think he really wanted to get us drunk. He did not have a problem.
I don't know why.
Having us,
yeah, that was on my list, which was tomato beer. You've got to tell people about tomato beer because it kind of makes no sense unless you tell it. So you guys tell the story about tomato beer.
Well, the guy asked us if we've ever had red beer.
Yeah.
And I had never heard of it, and I don't think Neil doesn't drink beer, and Craig, not even being from the United States, he probably didn't even know what it was either. So we're like, no, what is that? So he says, oh, you got to come out here to the shed. So he takes us out to the shed, and he's got a bar out there with, let me tell you, he's got about 70 ammo cans full of ammo there.
Yeah, no
and he's got
caches.
shelves you think I got a lot of bobbleheads back here? This guy had, what do you say, guys? Like he had like 50,000 rounds on hand.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Wow.
He pours us some beer and some tomato juice, and that's red beer. 50-50. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of it. Neil liked it.
Yeah, it had some. Didn't you put? It was hot sauce or something in there.
Yeah. You had some of that Tabasco sauce in there too.
Yeah,
so.
and I am not a beer drinker. I really don't like the taste of beer.
Right.
But this stuff, it was really more like a Bloody Mary is what it tasted like.
Yeah.
So I thought it was all right.
Can I say this as well, Gary? And that is one of the ammo cans that he had and could only fit 3 rounds in one ammo can. That's the size of this guy's gun collection. Like, it was insane.
Yeah. Those are missiles, not guns.
Yeah, and coming from
bullets.
Australia, I was just like, wow.
Yeah, it's true.
He pulled out a clip of 50 cal, 5 rounds of 50 cal, and he laid them on the bar, and he's like, check those out. I'm like, holy cow. I said, you got the gun to shoot those? He's like, oh yeah. and
he makes all the rounds himself as well. Like he's got a whole system set up there with his press and whatever else as well. He's showing us the whole lot. I was just like, oh, okay.
Right. That's hardcore.
Very different to Josh's Airbnb experience. I'll just say that.
Very different. Now, you did get to experience something new at Joshua's B&B. Over the fire treat.
Oh, me personally?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. My very first s'more. My very, very first s'more I had in. Thanks for that. I forgot about that. Yeah. And I'll be having s'more later on. I'll give you the tip.
Do they don't do s'mores?
No, that's an American thing. Just like we don't do Thanksgiving. I had my very first Thanksgiving the other day here as well.
I know, it's awesome. Yeah.
So I got to chime in on this too. As we're all heading back to the Airbnb, Craig says to us, so we're going to go back and have beer and nibblies?
Yeah.
You like
beer and nibblies?
Beer and nibblies. Say it right. Beer and nibblies. It's beer and nibblies. Nibblies in Australia is just like, chips and
snacks,
little things you can eat while you're drinking. That's
that you can nibble.
Yeah, you nibble
while you
nibblies. Beer and nibblies.
Right. They're nibblies. Makes
These guys
sense.
thought it was hilarious. I'm like, God, am I speaking English here?
No.
Man, no.
It's a form of English known as Australian.
And it's more English than what Americans speak, just saying. Because we don't take out the U in flavor or color. And, we spell things correctly, Like a can of beer is made out of aluminium, not aluminum. It's aluminium.
Aluminium.
Your internet must not be working right because it's sounding really weird. I don't know. You're pronouncing words wrong. I don't understand.
Oh, trust me, I've gone through this so many times with so many people.
Now, this is funny, by the way, and I know Neil and Jason are picking up on this already, but it's funny that Craig is saying that. But he's a Yank now. He lives here.
No.
In the U.S.
You can take me out of Australia, but you can't take the Australia out of me. Mate.
Okay, I understand. I understand. But so kind of, I know most people know, but I guess, kind of give everybody an update. Actually, is it, because we talked before. Now, is it official that you're, like, are you staying in the U.S. now? I mean, I know you're married, but are you possibly okay? So you're not going back.
So the way the visa works is that look, there it is. There, if you can see it, I got married. And so now my green card is in the process, and so I had my biometrics done the other day, or the other month, I should say. So that's all done,
right?
And now I'm just waiting on the actual green card, which should be hopefully by the end of this year. Fingers crossed. And that's when I can actually start working again, like working again.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, because there was I know we because we talked a little bit about, but again the marriage. Well, I think it could have even happened there, but we had talked about how there's a chance that you would then go back, but then I think I'm glad you're this all worked out and you're able to to stay. So yeah. So how has it been to sort of make the cultural switch over? And because marriage is enough of a
that's a culture shock in itself, right there.
Shock. Yeah, I don't know how to. Thanks, Jesse. I wasn't sure how to put that, but and then on top of that, in another country, I know you've been here before, but still, the U.S. is weird enough, but it's one thing to visit, but it's another thing to live here. So,
put it this way,
what's it been like?
Yeah, it's marriage, but you got to remember where I am located right now. Which state? It's not just America. No,
that's true. New Jersey.
It's New Jersey, and I married a Jersey girl. So
right. No, that's awesome.
No, it's been good. But I will say this, and that is, New Jersey has this reputation that they're, I won't be rude, but they're not very well liked. They're the backside of the US, right? But they're proud of that as well. They're super proud of that. They're like, we hate it, but you know what? We love it. That's what they do. That's what they're like. But in saying that, they are fly off the handle at the drop of a hat. You've got to be very careful with them. I was in the supermarkets only a couple of weeks ago, and I got in line, and apparently I was in the wrong line. Anyway, this woman, she went off at me, "Excuse me," and she's getting all the whole fingers going and everything else as well.
Oh, no.
I looked around. I said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I thought I was in the right line," and she heard the accent. She's like, "Where are you from?" And it just took her back. And I said, "Oh, I'm from Australia." "Oh, it's okay then. You're right. No problem." My wife is behind me looking at me going, "If you were American and even if you're right, she'd be still going off at you right now." I'm like, So I use the accent, and I'm never going to lose it. I'm going to use the accent to my advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, never lose it.
Don't ever lose that.
No,
that's awesome.
Never lose it.
I have to attest that Craig is correct in that. As we stood in the car rental place in Denver, the lady, because the car was under my name, and the lady says, "Do you want to upgrade to a larger car?" I said, "Is that going to cost me more money?" And she says, "Well, of course it is." And somebody came and asked her a question. She goes, "Oh, I'll be right back. Just a minute." And Craig says, "I got this for you." He came back and he says, So you're going to give us this bigger car, right? And she goes, "Yeah, I'll give it to you." So we got a bigger car for no extra money.
She's like, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Australia." I said, "I come over here just to Kansas, like into here from Australia, just for that purpose, just to hang with my mates, and whatever else as well." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, yeah. So we need the bigger car because we're three big blokes. And she's like, "Oh, okay, then not a problem. Okay."
That's funny.
And I've witnessed that. He can get away with saying things that if I or Jason would have said them, we probably would have gotten reprimanded for something, for just saying these words, whatever the words were. And Craig says them, and they're like, "Oh, that's so cute."
Yeah, I love the impression there. So yeah, it's been, it's fun watching, because you guys all do videos, so it's kind of this weird deal where we can kind of, how to put it, there's an interaction, and you guys understand this being vloggers, that there's an interaction going on between the audience and in yourself. We actually know each other, but have you guys ever had that situation where you're somewhere and somebody walks up and they sort of act like they know you, which is kind of this weird, because they see you, if they see you all the time, they're like, "Oh, I don't know."
You feel like you know each other. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like Jesse and I will run across somebody sometimes, and it's an interesting interaction that occurs.
Yep.
It really is. And
I've had it several times, probably nowhere near as much as Joshua would, but and we've talked about this. Jason and I have talked about it, where you're at an event, usually a mega event or something like that, and somebody comes up and starts talking to you like you know them,
right?
And I mean, I'm like, "Yeah, hey, how you doing? Good. Oh, you're doing some caching? Great. You having a good time? Awesome." And they go, all right, well, we'll see you around. You're like, all right, we'll see you. And they walk away, and you're like, I have no idea who that is. You know, they got a cacher name. I've never seen the cacher name or whatever. I try to remember, you know, when people comment on videos or if I meet them in person.
Yep.
Yay. I try to remember names and try to put names with faces and things, but
sure,
I'm getting to an age now where my memory slips. So, but yeah, and you know, it happens fairly frequently at mega events.
Yeah, you know, that's a thing too. Like he says, that a mega event, you kind of I do the same thing, Craig. I think we all do that, and that's just that we just sort of smile and go, "Yeah, it's good to see you."
Yeah.
Later on, you're like, I have no idea who that was.
Well, but in saying that, Gary, you think about this as well. Geocaches, they normally have a trackable badge on with their name. I look for that straight away. I look for the name.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's straight away. But I will say this happened in Mingo, and it was my proudest moment in Mingo. And that was, I was walking, because I spent the day with Josh there one of the days.
Right.
And Josh and I were walking in, right? Everyone stops Josh, you know, and I'm kind of just walking behind, you know, trotting along. Next minute, one woman walks straight past Josh and comes and gives me a big hug. She's like, "Oh my God, I'm meeting you for the first time, blah, blah, blah." Walk straight past Josh. I'm like, what?
Knock him out of the way to get to Craig.
Yeah,
I love it.
Like, oh, you know, so that was quite
awesome.
funny.
Yeah.
It's funny the difference too, because you know, we all watch each other's content. We all in the kind of the universe with it. And like Craig, you kind of joked earlier, we first met, we'd been talking for years online. It felt like we kind of already knew each other, and then we finally got to be in the same place. And it's weird because you're like, well, we know each other. And they're like, oh, wait, actually, we don't actually know each other. We just know each other from online. And it's a weird world that we live in where you're meeting people for the first time after you've seen them online for years. That's just a really weird experience.
And the other weird thing too with Memphis is I normally know you just from the neck up. So when I saw your physique, I was like, oh my goodness, look at this bloke. He's built like a brick. You know what? But in saying that, you're not a tall guy. Like, you're pretty short.
No,
so
I know.
Like,
I didn't realize how tall you were until I saw you in person.
Like, yes. He's got the masculine. I've got the height. Yes.
I know. I was like, man, he's a lot taller when he's not just like shoulders up.
That's all it is. I know.
Yeah. I've had more than once. People go, oh, it was, who was it? It's Dan. It was in Georgia. He actually said to me, he goes, you're shorter than I thought you'd be. I'm like, oh, thanks.
I had that same interaction with Dan in North Carolina for Geo Woodstock. The first time I met him.
Right.
I walked up to him and he's like, oh, you're a lot taller than I thought you were. Okay.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right.
Hopefully
so
that's a real thing that we'll get to experience more in the future, right? As life gets closer back to normal. I don't want to like jinx anything, but hopefully in the next few years, we'll be getting to many more megas. We'll all be in the same groups again. We'll all get to see each other again. And I guess real life, you call it. I don't know. It's back to real life. Maybe. I don't know what you'd call it, but
call it.
We'll call it real life for now.
We'll call it real life.
The new real life.
Oh,
look at that.
We're
We passed 7,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Cool. That's awesome.
That is amazing.
4%.
Well, Neil's already said what he collected. Hailmeister, what did you collect over the last 12 months? We'll do the numbers.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Craig. I'm glad you asked, Craig. Well, I have an official and kind of an unofficial thing that's not on the Tiltify. I ran an Instagram fundraiser where anything that's donated through the fundraiser goes straight to St. Jude. So it kind of bypassed this whole thing. But the whole point is that it went to St. Jude. So that's cool. Mm-hmm. And I promised I would say the people's names who donated for that fundraiser. We have Mark Larson, also known as Darkins44. He's from Wisconsin here. He donated. Cool. We have Bob and Kim Gilbertson they're local to me. They're about an hour away here in Northern Illinois. They donated, and they don't even geocache. They're more Muncie players, but I know them through Muncie.
Yep.
So they donated. My my awesome aunt Vivian and my Uber uncle Jack from Bay Area, Concord, California.
Cool.
They don't geocache, but they know about geocaching. When I've been out visiting, I've said, "Hey, let's go get a cache," and they've gone out with me. They donated. Cool. So that's cool. We got Kelsey, who's here in the chat room and has been all night. Jaspery, she has donated through the Instagram that I was running as well too. And Cody Cash, I saw him in here as well too several times.
He's in the chat room too.
Yep, he donated as well too. So those 5 people donated through the Instagram, and through that donation through Instagram directly to St. Jude, we raised $175.
Woohoo!
Nice,
awesome.
That is awesome.
Yes.
So I know that's kind of, you can't add that on to the Tiltify, but just keep in mind that $175 goes right to St. Jude. Kind of bypass the podcast of hope here, but
okay. That's perfect.
So in it, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Whatever can get
in addition.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Yep, no, you're fine.
In addition to that, I have made 2 donations tonight of $50 each, and I want to break that down because that's not all me. I was gifted anonymously a $62 donation that was PayPal to me. So kind of like Neil's bags of coins he has.
Yeah.
I was donated digitally, I suppose. $62. Yeah. So that came and has been donated to the podcast to Hope tonight, as well as let's see, what do I have here? $13.17 I found in caches throughout the year.
Nice.
That has been donated. And I have also made my own personal donation of $25 for a grand total with Instagram and everything else. $275.17 donated to St. Jude through this through this. That's almost 3% of the grand total, by the way. So
that's awesome.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. I like the
and I think what you're doing is important, and the fact that it skipped this is perfectly okay because this is not about Geocache Talk. We don't care how the money gets to St. Jude. Any money that can be raised to get to St. Jude tomorrow, the next day, any time, and in the future, we're not going anywhere, so we're going to keep doing it. But thank you very much for that, and don't worry about Geocache Talk. We don't care where it comes from as long as it goes to St. Jude. That's awesome. Every single 17 cents. Every single thing counts and helps a great cause. So.
Exactly. Well, I was going to say, Gary, back when in February when I first saw the video of these two doing this coins for kids, and I thought to myself, what a great idea. And so I didn't actually jump on the bandwagon when they first did. I jumped on after watching their videos, you see. So, yes, I do watch their videos as well.
Yes, you do,
And so I thought, what a great cause. Well, guess what? My very first cache that I found straight after watching their video that day had some coins in it. Now, they can attest to this. I'm not very good at counting your money, just saying. It's all that, right?
That's right. Your money now too, Craig.
Quarters, I can understand quarter because it's a quarter of a dollar. I get that. That's just a hello. Like
the
fall instead of
dimes weird, the nickels weird.
Dimes weird, nickels weird, and what's the other one? Penny thing?
Penny.
Why don't you call it 1 cent, 5 cents, and 10 cents? It's not hard. But anyway, my grand total, because mine was just by myself collecting, and my biggest cash find was was just recently when I was in San Francisco.
Okay.
And on the dock there in San Francisco, near Pier 39, near where all the seals are and the webcam, there's a decent sized cache. There's actually quite a decent sized cache. And in that, there was $1.87 was in that one.
Dang.
Yeah, I know. Look at this. So, of course, I did a video for it and everything else as well. But my total, Gary, tonight is $48.75.
Nice.
And that's not me counting. That's my wife counting because it makes sense.
Yeah. Right.
So, of course, I promised that I thought I'd round it up and then double it. So $100. There you go. St. Jude's from Cash for Kids, coins for kids, cash for kids, coins for kids. Same. So that's from me, awesome. Gary, and also from everything that I collected over the last sort of since I've been here. So what's that? 10 months. So it's not bad.
That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
No, that is awesome.
And so not only have y'all donated to St. Jude tonight, but it's been hard to watch the chat room, of course, because it starts going fast when people get excited. But there's been at least 3 or 4 people in the chat room tonight, and we can go back and look at it later, that have, one of them said they were making a jar right as we watched this podcast and we did this podcast, that they're going to start collecting in the future, and they're going to keep it in their car to do it. And other people said they're going to jump on board, which begs the question, obviously, right? Is this the end of Coins for Kids, or will this happen again?
Oh, this is happening again.
Yeah, this can't be the end.
We can't stop this.
We got shirts made, but like, for goodness sake, this can't be the end.
There you go. That's right.
Oh, and by the way, while we're here, a quick shout out to Art and Crafted. These are still available, these shirts.
Yeah.
At Art and Crafted, who is a sponsor as well. And 100% of the profits from these shirts go straight to St. Jude. So 100%. How good
How
is
awesome
he?
is that?
He's one awesome dude, that bloke. So
do you happen to know if they have those in kid sizes? I don't know if he has them there yet or not. Somebody did ask that about the shirts that were interested in it.
I think he does, because he's got like 10 or different colors as well.
Yeah.
So,
okay,
sizes,
that's great.
Men's, women's, kids. It's just a standard tee with the coins for kids.
Yeah.
I like this. It just makes sense.
Also, we're supposed to be giving. I'm giving away a shirt. It's already bought and paid for. So I don't know how you guys are doing the giveaways.
All 3 of us are giving away a shirt each as well tonight. Now.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm adding that in right now so I don't forget.
Yeah, we gotta.
That's something I got to do.
So all the
prizes just keep piling up.
Whoever wins, then they just need to contact him, and it's already
already done,
paid
ready
for,
to go.
so.
Yep, I'm adding it right now. So there you go. There's another reason to give this hour, is that you get a chance to win a Coins for Kids shirt.
Got 3 chances for a shirt this hour.
3 extra chances right there.
And they are good quality shirts too. I'll just say, like, it's actually good quality shirts. It's not like a rip-off brand. It's American made. Like, they're quality.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love it just makes sense. I love that. It's so funny.
I wish I would have thought of it.
I've noticed that the hashtag Coins for Kids is being kind of spread around. It started off kind of small and started moving slowly, but it's gotten bigger faster, especially as the podcast of Hope here has gotten more near. But I noticed here before, what was it, like the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, I was scrolling through the donations there on Tiltify, and I noticed a few names on there that mentioned they were donating in the name of hashtag Coins for Kids. I'd just like to mention Turtle Lady 1020, and then the name was kind of longer. It didn't fit on there. She donated with a hashtag Coins for Kids, and so did Bell on the Move. So there you go.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Turtle Lady just made a comment. They said they collected over $14 of coins from caches and changed from their vehicles, rounded up to 20, and going to start a change collection for next year too.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Cool.
That's cool.
And somebody also asked, I know we might have covered it or whatever, where do they get these Coins for Kids shirts?
Artedcrafted.com.
There you go. Somebody was ready for that one already.
I will say as well, if everyone wants to start, if people want to start actually doing the Coins for Kids, the best way to do it is getting like an empty peanut butter jar of some sort, cutting the hole in the top like an actual money box, but that fits perfectly in your cup holders in your car. So you're never going to lose the coins when you collect them. So put it in the cup holder in the car. You've always got it there to just dump them in, and you're right.
Yeah, that is perfect.
So, and then should people, to spread the word, should people, if they're on social media, use the hashtag Coins for Kids throughout the year to let people know what it is? And
go for it. Hashtag Coins for Kids.
I mean, spread the word, right? So more and more people will do this, and we'll be having an interesting conversation a year from now.
Nice.
Exactly. Look at that. Almost 7.5.
Still rolling in. 75% to the goal.
Look at that.
That's amazing.
Dang.
That's really awesome. That's awesome.
That is
I
unbelievable.
use the hashtag on Instagram and on Facebook. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but I use it on Instagram. And every time you start your hashtag in Instagram, it will autofill, and it tells you like this has been used recently, or it's not used very often, or however many. So if you do a search for hashtag Coins for Kids, you can see all the different posts of who's collecting. And I usually do like just a quick photo of the change in my hand or in the cache or whatever. And then when I get home, I started out with this jar, as you could see in my first video, which is like a little pint jar. And I ended up, because people were giving me their change too, I ended up in a regular mayonnaise jar.
Yeah.
And this was full and overflowing with coins. And I had to count it all out and put it in rolls.
Right.
And I also had because people were, I found dollar bills. I mean, look at this guy. This is what you find.
That's right.
But I had $36 in bills.
Dang.
Yeah, and found in caches.
Right.
Yeah.
We sometimes we forget that we forget that there's like, well, in the video there's one where somebody stuck a dollar bill inside there.
That was me. I was in Niagara Falls doing a Deadliest Cachers cache and pulled that out, and that was in there, and it was great.
See, Gary, as well, that's the other thing. In Australia, coins for kids. Coins, we have $1 coin and a $2 coin. We don't have bills.
Oh, that's true.
We got $1 coin and a $2 coin. So coins for kids in Australia is actually worth more, but
it's
technically
worth
worth less in US dollars. So just saying.
Right.
And it's also coins for kids with the number 4 rather than FOR. So coins for kids. The number 4, yeah.
I like that.
Just for your hashtags, people.
For the hashtag, yes. The hashtag is coins for kids.
I'd also like to make note that Cache Canada and also Cache the Line have also done some posts on Instagram and Facebook and things like that. Yeah, they're not on here tonight so much. Well, Jeff is, but I'd like to just make it known that they've been doing it as well too, helping out the cause through the social media and through videos as well too. So helping to inspire others.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's been it has been inspiring. Jess and I started this, again, 6 years ago, and we thought, well, we hope we raise, the first year we wanted to raise 1,000, and we I don't know what our goal is. We raised 1,000 the first year. That was our goal, I think. But every year,
which we were over the moon about, by the way. We
were. Well, we still are.
Just amazing. Yeah, still amazed by the generosity.
We are. I am. Yeah. Every year I'm amazed. Like you said. So we raised it to 2,000. You're like, whoa, slow down, Gary. I don't know about that. You gotta slow down a little bit. And I was like, no, we can't slow down now. Let's keep going.
Gary and his beans.
That's right.
It's counting the beans, Gary. He's counting them before he comes out. So that's what he does.
Yeah, I'm counting them before. So we got to 2, and I was like, got to go to 4 now. He's like, no. Slow down. So 2016, we raised 1,000, 2,000 in 2017, 4,000 in 2018. We had a goal the next year to go to 5,000. It was in 2019. We actually raised 7,750 that year.
Yeah.
2020, we decided which was last year's. We decided, okay, 8,000's that's too much. We're not going to make it we're not going to make it there. But let's just keep going. So, and we ended up raising 10,000 last year. So this year we decided, let's just keep going. Let's keep adding. So, it's amazing, what people have, and people like you guys who've joined in who want to be part of it. Look at, we're at 74-78. That's incredible.
Oh my gosh, 75% to the goal. That's
just incredible. So thanks, guys, so much for that. And again, as we wrap up for this hour, thank you guys. Hope to see you soon.
Just went up again.
You should leave it up like that.
74.98.
It makes people want to donate. I'm just saying, leave it up.
Leave it up
That's
right there. Yeah.
I'd rather see the numbers go up than my ugly mug. Just saying. So
right. Well, as we leave this up, let me ask you guys, because every year that we get an opportunity to get together, I love it because it's just fun. And I know some of y'all live near each other, so like Jason and Neil see each other a lot more often than Craig or I, or Craig seeing them. But do you guys have anywhere next year that you think that you might be where all of us can be together?
Well, there's one event that we're all going to, surely.
Huh. Do you think maybe?
I surely hope so.
Yes. Cache Fest, of course. It has to be. The
Cache Fest. We'll be there.
Yeah.
Be there or be square.
That's awesome.
And Seattle. I'm sure it'll be in Seattle as well.
Yeah, that's something
that's going to be big. That one, it's going to be hard to all meet up if it's Seattle.
Yeah,
Right.
that's going to be. There's going to be a lot of people there.
It's going to be a lot.
Hopefully, hopefully we won't end up with some sort of mess again, because that would not be good. Cross our fingers that we can go.
That's right. We need the real world to come back. We need to be able to hang out and go caching together.
Yeah, because it's different parts of the states. I mean, you guys are all much more northerly than I am, so we're all experiencing, I think, a little bit different. As far as how the pandemic is working, but yeah. So I'm really hoping that we can all be together, because I think one thing that I think Jesse even mentioned was during 2020, during the full blown pandemic, is that and when we had to cancel everything, that really makes you think about the fact that the times that we do all get together, are small, are few, and it really it seems to mean a lot more, at least to me it does, when we can actually hang out together and do stuff.
Oh, yeah. Great instant 100%. Great memories.
Yep.
And so short. I mean, the thing I walked away from, because we're Jesse and I, we're pretty much running around, and I know you guys are too, but a little bit, but it's important to I tried to make sure and get with you guys, and at least this, especially in Mingo Madness, it's like, oh, the Vlogger Summit, I don't care what I'm doing, I'm stopping everything else. I'm not doing. I want to go hang out with those guys for a while at least, and so that was good to be able to do that and eat some good Mexican food.
Oh, that was really good.
That was good. Well, Gary, the other thing as well that I really enjoyed, I totally forgot about this, and that is, I'm going to plug it, but Patreon, you guys support your Patreons, because I'm a Patreon. You guys support your Patreon so good. That meal, like the breakfast that we had that morning,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That only Patreons know about. Like, you know what I mean? So
right. Or plus ones. Jason got to go.
Oh, yeah, and plus ones. But if you're not a Patreon and you don't support whoever you want to support, whether in podcasts or any other geocaching people and vloggers or whatever else, you've got to support these people. And I'm telling you now that the Geocaching Talk podcast is one of the best to give back to their Patreons. Just saying. So thank you very much, Gary and Jesse.
Well, thank you for saying that.
Yeah. That was
we appreciate it.
I love that.
That was an awesome experience that you don't get to duplicate very often. All the people from around the world, we get to all meet in one location and literally eat together. So
yeah.
There was so many there. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was great.
It was
great. Yeah. I like meeting the other patrons in that setting, because it's like you actually get a couple minutes to talk to them without interruption or whatever,
right.
And it's not just type. It's not just type talking on the geocaching chat like we normally do.
Right. Yeah.
But, and not to plug anything, but that group is why we're able to do these things this year and keep getting bigger and bigger and do things like raise money for St. Jude, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we all love playing, the game that we all play. It's our sport. It's what we do. We travel the world to do it. But one time a year we get to do this, and we get this platform because that same group we're just talking about, the patrons, right? So
exactly,
we have to give a shout out to them every chance we get, because we wouldn't get the opportunity to do what we're doing tonight if it wasn't for them.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So thanks to you and Gary, Jesse. It's great work. Yeah. Great work you guys do.
Thank
and
you
of course, all the rest of the network as well. Network.
They're all coming on right now. So they're
all these guys.
These guys. Is this what you're talking about?
I didn't even know. How's that? Just handing over to the whole network now. Good work.
I feel like this is the Brady Bunch.
This room is getting awful tight.
Yeah, how many people can we fit on this thing at one time?
Oh,
give
wow.
10. There's Tom. There's
where's Pathfinder? I had breakfast with him. Where's he now?
He's here.
Yeah, where is he?
Oh, he left, but he'll be back.
Coming in.
There he goes. There he is. Oh, we got
Can't
10.
add him.
We'll
Can't
add him
him.
in.
Got to get somebody out.
No, Charles will be on here in a minute. So that's okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Gary, Jesse, and everyone else as well.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Don't forget hashtag Coins for Kids. Get the shirt and
all year long.
It just makes sense.
Exactly.
It just makes sense. Oh, before you guys leave, we're almost at 7,500. That's awesome.
Yes, do it.
Oh my gosh, so close. Yes.
$2 more.
Woo-hoo. Yes. Yay. All right. Again, thanks, guys. We'll talk
soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank
Bye.
you so much.
See ya.
All right. Ready to reset?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
All right. We just passed.
Look at that. We just jumped up again.
Woo-hoo. All right. We've got the 10 o'clock hour rolling now. That's awesome.
You know, we're quickly approaching 8,000, which was our goal last year.
Yeah.
And when you said 10,000 this year, Gary, I thought you were insane again. And it looks like we may actually get there.
Yeah.
We still have 2 hours left, right? Is that right? 2 hours left?
Yeah. 2 hours left. We might get there.
We can get there. We can get to this 10,000. Oh, it just went up again.
Going up.
I love that total board. That is the coolest thing.
I love the yeah. Isn't that cool?
Do you remember what we did the last few years? We'd had the little white.
Yeah.
The first year we had the whiteboard, and we kept erasing it and writing it again, and then it was backwards, and it was all.
And refreshing, and yeah, it was
Oh
crazy.
yeah, this is way better.
I gotta get John in here, and then we'll do some resetting of things. Or if somebody could send that to John. Help me out.
Give me a sec. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, and it just
do
went
that.
up. I took it off and it goes up again.
I know it does. That's awesome.
There we go.
We'll get back to that in a minute. We'll get Pizza Ninja in here too. He's our social media manager, so we'll get him in the network as well. So
Give me a second. I'll get them in there.
That's fine. All right, thanks. While you're doing that, I'll mention our.
I mean, you have to pull them up as I'm getting it to John.
I'll get the sponsors mentioned. What's that?
You have to pull them up on the screen.
I can pull them up as soon as you give him the. You have to give him the link.
Yep. Just sent it.
Nope.
And look at that. The numbers
Just went up
going
again.
I love
it.
Hey,
Okay,
Matt,
I'm ready.
Matthew said he'd come in when we hit $8,000.
Okay, good. Yeah, we need Matthew in here. So first sponsor we're still going with is Cachly. Cachly, the foremost geocaching app. Cachly.com. They donated 2 apps per hour, so that's awesome. Next is Drives Cache Closet, offering the best prices on the geocaching products you want. DrivesCacheCloset.com. They're giving away a premium membership each hour. Arted Crafted, as we talked about last hour, but artedcrafted.com, creators of distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirts. For you and your geocaching group, we can even print your path tag on a shirt, so you can show off your path tag pride. That is artedcrafted.com. Cache Canada, giving away a trackable tag every hour. Cache Canada, about getting out of the house, onto the open road, trail, or pathway, and finding geocaches. Thank you, Dave and Karen of Cache Canada. Logwork, the creators of the fantastic logbook made with genuine Write in the Rain paper. The logbook's designed for the micro containers of the present and future, geared toward the hider who would rather go caching than do cache maintenance. Thank you from logwerk.com, logwerk.com. Owain is giving away 3D caches. These each hour, he's provided 3D caches for a couple of years now. And so this hour, we're giving away that post office there. Yeah. What hour is this? 10 o'clock hour? 10 o'clock hour? Yes, 10 o'clock hour. We're giving away the post office. So it is this one I'm showing right now.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, we're in our... So I'm giving away this one.
Got a jump there too, so we'll have to get to that in a second.
Get to that in a second. So there's the one we're giving away this hour, the post office. So I love it. It's heavy. It's a heavy 3D printed cache. I love it. So yeah. So did I get everybody this hour? Oh, of course, Cache Advance. Don't want to forget them. This hour we've done.
For a second.
What's that?
We had
And
two
Jeff's.
bounce bounces there for a second.
Yeah, we gotta get to Jeff's here in a second too. So Jeff, we're gonna give yours away this hour as well, in your prize pack. So we'll get to you in a moment. But the last other item, Cash Advance, they've been giving away cash kins. They've given away some shirts. This hour, they're giving away a cash crate. So pretty awesome. They're giving away the December cash crate. It's going to ship out mid-month, and so free cash crate to somebody. Thank you, Cash Advance, for your gift.
Yeah, I think I want to win that one.
That's cool. Yeah, there's always good stuff in the cash crate.
Actually, I want the little coffee cup, the shrunken coffee cup from the Marianas Trench. That's what I want out of all the prizes.
We may have to. Yeah, those are pretty amazing.
I'm pretty sure I'd put those in one of the little baseball things where you know, like the plastic things. I would just like cover it up with that.
Right. Right. You'd have to. Yeah, that's a collectible. Like
Although I guess if it's been compressed that much, it's going to be pretty tough anyway. So it's probably not going to be hurt at this point.
Yeah, you don't want to pour something or spill something on it or whatever. So you don't want that. You'd want to protect that. I mean,
take it to all the mega events and charge people to see it.
Right.
That's right.
There you go. All right, cool. So there we go. Hey everybody. Hi. Good to see y'all here.
Hey.
Hello. There's the network. John will be here shortly, I think.
Let's do an update on the donations. I think we had a couple while we were talking about starting this hour.
Oh wow.
Looks great.
That is some serious donation right there.
Oh,
8753.
Look at the anonymous donor. Anonymous is killing it tonight.
I think Anonymous wanted to meet Matthew.
I think so.
I think Anonymous is our new friend. That is amazing.
Wow. I don't know what to say. I mean,
I know what to say, and I'll say that I am shocked and amazed every single time.
I just saw a name pop up there. That's one of my neighbors. Not even a geocacher, just one of my neighbors.
Look at that.
Awesome.
But we're all brought together by a game, and people are doing this for St. Jude. This is just, it blows me away. I mean, our connection is a game we play, and people are digging into their pockets for St. Jude for this, and this is just amazing.
Before we get to our new game that we're going to play tonight with the network, new games. Yeah, Charles caught on to that, which we'll get to in a minute. We got to get Pizza Ninja on too here in a minute, but we got one more video we want to show. So get your tissues ready because we're going to hit you again in the fields.
Do the video and then we'll bring in Matthew.
Okay, we'll bring in Matthew McConaughey, ladies and gentlemen.
We might hit 9,000 by then.
Yeah, if we get Matthew here, that'd be awesome. So, all right, here we go. Here's the video.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, and they're paying for me to live every day stress-free and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
Go.
Look at that. We're $1,100 away from our goal. That's
wow.
We got almost just a little less than 2 hours too.
We're gonna make it.
We're gonna make it.
Hashtag we got this.
Oh yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, look at that. 88.
Wow. That's incredible.
Somebody screenshot that one.
Yeah, that's palindrome, right? Did we just pass palindrome day?
Mm-hmm.
We did.
On the 2nd.
That's awesome.
Man, I'm inspired. I am so happy.
By the way, Jeff, I did figure out we were testing the other night. And I did figure out how to get it full screen. So yay! So when we play the game, I can switch it to full screen mode. So anyway, all right.
Let me get Matthew in real quick. Matthew, come on in.
All right, bring Matthew in.
Oh, we
Let's see
lost
him.
somebody. Who did we lose?
Who'd we lose?
We lost Chad.
He'll bounce back in.
All right. So Matthew McConaughey, ladies and gentlemen, running for governor of our great state of Texas. So, there he is.
There he is.
Matthew Wait, did I get the name right? Yeah, I did. Matthew
McConaughey.
That's awesome. You
Looks
said
a little rough around the
promised-
edges there.
That's
good.
Yeah.
Got to get it where
Tom wins for worst joke of the night. You did it, Tom. You did it.
Hey, Tom.
Best joke. Best worst. How do you say that? Yeah.
Tom
best
promised
worst
me-
joke
Best
of the
dad
night.
joke. You put it
Best
that way.
bad joke.
Best dad joke. No dad joke. Not bad. Dad.
Tomato, whatever.
Tom promised me. I think it was about this time last year. He goes, "I'm going to get Matthew McConaughey," and I go, "Sure, I'd love it." I go, all right.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. 9,988
my computer sitting right there. I saw it flash.
Emily's other
You gotta-
brother is
you gotta leave that up.
watching and donating. Oh,
Oh my gosh!
$100. That's
awesome.
incredible.
Now Emily's going to
thank
cry.
you.
We're $12
gosh.
away. $12.
$12.
100%
Wow.
Woo-hoo!
Well,
Our next donation should be $11.
somebody give
It'll be
$11.
And 99 cents.
I'm going to say Matthew got us there. I'm going to say
Yeah.
Matthew's the one who did it.
I think Matthew McConaughey.
Mike Hannahay.
Maybe it could have been that we're giving to like for Matthew or.
Whoa.
Oh, we did it.
We made it. We passed over the limit. Woo!
We passed it. That's it.
We
That's
beat
it.
last
We
year's
made it.
too.
Yes,
Wasn't
we
last
did. This is
year
the
just-
most we've ever raised.
And we still
yeah.
have an hour
Still
and
got
45
this
minutes
hour and
left.
Next hour. That's
And we got Josh's
Plus-
coins too.
plus-
That moment.
Oh
Plus,
my
don't
gosh.
forget about Josh's coins.
Yes, Josh.
Exactly.
Yes.
Another $1,000
Oh yeah,
on
the
top of that.
coins. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Just incredible. That's
Wow.
yes.
This
So
makes
now
8
let's
hours
have
with no
some
pee
fun.
breaks worth it.
The stress is over. Now let's have some fun.
Let's have some
That's
fun,
right.
guys.
Yeah,
let's
have
get,
some
let's,
fun.
let's get the celebration started. Let's just party now.
Let's have some fun and then make Gary forget that we did this so he doesn't raise the bar that much more next year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's
It's
Jeff, show that
12,000 already
again.
next year.
So before we get started,
It's
Jeff's got
getting
his
there. It's
donation.
getting there. Slowly
Oh,
but
wow.
surely.
Nice.
And,
Very nice, man.
Can't really see, but I'm going to be putting it inside this box. And
Cool.
I've got stuff to make it kind of like a path tag holder. So
Nice.
you can like
Very cool.
set that inside.
Oh, nice.
That's really cool.
Good framing.
Yeah.
So
That'd
That
be
is
perfect.
great.
A
That's
useful
cool.
useful little prize too. Plus,
Yes.
so yes, the new Geocaching Adventures
Excellent.
T-shirt that's going in there
Yes.
as well. Not this one. This is mine.
Right. Yeah. So there,
There
you
it
go.
is.
So for this hour, we're going to we are going to give away all the items we mentioned plus this one. So yeah, this is a cool hour because you could also win what Jeff's making, and also you can get a shirt. So the two of those things together, the prize pack of that'll be awesome. So yeah, somebody mentioned wow, and yeah, Josh is still, obviously still watching. He says coins total
960. Oh my gosh.
960.
Wow.
Incredible. So
Cashers
yeah,
are awesome. That's all you can say.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing
No
community.
dinner
Thank
break.
you.
Come on.
dinner
Dinner's
break.
overrated.
There's no dinner break. No.
Let's be honest. Jesse already snuck in his dinners.
Without you people noticing. Yeah. Yeah, so UDAC mentioned earlier about a bathroom. Yeah, there we go. Bathroom breaks for everyone.
Too late.
Yeah. No, we're not. Yeah. Not going there. All right. So
And it's
everybody
still going
pull
up, guys. It's still going up.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Look at that.
Wow.
Still going up.
10, 5, 18.
Oh, that's incredible.
Awesome.
Wow, man. Everybody pull up jackbox.tv, including
the audience.
All of the audience.
That's gonna
Everybody
be like
watching.
the largest audience we've had.
Can everybody
play?
Yeah, everybody can play.
Really?
So everybody in the audience, and we'll put it in the chat room, but everybody pull up a browser on your phone, whatever browser works on your phone. Pull up a browser, and you're going to type in jackbox.tv, and we'll put it in the
And Gary, don't
chat
forget
room.
to put the code in the private chat. Don't put it
Yeah,
anywhere
private
else.
chat. Yes, I will. I'm gonna spill the
I don't see
beans.
private chat on this
Everybody.
app. On the
What?
iPad. Oh, yes, I do.
Jackbox.tv.
Do I need to text it to you, Jeff?
No, I'm good. I got it.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to play this game. Audience can participate. So everybody in the audience can bring up jackbox.tv. We will give you a code here in a minute, and you can join the game. And you actually are part of the game. You affect the game just like anybody else would. So that's the cool thing about the Jackbox games. So
Chad, that's not the code.
So people are just putting.
I was wondering if someone's going to see that.
Yeah.
Remember, we
that's
played this
not-
before, and I got into the wrong room. So let's.
Yeah, that's
keep
right.
it
You did.
Oh, yeah, whoops.
You're playing with someone
All right,
else.
Here we go. This game, by the way, it'll explain itself as we go, so there will be no setup for that. So again, let me share.
And the totals are still going up behind the
I
scenes
know,
right
I'm
now,
watching
too.
it too. I have my other screen sitting here with just that on there, and it's just rolling.
I'm not getting in with that code.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
it says
me
room
neither.
not found.
We're not there
That
yet.
was a fake code.
That was a
Y'all
fake
fell for
one.
it.
You got fooled.
You know, look at who's
Time to
typing
have
the
fun,
message.
right?
And Garrett hadn't posted the code yet.
I haven't posted the code yet.
It'll say Gare. It'll say G Slink in the private chat with the code.
Gee.
We'll remember
this. It's just funny.
Bob's your uncle.
All right, let me get in first, just so I make sure we.
I do want to know how much Chad and Derek
That's
were
not it
drooling
either.
during the 7 o'clock hour with that shop.
That's not it. Stop
Richard
it.
Garriott and the other guy, the shop there.
Oh
was
my
sitting
gosh! Did you see that shop was ridiculous? I didn't want to
Oh, that was
sidetrack
incredible.
anything, but I was also
Oh my
jealous
gosh.
about their shop.
I
Speaking
wanted to go.
about
Can
that-
we have a tour? Can we have him on
That's right.
Gadget Talk?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So there you go. That's the real one. Oh yeah, you guys should have them on for sure.
Oh yeah.
Hey, this one works.
Okay, so how does everybody else join in then?
Well,
So
we'll
what
bring
will
up-
happen is I think it's 8. So once 8 of us are in, the rest of us are going to be in the audience, and then I will share this code with everybody in the chat room, and they can join the game as well. So, and we'll get to see the game because I'm going to bring it up right now.
I was trying to figure out what that sound was. Like somebody was chewing on wood, and it's Jeff sitting there scratching.
Somebody is chewing on wood.
I'm looking around for like stuff in my shop.
Right? You're like, what's that? What is that noise?
If you can hear him chewing on wood, you got a bad termite problem.
That's what I was afraid of, though. The wood shop. So look, there we are.
Oh no! There we go.
Click the little stop. Not hide the image.
Yeah,
there,
I'll do
Gary.
the stop share, the hide. Yep. So the code for everybody who's playing, who's listening or watching, I guess listening wouldn't help because we're going to be done here in a minute. But the code is GMMZ. G is in ground, M is in multi, and Z is in zone. The audience is going up. Everybody can play. So that's the good part. That's why we do these games. I think it's
Everybody
cool to do
jump
it that
in.
way. All right, and you can join here in a minute as well. If you don't get in, the code is always at the top. So we got 31 members in the audience, 33 playing. That's awesome. So
That's great. So what's the limit of how many people can play?
8,000, 15,000.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
We got to start doing that for the
Call
Patreon.
friend, get them on. Send them codes,
Or-
random codes. Tell them to get in.
Yeah. All right, so we're going
Considering
to
how
start.
late it is, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah. Somebody asked, is there a delay with this?
There is a slight delay. So when the countdown is going, you need to think about the fact that there's like if there's 10 seconds. What's the thing you say, Derek?
It's roughly about 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds.
So don't
So
wait
if it
till the
says
last
15
second.
seconds, you're almost out of time. So
take off 10 seconds from the countdown.
yeah, remove 10
If
seconds.
you're playing the game. If you're actually playing the game.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. We're getting ready.
Oh.
I love the graphics, by the way.
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I only need to host 3,000 more games to break that witch's curse. Gang's all here. Great. Oh, and anyone else who wants to get in can be in the audience. Audience members get to guess the truth and pick decoy lies to fool the players. Let's go.
Let's go. I love the music.
This is round one, where you'll get 500 points for fooling the other players with your lies. And you'll get 1,000 for finding the truth. Select a category.
Tom, you get to pick a category. It's on your phone.
Yeah. Okay.
He uses a flip phone. How's he playing?
First up, into a kid's toy, Play-Doh was designed as a blank. Now write a lie on your device that the other players might think is true. If you're stuck, for half the points, you can hit the Lie For Me button and get a suggestion. Do it now.
Three more.
Write something quick or use the Lie For Me button.
Okay, everybody's in.
All right, we're in.
Okay, these are your choices. Pick the truth on your device now.
I love laxative.
Laxative. Oh gosh. You could do multiples, by the way, but you don't get as many points. I think we figured that out.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
Wallpaper cleaner.
Baker, Six Clans Live. Household cleaner.
Oh.
Oh, Tom.
Ooh.
Dang it! Oh, bounce. Dang it! Oh, the audience.
Trick.
They get points for that.
Oh, come on. Oh.
It's edible, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Gotcha,
Pizza
Tom.
Ninja. Dang it.
I think that was silly, buddy.
Gotcha.
Man, what
Gotcha,
the heck?
Emily. Yes. Oh, wallpaper.
I
cleaner.
believe
That's
it.
Here I spent all these years cleaning my wallpaper with Nickelodeon GAC.
The wallpaper cleaner was on there twice.
Yeah, I misspelled it though.
That's pretty good, though.
They need to work on their
Way to go, Tom.
similarity algorithm.
Start.
All right.
All right.
Choose a
Jeff.
category.
Vanna White. That's pretty funny. Hilarious deformity.
Let's see what we got.
This could go really bad.
Rare genetic malady, Pili trianguli et canaliculi, which affects mainly children under 12, is commonly known as blank syndrome.
Dang.
Type in your lies now.
Audience is voting as well. I see that. That's cool. 30 votes from the audience.
Hurry, hit the live for me button if you can't think of something.
We're all in.
This lets you know how many people understand Latin.
That's true, Charles. You're exactly right.
Okay, seek truth.
Oh, Tony.
Oh, I got to vote.
Won't eat broccoli.
Let's see how things shook out.
Ninja got Tom.
Got you again, Tom.
Oh, good lie, Emily.
Oh.
Yes, points for me. Oh, Bounce Mouse got you.
Oh, look
Dang
at
it.
it. That's not right.
Nobody guessed that one, but that's kind of a cool one. Almost went
There's
with
not a
that
lot of gamers' wrist in Latin.
one. That's true. Oh, Jeff got him.
Some people have triangular heads, right?
What?
Down into the chin.
Uncomfortable hair?
Dang.
Dang. Phil
Triangular.
Spector
What?
disease. That's funny.
Uncombable hair.
Pizza
Ooh, I
Ninja.
moved
Look at
down.
you.
Pizza Ninja. Didn't he win this the other night, too?
Spread, there's
Country.
Yeah, I may have won the other night.
Wow.
The old Russian saying that's equivalent to business before pleasure is when you have done the job, you may take a blank boldly. Okay, enter your lies.
Old Russian.
Hey, the audience ones are
Russian
awesome.
Oh, that.
Finish quick. Hit the live for me button.
Oh, somebody didn't make it in.
Okay, which one's the truth?
Oh gosh, I gotta pick one of these. Yeah, mine's it's pure guess on some of these.
Yeah.
I hope it's truth.
And what did people pick?
7% of the audience.
Oh, come on now. I was trying to be clean.
Wow, 34%. Wow, way to go.
Good line
Got
there,
me,
Will.
Derek.
Way to go there, Derek. Vodka shot.
Come on now. It's spelled wrong.
Yeah, chances are if it's spelled wrong, you know it's not the truth.
Nobody guessed
Yeah.
mine. Yeah, mine was kind of lame.
What?
I guessed that one. I thought it was a good one. Yes, I got one right
Yes.
finally.
Nothing like a good bold walk.
I love the audience
commentary.
guy.
Put me
Good
back up
bold
in the
walk.
top. Back up there.
Whoa.
All right, I'm back up there. I'm back up there.
Way to go, Derek.
This is round 2, which means all point values are doubled.
Yes.
Time to pick a category.
Jesse gets to pick one this time.
Yeah, being in Colorado, I know.
Oh,
what he's-
legalize it. Oh.
Everything's legal here, so.
Tennessee State Senator Lee Harris proposed a bill in early 2017 that would legalize blank.
Wow.
Enter your lies now.
2017.
Hurry, use the Lie For Me button if you're stuck.
2017. He proposed this bill.
2017.
Okay. All right.
Okay, where's the truth?
In-home haircuts. Dogs owning cats. Wow.
Marry your first cousin? That's very Tennessee.
Hey, now.
That's what I was thinking.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Oh,
I like jaywalking, but fooled. That's funny. That was a challenge talk fool right there. Oh, man.
Oh, the audience got you.
Dang it.
That happened somewhere, though.
Walking.
Man, Jeff and I had the same idea.
Dogs owning cats.
Who would want to own a cat?
Joanna.
Oh, come on.
Nobody guessed that. It's too obvious.
Yeah.
That one, Making Moonshine, was my other option.
Nope.
Pizza Ninja. Okay,
That would have been good.
I was hoping.
Yep, Derek got him.
Yeah, Derek got me again.
We give points to Derek. That's the truth. It is. Dang it. 9% of the audience got it right.
You're getting an in-home haircut. You're not a criminal. You're the victim.
You're a victim.
illegal.
I love it. Can anybody catch Derek? That's the key.
We'll see. I'm running away now. Woo.
Okay, pick a category.
Well, I got to go with space. It was one of the themes tonight.
Okay, here's your question. Glabella is the term for describing the space between blank. All right, type in your lies.
Clean. Be clean out there, people. Family friendly only.
It's a good thing I'm in the audience.
What if you write in a lie and it turns out to be the truth?
Hurry up. Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything.
I'm not sure.
You still get points, Tom.
Two
I got
people.
wallpaper points.
One more, quickly, somebody.
Okay, which one is the truth?
This is tough.
I had to vote for what I liked, not what's the truth.
I know.
Okay, let's take a look.
I have a feeling the same thing's going to happen.
Toes. Emily, that's funny. Oh, nobody guessed. I'm sorry. You got some points.
I was in the movies.
I loved it.
That was perfect. Full bounce.
Ah.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for the points.
I was tempted for that one.
Ah.
Dang him. Oh,
busted.
Man, thank you, Gary.
Dang it. Give me those points back. John, God.
Oh, they took a bait on that one.
Oh man, I thought I had switched it.
That was big.
Your ears.
Oh, Jeff.
Well done.
2,000 points, buddy.
And it was the right
You guys all
He's got 5,000. He just caught up.
You guys all chose the right one. but-
Look at that.
Oh,
Barely.
jump for the front.
Wow.
With the fake
From
truth.
behind there.
Give me
All
a
right,
category.
he's on.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Not the
Try
Jeff.
this one. Believe it or not, 15 people in Ottawa complained to their local TV station when a broadcast of Star Trek was interrupted by blank. Write your lies now.
Write your lies. Oh my gosh. It's funny when you know this. It's funny when you actually know the answer. That's.
You know the answer?
You gotta make something else up.
Quick, or just hit the lie for me button. All right, pick the truth.
Saved by the Bell. I'd be mad too. All right, I'm sure somebody got me on that one. Nuns.
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
I like COVID.
I tried.
That could be.
See, that's reasonable.
Oh, Tom, 1,000 points. Star Wars. That's funny. Oh, Derek fell for that
I just like the answer.
one. Yeah, it's a funny one.
That was actually.
Ha!
No!
Thanks for the points. So boring. Oh, that's funny that Emily's fooled Jeff like a couple times now. Oh yeah, give me those 2,000 points.
Someone boldly go where no one's gone before when they can watch Star Trek.
And I drop further down.
Oh yeah. Oh dang it.
Wow, go Tom.
Final
I love this game.
Final fibbage time. Pay attention because this last one's worth triple points. Have fun.
All right, here we go.
For the win.
During Comic-Con in 2009, Stan Lee dropped a weird bombshell. At one time, noted celebrity blank wanted to play blank in a movie. Okay, enter your lies. Hurry, use the life. All right, find the truth.
Oh, find the truth. This is tough. That's a shot in the dark.
Yeah. I'm going to get it way off. Mine should be easy till it's not right.
I think I'm wrong too.
Yeah, who picked the DC comic person?
So I picked a DC comic person for Marvel.
Oh wow!
Oh,
yes, nice. Got you guys.
Oh, that was very persuasive.
That was huge.
Oh, you did, didn't you, Cat?
You got me.
I thought people might catch that.
Oh, that one's that one.
Oh, nobody.
Nobody?
Ah.
Dang it. I've lost this game.
A couple clues in that one.
Wonder Woman.
Memphis.
Doesn't matter.
That was probably
nope. DC too.
Oh,
Jeff. Oh yeah.
That's the part that's wrong with that, Derek.
Yeah. So was mine. I did mine on purpose.
Oh, Emily Renee.
He'd have realized it was a bad idea if he'd only
Michael
looked at the
Jackson?
man in the mirror.
In 2000.
Was he alive?
Oh, I guess.
Oh,
it
yeah,
was-
2009.
would've been an old-
Oh, he pulled it out again.
Pizza
man.
Good job.
You got it with that last one.
Wow.
Mikey won it. He's the only pizza ninja I know.
Snuck it up.
Wow.
Snuck up.
That was fun.
They're good.
I think we need to do another one. Oh, but
right, let's
we
do
need to do
another-
an update.
Yeah, let's do an
No,
update.
let's do an update. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm
I'll
the
delete
worst
this screen
liar.
Okay, I'm gonna kick it to the stream real quick.
Yeah.
$10,681 right now.
Wow.
Keep it
That's
going.
awesome.
10,681. That's over the goal. Oh, that's the most we've ever raised.
Plus,
Really?
Josh
That's
sent
at 11.
a message earlier to us that the coins are up to $970.
Oh wow.
So add 970 to that.
Wow.
All right, let's get another game in real quick, and then we'll get ready for. And some of y'all
Can we
if
fit
you
a
wanna
game
stay
in
on.
the time we have left?
I think so. Let's get
I
one
think so.
cranked up.
Okay.
Same players. Here we go.
Hold on. Take it out. You gotta put the thing back in. Oh, same players. We don't have to put in a new code, do we?
No, I don't think so. But I got to get it started somehow.
I said sit back and relax. If I relax too much, I'm going to go to sleep.
Did we lose somebody? Who did we lose?
Oh, Emily. Where'd Emily go?
Yeah.
She's over here, still out of the.
Oh, there
thing.
she
We're
is.
looking at her.
I found her.
Oh,
Nope.
I just removed her. How can you do, Derek?
Here, we need some more people to give. So here.
It won't let me
Here's
choose same
Matthew
players,
again.
so I think we're gonna
Yeah,
have to
bring Matthew back out.
Look at that sexy haircut there.
So over 1,150 with coins.
500.
Oh, it disconnected.
Nice.
Yep.
It wouldn't let me choose same players, so
Yeah, it disconnected. So go ahead and drop
Throw
it
a new
back in the
coin
top
up,
pack.
a new code up, and see what
Throw a
happens.
new code in.
Just do it live
All
and
right,
see what
let's
happens.
we'll just do it live. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We're 10 seconds. What's the code?
Code should show up here in a second. WHFR.
Do you get bonus points for being first?
WHFR.
The good
Anybody
news
can
is
join
there
in?
is a
Anybody?
10-second delay. So,
Ah, there
Kodacast
you go.
made it in.
Yeah.
And
put it
the
in.
CFO.
Made in.
Nice. The CFO got in
CFO.
too.
I think it's better to let the audience do it.
Oh, I'm
Now remember,
with you on
there
that.
is, for the audience that's playing, there is a 10 to 15-second delay. So when you see that coming
Yep.
down, you better hurry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jeff, go ahead and hit the button if you're. I think you have the button to start us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. That's first.
No problem. Keep an eye on the time because we're gonna get Bryan.
Yeah, I
on
got
in
it.
a minute. We can always kill the game whenever we're just having fun.
Welcome to Fibbage, home of the triple dipple whammy burger. May I take your order?
Let's do a Whataburger thing.
Hey, 8 players. There's going to be so much text on the screen, and anybody watching can join the audience anytime. The audience gets to throw extra lies into the mix and guess the truth along with players. Let's play.
Dang. I love the retro stuff.
This
The
is
retro.
round 1. You'll get 500 points for everyone you fool, and you'll score 1,000 for finding the truth. Time to pick a category.
Christy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, tax dollars.
All right, question 1. The Federal Aviation Administration is the only U.S. government agency that has its own blank. Answer your lies now.
Airplane?
Hey, stop giving answers.
Someone hammering something? Oh, that's Jeff.
Jeff's still working on
No,
this
that's not me.
giveaway.
My niece is in the room above me bouncing a
Hit the
ball.
like me button if you can't.
Oh, okay.
Something.
Yeah, that's what we can hear. It's no big deal.
All right, where's the truth?
gosh. Somebody's gonna get me.
Why should I vote for more than one?
I don't know. We haven't figured that part out
I
yet.
think you get
I'm sorry.
extra points.
Is that the audience vote?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay. What happened?
Did it just die on us?
What happened?
Game over.
No, we
Well,
got
Fix
to
it,
know the
Jeff.
answer.
Fix it, Jeff.
Oh, I need to know the answer to this.
What?
I didn't touch anything. Oh, there it goes. It picked up again.
There it goes.
I got a direct connect too. Oh, interesting. A private
This is a
helicopter.
tempting one,
That's
that
pretty funny. Oh, it's struggling. Area code. 3 people fooled.
Gotcha,
Bye.
guys.
Mm.
Who
That
else?
was a big one.
John gets that one. That. Fooled by the guy who knows about radars.
Mm.
I bet they have a hanger.
Punctuation got her.
Points for me. Points for me. Oh yeah.
They actually have a theme song.
I'm just
Well,
gonna
if you think
assume
about
it's
it, like the
theme from
army and all that,
Wings.
they've got theme songs.
The
They
theme
probably
from
do.
Wings. Nobody remembers Wings. I do remember it though.
Oh, loved Wings.
Yeah. That was the theme from Wings. Hang in there, game.
Sorry, Emily.
FAA
okay.
has a theme song. I don't know. Here's
Cody's
a-
picking a category.
Cody Cash. Pick us a cash. Pick us a topic, I mean.
Okay, here's the question. Bowser, the villain from Nintendo's Mario franchise, is a lot less intimidating once you know he was named after a Korean blank. All right, type in your lies.
Korean geocacher.
Write something quick or use the lie for me button.
Everybody's in.
Sorry, I gotta give the code to Bryan so he can get in. So
Okay, here are your choices.
Is that frozen
struggling.
again?
Oh, it's frozen
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Korean poodle.
Ah,
Otherwise,
at
known
least I
as
got
dinner.
83 points.
House, that's good.
That was an
Oh,
alternative.
sad.
Ha! Gotcha. Thanks for the points.
2 minutes.
Because he was kind of a
He
turtle.
was a turtle.
He was kind of, yeah.
I know, but you didn't have regular turtles. Don't have spikes.
Oh,
Oh, now it went back the other way. Emily got fooled by Jeff, so that's kind of a.
It's always the same people, back and forth, back and forth.
Here's the one. That's pretty funny.
I could figure that one out.
Wow.
Oh.
And Charles
Turtle
and
soup.
Cody Cash. Way to
Turtle
go.
soup, yeah.
Oh, it's locked up again.
Struggling.
At this rate, we're never going to make it through this round.
Nah, it's okay. We'll have fun. So we stop and talk.
No,
do
let's
that.
finish this. Let's do this last one. And then we'll get the
Got a
round.
while
We'll
to
finish
go.
round one.
All right. Well, so we're going to stop at round one. Bryan. We're almost done, Bryan. We'll have you on here in a minute, buddy. We might be close to being done.
Maybe I'm on quicker than you think.
As this game is struggling.
Hey, let me show you something.
Thanks. We'd love that.
It's like the little engine that could.
We have too many people on.
It's time to look at this. I'm connected direct to my router too.
This bold fashion statement is the patented blank suit. Type in your lies now.
I can't. I don't have a prompt. There it goes. It took
there
me.
it is.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that before.
That looks
painful.
Hurry! Hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something.
Oh, made it in. Barely.
It's just
struggling.
It's doomed to fail.
This is so painful to watch. We may need to be put in one of those suits.
It's struggle busting.
Okay.
Okay, look for the truth and pick it.
We're trying.
Yeah, there's two of the same.
Thanks, game show host. I'm sure somebody got me on that. All right, winner of this wins it, or whoever's at the,
Well,
whoever's
whoever's
the
at the
lead.
top of this, yeah.
That's what I meant.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a cliffhanger.
Come back. We can come back after Bryan, and it might be ready.
Hang in there, game. Hang in there, game. Come on.
Gary, are you using
Do
your
it.
work laptop again?
No. Using my
Just
regular
hope he doesn't
laptop.
have to. Just hope he doesn't have to reboot that computer.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Good idea.
Gary, it's time to upgrade from Windows 98.
Oh, is there an upgrade to that? Is there something better?
Windows
He's on
99.
ME. What are you talking about?
Oh, Windows 99. Okay, that was a while ago. Wow, it is slow. I love mine.
I was just gonna pull that up.
That one's funny. Wow.
Chugga,
Come on,
chugga,
game.
chugga, chugga,
I think
Hang in
this
there.
is
Can
dead.
do it.
I think it needs
Yeah,
to
we
be
kill
caffeine.
it. Nobody guessed the groom.
What's the answer?
Human porcupine.
Human porcupine.
Oh, nope. Nope.
This one was actually, if I think everybody voted for the same thing.
Probably so. Well, not completely.
Oh.
Pizza Ninja, more points to Pizza
I
Ninja.
think there'd
You
be
guys
more
quit-
people guessing that.
Quit giving him points. That's got to be the right answer. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Give me
There you
1,000.
How does that protect the shark?
That's funny. Shark
Dad joke.
protector. Emily and I both laughed really hard at that one. Because that is funny.
Okay.
Okay.
Once the score comes up, it's going away.
Yeah.
All right. Once again,
Hold on. We got to see what does it.
It hasn't changed.
Ninja.
Pizza Ninja won.
Again, well done.
Oh, man,
Again.
that was fun. Thank you
It
guys.
hasn't changed.
Killed us again.
All right.
Golly.
10-7.
Looks like-
All right. Last time to see Matthew before next year. I want to see that
Hold on,
Cobra
hold on.
11.
There's Matthew, my can of hay.
So terrible.
He's even trackable. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Don't suck category.
All right.
Looks like Bryan has
That was-
another late night at the office.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Oh,
Brian.
And I think we got a slight update too.
Well,
Wow.
a little bit.
Over $10,700.
Woohoo!
We get 11,000 this hour. Do you think we could do it?
Yes.
I think so. I think so. I
It's
think
in
we
the
get like
books. Come on.
11,500.
Wow, that is awesome.
That's
Hey, Bryan.
very generous.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Hey, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely.
You guys had a star-studded cast out here today. So, Geocacher. That was pretty cool. Richard Garriott, Michael Dubno.
Amazing day.
Awesome. All you guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah. It's been a great night. All right, let's get reset, and we'll jump into the
Final hour.
The final hour. So
See everybody later. Okay. Have a good night.
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks,
Well,
y'all.
Brian, spill some beans.
Okay.
He wants to- all right. We'll see what we got, right?
All right, here we go.
All right.
Welcome to Geocache Talk Network's 6th annual Podcast of Hope. Once again, we are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and we can only do that with your help. To help us reach our goal, please visit the website, podcastofhope.com, and donate. Now, let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's Podcast of Hope.
All right. So sponsors for this hour are Cachly, the foremost geocaching app. You can find that at cachly.com. Drives Cache Closet, giving away a 1-year premium membership, offering the best prices on the geocaching products you want. Artedcrafted.com. Artedcrafted.com, creators of distinctive geocaching and custom t-shirt designs for you and your caching group. We can even print your path tag on a shirt so you can show off your path tag pride. Thank you, artedcrafted.com. They give a shirt away every hour. So thanks, Sean, for that, buddy. Cache Canada, they give away a trackable every hour. Cache Canada, about getting out of the house onto the open road, trail, or pathway and finding geocaches. Thanks, Dave and Karen of Cache Canada. Logwork, the fantastic logbook with Ride in the Rain paper. The logbook is designed for the micro containers of the present and future, geared toward the hider who would rather go caching than doing cache maintenance. Find them at logwork.com. Owain gave away 8 3D printed caches. This hour, giving away the TARDIS, not the TARDIS, the box, the big red.
You're going to get in trouble calling that a TARDIS.
Telephone box, not a TARDIS. Big red telephone box. Sorry, that's what I meant. So this one goes out this hour. We did the post office box last hour. So, and then lastly, Cache Advance, but not least, last but not least, Cache Advance, our mission to inspire and equip geocachers for fun and adventure. They are also giving away another cache crate. So they're giving away the December cache crate, shipping out mid-month. And so that's awesome to give away another one of those. So again, thanks to everybody who gave away gifts or prizes during these 8 hours. It's been wonderful to see that. And thank you to all the vendors. Hopefully everyone will take a moment. You gotta be really waving your hands.
Yeah, you gotta
Brian, like
It's funny because I'm watching the conversation in chat about the lights, and here's the really interesting part: is since last time we got new lights. I have new lights in my office.
Yeah,
I don't know that they're going to go off. I'll try and be animated just in case, but it depends on how what people have got down on me in the pool.
Okay,
but I don't think they're going off. They're brand new, and they get brighter, which I dim them a little bit because at 9 o'clock at night at HQ, bright lights are just not a good thing.
Right.
No.
Right. We understand. Should be interesting. So welcome. Thanks for being on. Thanks for giving. to Podcast of Hope.
Sure. Thanks for doing it again.
Yeah.
6
No,
years.
absolutely, man. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Yeah, it's been a great night. Derek's producing, so he'll give us updates as we discuss during the hour. But it's always good to catch up with you. So got a few questions we'll get to, but I guess starting off, it was a difficult year. 2021 is kind of weird, but I want to get your perspective on it because for many of us, me personally, I think I had a great. We had a great year. I mean, from a personal perspective, it was a good year. From a geocaching perspective, for me, I felt like it was great. I got to go. I think I went to 3 megas, so I got to see Jesse and the most of all the team that we could. Of course, Jeff is in Canada, so it is what that is now. But from your perspective, how did you feel like 2021 was?
I think it was for me personally, 2021 was a little bit better than 2020. Just because there was, with vaccinations and kind of having moments where it felt like we were on the right side of COVID and making progress and having things open up a little bit was really nice. It feels like lately it's a little bit one step forward, a couple steps back. But by and large, I haven't been to a mega or a giga since the Bonn, the Beethoven event in Bonn, which was February of 2020. So just before sort of COVID hit. So it's been a long time. I know like a lot of lackeys and geocachers in general, everybody's looking forward to getting back out quite a bit more. There are some events that I'm looking forward to trying to get to, but the news coming out of Europe and elsewhere isn't that positive at the moment. So it's kind of fingers crossed. But I think the cool thing is in 2021, we did the same kind of work that we were doing in 2020, which was, at times where there was an absence of choices for recreation, people were choosing geocaching and other outdoor, things that you could do without, major social distancing or concerts or sporting events and things like that. So, for us, we just kind of kept going. There were obviously some challenges with remote working, and I'm happy to talk about that if you guys are interested.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was kind of it.
Okay.
It's overall positive though. I mean, it's we're not back to normal, but it's more positive than it has been in the past.
Absolutely. And I'll say I feel really fortunate. I came into the office pretty much every day. I still walk from home, so it's I want the exercise. And even tonight I came in because it's kind of hard to work from the guest bedroom at home. Not really the best Zoom or whatever background, and so it's nice just to come in and to be here. And so having this be like my workspace for so many years, everything felt normal except that there were some days where it was me or 2 or 3 people in the office. We've had a few days lately where there's more, maybe 20 or 30 for a specific day. So those moments where it almost feels like what it used to be are exciting, but it also reminds me that like we're still quite a ways away from being back to whatever normal is.
Yeah. So on that note, there's some people that sent in some questions to ask for tonight. One was about headquarters from a visitor's perspective. Do you it's still closed? Right. Okay. So still closed.
I can talk about it, certainly.
Yeah. So where are we at, do you think, on the?
So where we're at, right now with HQ is that employees have to be vaccinated in order to be here. Okay. And there are no guests allowed in the office. And that's obviously, just putting safety first.
Sure.
And as a result, not having any guests in the office, it's the same thing with the visitor center. We really just want to keep the lackeys safe and the community safe, and I guess in the last few weeks we had been talking about how do we get to a point where we can open the visitor center, and I think just prior to Omicron kind of coming around, we said, all right, maybe early January, late January, we'll kind of play it by ear, and I don't know, maybe that feels a little bit harder, but we'll see. I'm always optimistic, so I'd like to believe that as we learn more about it, we'll have a little bit more freedom to open up, and we miss having visitors here. It's one of the really special parts about getting to work here is that we get to see people from all over the world for whom, it's an experience to come and log the HQ cache and to be in the visitor center and to sort of see all the things that are around. And for us lackeys, when you see visitors in the visitor center and you've got a couple minutes, it's always such a treat to go in there and you talk to people, find out how they found out about geocaching, what they like about it, where they're from. So I can't wait personally, and I know that I am far from alone.
Does the city, do they provide any like direction or as far as like for your building? Do they say, do they give you any directives, or is that kind of like you guys have to decide, what you need to do?
Yeah, it doesn't feel really clear cut right now what you can do and what you can't do. And so we're kind of looking at local health guidance. We're looking at the requirements that they have for restaurants here in Seattle. And I would say, Seattle is in a way maybe more vigilant or more strict. But so we're kind of subject to that. And I know, we've been looking at, I think in King County, the risk level is considered substantial. And so, with a substantial risk level, then we kind of have to act accordingly. And I know we talked about this last year, but in the very beginning of COVID, we said, look, we want to be able to look back and say that we did the right thing by geocachers and by the lackeys. And so we're going to prioritize health and safety. And that means that in some ways we're going to be a little bit more conservative than what we would like. I know, being here in my office, it's great, but having to walk out and go to the Signal Cafe or go to the restroom or whatever, you're putting on a mask. And, I think like a lot of people, we're tired of it, but we're doing it because, we feel like it's the right thing. And hopefully that will come to an end sooner rather than later.
Yeah. One of the things I want to say, and I'm sure you've heard this from others, is that, we are completely supportive of whatever, HQ needs to do. People are commenting, UDAC, she mentions about everyone at HQ, please stay healthy and safe. That's the number one priority. And
well, thank you. We hope the same for everybody.
Yeah.
Really. Just let's get through it, and
so last year we were talking about COVID when we met last year in this same environment. We were talking about COVID, and the good news that I think came out of that last year, because we know it's not over yet, but as we were getting a lot more geocachers to the game, is that trend continued? Are we still getting a lot? I mean, I know there was a huge surge in the beginning, right? But are we still getting new people to the game?
Absolutely. I mean,
that's awesome.
Every year we get new people to the game, and it's a lot of new people. I mean, I want to say it's in the maybe millions of new accounts every year.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow. I would say compared to 2020, which was the biggest anomaly we've ever seen with the figures, 2021 has slowed down a little bit, but it's still significantly stronger, in terms of metrics than 2018 and 2019.
Okay,
that's good.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's so funny because we look at it like you guys look at it. The more people that are getting outside and playing this game, the better it is for everybody. So, we're always looking at how do we how do we engage new people? How do we tell them about this game? You know, we feel like we're doing something good for them by introducing them. I know everybody out there feels the same way. You know, when you bring a friend along or give them this kind of experience and create those moments of joy, it's you know, what a gift to give to somebody. And so we're trying to continue getting the word out and looking at ways to do that. I know our community engagement team specifically and the marketing team are actively doing that. But some of the stuff that the community engagement team in particular has been doing on social media with we finally have a TikTok channel.
Oh, cool.
They have some really fun exercises. I just heard about this a few weeks ago. I was having some beers down at Fremont Brewery, which is just a couple blocks from here.
Cool.
As many of you know, with our the manager of the community engagement team, and it's mostly it's a lot of quite a few new people to HQ, like joined in the last 1 to 2 years. And one of the exercises that they do is they're looking at memes, and they have what's called a meme off, which I think is really fun, and I'm kind of jealous.
That's awesome.
I don't get to participate, but they get in a room and they put up sort of meme images, and then everybody has to, suggest something that might be fun for geocachers, and then they'll vote and choose the one they're going to go with, and then they put it up and see how people react. And so it's just such a cool way of getting to know, like, what do geocachers respond to? Like, what do people laugh about? What do people comment about? And, for the community engagement team, who's basically on the front lines, running our help center, answering the emails, it's really cool. It's a cool way for them to get to know, like, the dynamics of the community and the feelings of the community and what motivates people. And, that's just one of the things. And hopefully get more people out there.
Yeah, that's interesting. We mentioned about new folk. We had Gia on tonight, as you know, from talking. Josh invited Gia to be on for one of his hours, and she's wonderful. She's such a, it's so great to talk to the different lackeys, and she's so funny because somebody mentioned about. We're having the boss on later, and she goes, "Oh, we don't call him the boss. He's a lackey." And I thought, yeah, but Brian's kind of a different kind of lackey. But I mean, it's
a cool culture though that she's.
Yeah, we love that idea though, and that's something that is kind of cool that everybody's a lackey that works there.
Everybody's a lackey, and here's the thing: is like I've actually told Gia this somewhat recently. Is we don't need to use that word because we're colleagues. Right. We're all lackeys. We're all focused on the same mission, but everybody has a different role. And it's as important as it is for me to do my job. It's just as important for so many other people in the company to do their job. And so I know that in certain contexts and industries, maybe that's the word that people would use, but I actually don't like it. I really don't. I would much rather, the boss in a way implies some kind of like command and control infrastructure. And my personal preference is I don't ever want to have to tell anybody what to do. I really don't. What I would much prefer is everybody is a professional. Everybody is an adult. Let's have a conversation and let's decide what the best thing to do is. And if I have a good idea and you agree and you're going to do it, well, then you're doing it for the right reasons.
Right.
And if I have an idea and you have a better idea, well, then how silly would it be for me to impose my will and not go with what the right thing is to do? And so I like to think of us all as colleagues. It's funny because it's not just for me. I don't want anybody here at HQ to act like a boss. Like, I don't think that that's necessary. Certainly not for our culture, certainly not for our mission and what we're trying to accomplish. And so I'm not going to name who it is because we'll know it and I don't know how he would feel about that. But somebody who is, one of the senior leaders at HQ was basically talking to me, and he was saying something about, like, I want to say he referenced like a direct report, and then he stepped back and he said, he's like, I meant my colleague, and I was like, look at you. I'm like,
here we go.
Like, it's so good, but
yeah,
why can't we do it that way? Hi, Gia.
Gia says Bryan is our fearless leader. That's a good way to put it.
I don't know about fearless, but I will say, like, you guys, you got to meet Gia if you didn't know her already, and for Joshua to invite her on, like, what a great call, because she's a brand new lackey, but she comes to this with so much geocaching experience, and even geocaching experience doing geo tours and adventure labs, which is basically the team that she's on specializes in that. And so for us to find somebody like her who loves the game and appreciates what we're trying to do, it's such a huge win-win. And I know she's watching, but everybody's so excited to have her at HQ, because she's just the type of person that should be working here as we try and serve the global community. Yeah, it's been great to we got to meet her when we were in Kansas. So, but yeah, we've known her now for a while, and she's definitely. But there's been some funny chat info, and then we got some questions. So if you have questions for Bryan, please put them in the chat room, and we should be able to get to most of them. So appreciate that. We're gonna get to one of those here in a moment, but some of the comments have been really funny. I think that Tricashius, Chad, North Dakota, he was saying that Bryan stole her from us, and then what's funny about it is that another North Dakota person, Kelsey Jasperi, she says, he didn't steal, we're sharing. I love that. So they're sharing Gia sharing Gia with the world, because she is great. She's such a great ambassador. She's such a great ambassador. And it's kind of interesting, because as such a great ambassador, now she's part of the sort of geocaching HQ platform, which allows us to help amplify her voice and what she's trying to give to the community in her role. And everybody should get to talk to Gia and see her passion for the game, and that that can only be a positive. So we are sharing her. You're absolutely right, and we're all truly blessed to have her as the part of this.
She's proud to be a lackey. She is and that's wonderful.
Me too. I'm proud to be a lackey. I am.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, that's great. In fact, that was the question Gas Station Tuna want to know is, how did the name Lackey come to be?
Sure. I can't tell you exactly when, but it was really, really early on. It was in the Groundspeak forums, as they used to be called.
Wow, yeah.
And there were two terms that were used to reference us, sort of me, Jeremy, Elias, and the other folks that were sort of beginning to work at HQ, although it wasn't really called. I don't know what we called ourselves back then, just mostly Groundspeak. But they called us TPTB, which was the powers that be, and they called us the lackeys. And it was really interesting, because in the early days, people were like, "Oh, is lackey like not a nice term?" And we said, well, given what we're trying to do, like the spirit of service for the community, like we can wear that, we can put that on our shirt. And it's become kind of a term of honor at HQ, and we have a lackey council, and we have lackiversaries, and our softball team is called the Slackies. And it's just been something that has become part of who we are. And I think that especially for new folks, when they understand that this isn't like, this is, all of the founders of HQ, Jeremy, Elias, and I, all of the senior managers, everybody in the company is a lackey. And that is because we work on behalf of geocachers. And so, in the early days, it was like, whatever needed to be done, that's what we would do. Waking up in the middle of the night when you get a call from the Netherlands to go kickstart the servers. I never really did that, but I had to make the calls to Jeremy and Elias. In the middle of the night. I think we've talked about that before. But, you do what you can. And here we are 21 years later, and now we have, I think we're at about 90, give or take, just a couple lackeys, and everybody has a job to do. I remember in the really early days, at one point, Jeremy had said, I think we were 10 people. And he's like, look, we kind of have all these things covered. Like, we probably don't need to hire anybody else. And then when we got to 50, he was like, all right, 50, that's really what we, how can we possibly need more than 50 people? And here we are at, I think we have a couple of open positions. I think if they're all filled, I think that gets us to 93.
Wow.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
That's still a very small amount of people for what y'all do, and what you're keeping up with.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we only do a small part of it. And I know that we talk about this, we've talked about it in the past, but there are hundreds of people who are volunteering their time as reviewers, translators, forum moderators. Without that group of people, this wouldn't be anything like what it is now. And then, that doesn't even include the folks like you who are spreading the word, providing entertainment, providing education, doing this podcast of hope to raise money for such a phenomenal cause. And the vloggers, you've got behind the cache folks, and you've got Joshua and See My Shell and so many others out there. That's, when we talk about community, there's so many components of community, and we play a role, and it's certainly not an unimportant role, but without all of those roles being played, and without everybody sort of giving what they're choosing to give, we wouldn't be here. And that's kind of what makes it so special.
Yeah. Early on, when we were starting to form this little group of this network, now it's grown, to so many different shows, but that's the one thing that I found to be such a great thing, was that whenever we would talk to somebody at headquarters, they were so helpful, whether it's Rock Chalk or anybody, from asking questions. It's like, we're just trying to ask a question, like, oh, you guys are great, let me get you some information. So it was like, oh wow, because when we first started, it was kind of like, I don't know, I think we've all dealt with businesses that we don't want to deal with, and you guys have been so great. It's like you guys are really championing all of us that are sort of helping the sport along, and it's been wonderful from that perspective that we've all had these bad experiences working with some companies, so it's been great.
Well,
to partner.
It's a huge compliment, and I will tell you that so much of this is about the people. Like, we have so many good people. I can't overstate it. You talk about Rock Chalk and Jeff, and I know Gio wants us to move on, but people like Jen Seva and Frau Potter, and so many people throughout the company. And the common thread is that they care about the game and they care about the people. And when you have that combination, well, then, we're willing to do what it takes, and we want to do the right thing, and we want to be there to support you guys, and to support the reviewers, and to support the cache hiders, and to support first-time players that are trying to figure this all out. So it's about the people, and it's about having people that care, and we are so fortunate at HQ to be surrounded by, I mean, you guys have been to the office before. You've got to meet the lackeys. This is a special group of people. And I know I've said it before, but I feel fortunate to get to work here with this group of people. And it's a culture that is self-perpetuating in so many ways. But I think that as a company, we draw so much energy from what we see in the community. We're, as much as we're trying to inspire adventure, exploration, and community, we're being inspired at the same time. We're hearing the stories, we're seeing the photos, we're reading about the milestones, we're reading about the changes that are happening in people's lives. And when you're on the receiving end of that, like, how could you not feel driven to do everything you possibly can to support it? and combine all those things, and here we are, and this is working for millions of people around the world.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, that's incredible. So we kind of, let's switch gears. We'll
let G off the hook so she doesn't have to
time
get
is
embarrassed
short
now.
Yeah, we'll let G off the hook, but but yeah, it's been incredible. And
a big year despite everything, right? Despite everything going on, there's still been lots of, like, I know last year at this time, one of the things you were really excited about, and we've seen a lot, and I'm not going to jump ahead, but was adventures. And you were really curious, and we were all really curious to see what this next year was going to look like in adventures. And that, of course, has already come up in questions too. But
yeah, it's coming up.
How do you think that's kind of played out this year? And do you think that's, not that we're asking for stats, right? Because we're not on here for stats, right? But do you think that has contributed to so many people being able to do this despite COVID, to really come to the game despite COVID?
Absolutely. I think it's contributed to a lot of people being able to, be out despite COVID, but also for new folks who weren't necessarily, comfortable with the thought of digging around behind a tree, in a public park or something like that, have said, oh, here's a history tour, or here's a story-driven adventure that I can do. And as an intro to geocaching, in a way, it's played part of that role as well.
Yeah, no, that's good.
It's a good idea, Gas Station Tuna, adding ways to adventures. I think, the navigation is something that I know we would like to improve. The maps this year has been, and really in the next couple of months, what you will see is just some changes in the way that Adventure Lab is presented. I mean, even for myself, and I really love the platform, but there are times where I find, like, I was clicking on things expecting it to do, respond a certain way, and it wasn't. And so the team has been doing a lot of research and discovery into how do we optimize the user flow so that it's really intuitive. And then also, what kind of changes can we add to the application just to make it more fun, more engaging, better tool set for creators, and a better tool set for the players.
Oh, cool.
And they've really exploded too. Not only the numbers, but the creativity with them, and which always, right? You put it in front of geocachers and you don't know what they're going to come up with. But I think it's really exploded over the year, just the popularity of them.
I agree. I mean, I don't know the current count, but I want to say that it's like 32,000 adventures, something like that. And if you think about, like with caches, it takes time to create an experience like that. It takes work. And so the fact that there's people out there that want to share their location or come up with something fun so that they can entertain other people, it's so generous. And we're trying to meet that generosity by giving them the best possible tools and education. And the goal, as we talked about last time, is we have a full team working on this project. Probably a couple more people than we did last year. And the plan is for them to continue working on that project to make it better day after day, month after month. So I'm excited about some of the things that we're going to do in 2022.
Cool.
And yeah, we'll see how quickly we can make it happen.
Yeah. Another question that came in, we noticed something that was presented was trackables. I now have an AR perspective to them, and I've seen some of those. They're kind of cool. Joshua shared one the other day, but Ryan's asking if that's a test to expand AR to other areas.
The AR trackables, I think, is sort of an isolated test with AR trackables, but I can tell you, we're certainly looking at how we can leverage AR to have, new innovative experiences created so that they can be played. I don't have good timing on that. We've been working on, we did a couple tests over the last few years with Metaverse and HP Reveal,
right,
where some caches were created as tests, and now we have some other stuff in the works that I'm excited to share when it's ready. But I can tell you that it's been more challenging than we expected it to be, and that's because technology is constantly changing, and sometimes it feels like the goalposts get moved. But we're certainly interested in it. I mean, there's so much excitement around it, and what we don't want to do is bring it to the community in a way that's not going to be ideal. And so I think the near term plan is really to continue testing, and we can talk more about the form of those tests as we get into 2022.
Yeah, Jesse and I both jumped on board with Jesse and I are, as Jesse will tell you, if it comes out, we're gonna try it. And so we were both fortunate. We jumped on it. I got the first one in Texas. He got the first one in Colorado. But what's funny not funny, but what's interesting is that even in the short time that the test was going on, one of them, I think it was the HP was like kind of went away. Yep. So I used Metaverse. I know people use HP Reveal, but anyway, it was just kind of like, ooh, there is, like you said, Bryan, there is a lot of fluid. It's not quite there yet. So I know from you guys' perspective, it's gonna be like, hang on now, because you're talking about thousands of caches, and you don't want to flub that thing up,
Right. And if it's we don't know yet what kind of experience it's going to be or how the community is going to respond. And so, we don't want to go out and do something that has a large negative impact. As much as we've got the sign on Jeremy's old office that says, "Let's make better mistakes tomorrow." Our goal is not to make mistakes, or at least do our best to avoid them. So, we're working on it. It's going to be certainly a little while before we have something to share, but it'll be the next evolution of the test, and we'll see what we can do with it. But right now, the AR trackables it's kind of a novelty. It's fun. We see some potential for things like photo contests if we get, like the old Jeep stuff. Not that we're doing anything with Jeep at the moment, but you can imagine what they did, so many years ago of having the Jeeps out. Well, what if we have AR Jeeps and you can kind of put them in any scene? It's another opportunity to tap into the creativity of the community and just see what they come up with. So we're probably going to be doing some more there. For right now, it's just a fun little project that we're planning.
Right. That's cool. I think that that's true. And, I think that we're kind of talking forward. We'll talk back here. We'll talk a little bit of 2021 also too, but
we don't want to skip over all the good stuff from the year. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to skip over the good stuff, but this is kind of related to 2021, which was, there was some really cool promotional things that were done in 2021. A lot of the different souvenirs that you could get, and I love when you guys integrate the different souvenirs into caches, where you can
digital treasures.
And it's still going on. I still see them. Of course, we got them early, but I love the fact that you look at a cache and you still have the wonders. Still, I think that's wrapping up. Is that wrapping up soon?
I think it's wrapping up soon. I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, but now with the summit,
the peak one,
I was going to mention about the Reach the Peaks. I like that they're different. And you guys probably experienced this too. You've probably gotten different feedback, but some people love when it's different. Some people hate when it's different. So we talk about it on the show that, and something that Jesse pointed out was that he really liked the fact that you just can bull through the whole thing. Some people will bull rush through everything, like the wonders. They'll just go like, "I'm done." Dang, it's been out for like 3 hours. Done, finished.
Yeah, exactly.
So one of the things that
it's a good balance. It really
is. And so I think from Jesse and I's perspective, we really love that you can't rush forward. You got to wait for the next month. So
I mean, and that was, as I'm sure you guys know, was very deliberate because there's a time, and we've done so many of them where it's go out and I don't know, Planetary Pursuit and I think it was Hidden Creatures or something like that.
Yep.
I should
really
remember the names of them, but yeah, you're right. There were people who were like, "Hey, I'm done. It's been 2 hours," and we're like, "All right, now we don't get to sort of engage this player." Not that they're if they're doing it in 3 hours, they don't need our effort, sort of push them to do more geocaching. But part of these things are all about entertainment and giving people goals and giving them something fun to do. So we wanted to challenge ourselves, and really the marketing team deserves all the credit for this because they said, "Hey, here's a solution. Why don't we have essentially a challenge that changes over time so that it can be completed on day one, and then give people many months of geocaching to the extent they're not already going to be actively playing during those months."
Yeah.
And I think this is one from my perspective anyway. I think this is one of the best balances I've seen y'all strike with this because you had the 2 levels each month was great, right? Because it can go on for a long time, but you had like you get one souvenir for doing just basically the first one, and then you can go on and do more. So you have your cachers that are, I don't say casual cachers or newer to the game or don't cache as often. They can still get a souvenir every month. And then your power cachers, they're not going to blow out the whole thing in one day. So that was a really good balance for that. And I always love to when you change it to different types of caches and really promote the different types. So that's, I think that's a good balance because there's no way to like you've said many times, there's no way to make everybody happy every time. There's just too many different styles of caching out there. But this was a good balance for that. That's whoever came up with that. Good job.
I'll pass along your compliments to the marketing team, but I know when they came up with the idea, it was sort of one of those when they presented it to the rest of us, it was like, oh, what a wonderful idea, like a light bulb moment, and it almost seems silly that we haven't done it in the past, but it's now a new tool that we can use to engage the community. So like we were talking about earlier, we've got digital treasures, we've got trackable promotions, we've got leaderboard challenges. Things like that are different tools that we can kind of mix and match in ways to try and come up with creative ways to get people excited about the game. And like you were saying, you have a casual cacher that goes out and they find the base camp for one of the peaks, and maybe out of the spectrum of all of the casual cachers, there's some who are only going to be super casual. They're going to find the base camp. They're not really inspired to go find the peak. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got all the people who are like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to do this. And, I'm going to try and reach the peak in one day or whatever it is. The folks in the middle are, could kind of go either way. And so if we want to bring more joy to them in terms of geocaching, well, then how can we creatively engage them such that they say, oh, I found base camp and that peak doesn't seem like too much work. Like, I'm going to try a little bit more. I'm going to push myself out of my traditional comfort zone. And the more that we do that, the more active players that we have in the game, hopefully the more premium memberships we have, the more revenue we can have, the more people we can hire. Right. And it just, becomes this, like a virtuous cycle of win-wins. So that's kind of what we're going for. And I appreciate the fact that you think it's a good balance. I agree. And I'd love to see us do more stuff like this.
Yeah. It's funny once in a while, cause I'm Jesse probably gets this some too, but I tend to get a lot of the questions about, cause I do a lot of the planning for which show topic we're going to do. And I get asked sometimes like, well, got more topics? Like, oh yeah, I've always got topics. And that's because of this, the game, the sport has so much that once in a while, of course, we will revisit something. And we revisited one recently. It made me think about something you mentioned before, Bryan, which was that y'all just put out the new attributes. And we immediately did a quick pop-up show, as we call them, and you had commented that you saw that, and I was like, oh my gosh, Brian's watching our pop-up show. It's like we better be up, it's like we better be on our toes because
and be right.
And be right. But the other day, I don't know if you might not have got to see it or whatever, but we went back, we revisited attributes. And we kind of jokingly said, okay, tonight we're picking 3 new attributes, and HQ is going to do these attributes. No, it was tongue in cheek, but the fact that, and we had a lot of great interaction, we had the chat room kind of giving suggestions too. And just the discussion I asked the network team, I said, well, what would y'all like to see us talk about? And they came up with some great ones. And, when we were all said and done, when the whole show was all done, and my thought was that, that's just amazing that there are so many different little aspects that are fun to talk about, that are interesting, that provide so much for us. So the game is so rich, and we appreciate, all that's been done. But for Jesse and I, there's a new goal.
11,258. That's
dang it. That is awesome. And it's so fun to see everybody who gives and all that too is just wonderful. It really it's overwhelming to Jesse and I to see all the people that are just so wonderful. But you know what I mean? There's something interesting, I think, or something dynamic about geocaching that a lot of games don't really have the intricacies and the richness, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
It's so multifaceted. There's so many sides to it, so many angles. And I know we've talked about it in the past, but like you can get people and they don't actually go out and find caches. They just talk about geocaching in the forums and answer questions, or there's people running Facebook groups, or there's people creating coins or collecting coins, or running a retail shop, or focused on their cache photos or their cache logs, or their creating gadget caches, bounce, for example. Like there's so many different aspects of it, and you could do a show on each one of those things. I mean, I know Rock Chalk is always doing, there's podcasts about different aspects of the game.
Right.
We've got the blog about different aspects of the game. Joshua Johnson's got, another show every week, the podcasters as well, so many others. There's a lot to talk about because there's so much going on. And it's interesting because you actually can't be involved in all of the aspects of the game. It's too broad. It's just too broad. And at this point now, what's interesting is like there are so many things I can't even name that are happening at HQ every day. Or
cool.
We have 90 people because there's so many facets and there's so many different things that have to be done. And my job has changed. It used to be the case that it was just a handful of us and everybody did a little bit of everything, and we sort of paid as much attention as we could. And now the game has gotten so much broader that it takes more attention, and it takes more attention than any small group of people can actually dedicate. And so, we're fortunate again to have community volunteers who will help us see the things that we need to see, or the Facebook groups, which I know, me and a number of other people either monitor or participate in, where we can kind of learn what's going on. And, when we put all the pieces together, it's still not a complete picture of what's happening with geocaching, but it's complete enough to give us an opportunity to try and address whatever needs to be addressed, or share the joy or share the inspiration that's being created somewhere in the world.
Sure. Yeah.
It was mentioned on one of the previous hours of the show, and I don't remember which one now. It's been a long night, right? But and it's exactly what you're talking about. Somebody said that, I think they were talking about Doug McRae, but said he's second in the world on souvenirs. Like that one little tiny aspect, but you could drill down so far into any detail of the game. And there's a group of people out there competing for being either the best in their state or the world or their country or whatever else. and you're like, you would never. And souvenirs are that's a pretty big thing, right? But like just every little aspect has a whole group of people that are fascinated with that one tiny minutia, and that just shows how rich the game is. You can talk about it, and you reach that little thing for somebody when you meet them at an event, and you accidentally step on their favorite part. You're there for a while, and you're going to be hearing all about it, and that's their thing.
You bet. And how cool is it to see, people who have found their passion about something, and I'm fortunate in the way that when I get to go to events, people want to tell me, like, I'm number 3 in this town for this geocache, and they're so proud of it, and understandably, because they're putting time and effort into it, and they're measuring themselves sort of against their peers, and for some people that's motivating. And so to see people who are so excited to tell you, it's funny because I just had a souvenirs conversation around here with the biz dev team, and I was talking with both Jeff and Annie, Gear and Annie Love, and they were talking. Jeff can tell you, like, in Washington State, how what number he is with souvenirs, and in the United States, and same with Annie. And it's again, these are lackeys who are clearly so passionate about the game, but they've adopted some of these aspects, and other people in the company have adopted other aspects, and so it's kind of a microcosm, like a representation of the community, but just within the walls of HQ, which is really kind of fun to see. And as much as it's cool to see people out in the community who are so happy to be doing it, to see the lackeys so engaged just shows how much they care. And as with anything, like, if you truly care, it never feels like work. It feels like, we're almost playing here, but we're doing something that's really important.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah,
for sure. And that's shows the care and the thought that y'all have to put into something before you no matter what you come out with, somebody is going to be passionate about that part of the game. At some point in time, there's going to be a whole group of people that are very invested in whatever that is.
You're absolutely right. It's funny because, just circling back to like the AR trackables piece that we talked about earlier, I know we put it out there. I don't know what people are doing with it yet. And maybe what they're doing with it today is going to be vastly different than what we present and what they do with it 2 years from now. But I think you're right. There are probably people who are saying, hey, I like this, like, I'm going to do this with it. And we haven't even begun to think about what they're going to do with it. And that's part of the beauty of the community. It's like almost like the hive mind, like, so many creative people all over the world being exposed to a feature. Somebody's going to come up with something cool. And then given the tools for sharing, on social media or within the website or whatever it is, those things, people can identify other people who are passionate about that same thing. And when you start to build community around these little pockets of features or functions, then you start to see the passion of that group, and the game gets more rich.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Something like we were talking about, the attribute thing is like, sometimes you go, oh, well, gosh, there's so many cool attributes now. What, is there anything else that could be done? And when, like you said, Brian, when you get a group together, it's sort of that group think thing where you can get, you have to get past yourself and get others to get involved, because, when I asked that and we started to discuss it, we had the show about it. It's like, oh, these are actually kind of good. I mean, these are kind of,
people actually thought about this.
Yeah. These are things that I wouldn't have thought of, but Jesse might think about them, or he might come up with one. So there's there's so many of those little things that can, and that's why you have a good team, and you really do have a great team, Brian. I mean,
you really do.
You really do. I mean, we get to see, we go to some of the, we go to, as many events as we can, and the team, now that we're up to, 10 folks, we can get more people, to kind of be able to get to more events. But the events that we got to go to this year. I didn't get to talk too much about mountain bike. We had him on last year, but I didn't get to see him at Mingo. But a lot of people mentioned that they got to see him. Of course, Gia. But I got to spend a little time with Annie and Gear Guru when I get to going caching, and got to talk to them for a little bit, and just the passion. And then it's just neat to. I'm a big people watcher, so I love when talking with them. I like watching them interact with others. And I've mentioned to you before that every time I've seen a Lackey, they've always been so wonderful. And even some of the newer ones who are just kind of learning the ropes, but also some of the ones that have been around. They're so good with everybody. It was so fun to talk to Gear Guru and Annie a little bit. Because, events and being face to face with folks is so wonderful, and hopefully we can kind of get back to that world a little more. Yeah. Cross your fingers.
That would be nice. Absolutely.
Yes, it would be. Speaking of which, though, I'll go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I was going to ask about.
We're going to ask the same question anyway, but we're talking about the positive stuff, right? Moving forward to the future. And we want to talk about 2022, and not that we're trying to bring you on to give away secrets or anything like that, but HQ always has tons of things in the works. What is there something you're particularly looking forward to for 2022, or hints of what direction you might be trying to go? And obviously, nobody can predict the future, even less than in the past, right? But right now, nobody can predict what's going to happen. Is there anything you think could be on the horizon in 2022, or what you're excited about that you already know will be?
It's interesting. Like, what I'm really excited about for 2022 is the stuff. It's almost the basics, really. I'm excited about Lackeys getting back out and traveling to megas and gigas. It's been, there's certainly been some of that happening, but it's, it pales in comparison to where we were in 2019. It's been 18 months with, very little travel for Lackeys, certainly almost no international travel. And so what I'm really looking forward to is the opportunity for Lackeys to get back out and have that face-to-face engagement with the community. Even for me to get back out, like, I miss everybody. Like, we have friends in different parts of the world that I just can't wait to get back and see. And also to see, there's so many people that joined the game in the last couple of years that we haven't had a chance to interact with. And so there will be a concerted effort to get Lackeys back out to megas and gigas. But again, it's going to depend in large part on what happens with COVID and with safety. And, I would hate to think that we would have another year where we're sort of laying low. But it's a possibility. I hope that's not the case. The second thing that's, also kind of basic, and, it feels like we've pushed it a couple of times, but the celebration event, we have a brand new contract with the Seattle Center, and we've gone through this process. This is now the third time to try and celebrate the 20 years of geocaching. And we don't know what's going to happen. It's not just us having to say, oh, can we host an event? Will the city or the state let us do it? But we kind of have to figure it out before people go and make all their travel plans or make travel plans that they can't easily adjust. And it's so much work on both sides of the equation, both for us and, our team, and even the event planner, who's a former Lackey that we work with, and then, and the community, because my sense is that plenty of people would love to come here and we would love to have them, but there's a lot of uncertainty. And so, people don't know what to expect. So, that's what I'm really looking forward to. I know that there are a number of teams at HQ that are working on different engineering projects to either improve the platform as it stands now, or even add some new things to it. And at this point, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I'm really allowed to share. And I know you guys never asked me to push it.
Yeah, it's okay. We won't tell anybody. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just us three.
Nobody's listening. There's really nothing that is well enough along that I could say it with confidence and not risk being wrong.
Sure.
So at the, I will tell you that we've got 93 people, including a lot of engineers, a lot of
That's awesome.
product designers, a lot of product managers and project managers and finance and business development. And everybody is thinking about how can we do better? What can we do more? How can we make this game more fun or add aspects that people can get excited about? And there is no shortage of ideas, both internally and externally. And so it's really about choosing the right path, prioritizing the work that we think is most important, and then getting after it. And I can tell you there are geocaching improvements on the horizon. There are Adventure Lab improvements on the horizon. And even sort of, I'd like to believe, improvements in the way that HQ and our products interact with the community. So we want to make it better. We want to make it more engaging and more fun. And one of the things that we've been talking about quite a bit is, if you look at our platform right now, look at the geocaching website, look at the mobile apps. So much of it is about providing tools for the community to create, share, and play, all types of experiences. One of the things that I don't think we've done particularly well with over the last many, many years is you don't, especially for new users, but you don't get to see a lot of the joy of the game in our products. You see it out on the trail, you see it in photos, you see it that way, but how do we help people understand, not just, hey, welcome to geocaching, here's a dot on a map, we want you to go find it and it's a box, but much more about, how do we share with people, look at the way, this group of people's lives have been changed. Look at these people who used to spend so much time on their couches and now they are outside experiencing adventure and experiencing joy. How do we connect what's happening in the game and what's happening with the community within our products? And there's a lot of discussion going on about how we can do a better job with that. I'm personally really excited about it because I think that if people understand why they should be playing or what the game and the community really have to offer beyond just finding boxes, I think that there'll be a lot more understanding and there will be a lot more people who are choosing to engage often and frequently, and then they will get the benefits that are currently shared by everybody else.
Right. Awesome. That's great. And it's great that you, as big as geocaching has gotten, you're still sticking with the basics. You're still worrying about how people interact. You're still doing all those things that we would hope you're doing.
I mean, the people are the most important thing. And, we've talked about this before. And how do we make this better for people all over the world? And there's plenty of opportunities to do that. We just have to, sort them and figure it out and test them and see what works and double down on the stuff that works and back away from the stuff that doesn't work. But there's really no shortage of ideas. And like I said before, when we are surrounded by creative, generous people who truly care about this game, the odds of us getting it right are much higher than they would otherwise be.
No, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, well said. That's great.
Well, Bryan, quick hour, buddy, but thank you so much for being with us. Our final update for tonight, 11,293 plus Josh put up 2 geocoins that he put out to and all the money gets donated to St. Jude. So gosh, we're probably we're at 12,000 because I think that the 2 coins together He could give us probably an update, but I know we're at least 800. So we basically made it to 12,000. I want to give Jeff a quick moment so he can update. He's been making something to give away
the whole night during the 8 hours. He's been making a prize for people.
Yeah. How did you do? You've been working on it all night. How's it? Oh, let's see how it came out.
I'm up to that. I lost a T. A T. It's very sensitive, so I'm gonna have to figure something out to fix that. But there's still a ways to go. So I still want to burn it. I've got to treat it and cover it and smooth it out. There's a whole lot of little chunks that I've got to smooth out.
Oh, and you got the little the St. Jude kid there. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's coming together nicely. So
good.
Prize is still being built.
Yep, still going. So he's doing that. Josh has got the 2 coins that are still, you can still bid on those to get those coins. But again, I always tell Jesse every year, it's like, all right, we're going to 10,000 this year. He's like, oh my gosh, no, really? Like, yeah, let's keep going. So these
cashers step up every year.
They do.
The generosity of cashers is amazing.
So
it's been really like you guys putting this on is generous. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. I know it's a labor of love, but we all know it makes a difference. So, cheers to all of you, everybody who's involved in this project.
Yeah,
really, it's something special, and it gets more special every year.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
It is. It's a great team effort, and thanks to all the people that stuck in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think UDAC was on every hour. We had a lot of people on every hour, so it's great. Yeah, we've had great bunch. So, well, keep in touch. Thank you. Let us know what we can do from our perspective to help champion the sport, and don't hesitate to let us know, that in the future, and we will keep doing what we're doing for the sport and for the people that play it. So again, thank you, Jesse. Thank you for being with me this whole time for this another year, and you're hired again. You get another year, so
yeah. It turns out I get paid exactly as much as the volunteer reviewers do.
I'm gonna double that this year.
You can double it this year. Okay, good. Yeah. They should always get the double in their pay too. So that's good.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So thanks
so
everybody.
Tonight.
Yeah. Thanks, Bryan. We're gonna say good night to everybody. So
Thank
good night.
you guys. Really appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.